I got a letter the other day. Can I just...
Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. And I give the call to the Honourable Member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the 29th report of the Petitions Committee for the 47th Parliament.
Order. Members will leave the chamber quickly and quietly. The member for Macquarie will continue.
Together with 72 petitions and 12 ministerial responses to petitions previously presented. The petitions in today's report are all e-petitions that closed for signatures since the committee's last report to the House on July 1. The largest petition received over 6,500 signatures and requests greater support for higher degree research students, including an increase in the Australian Research Training Program stipend. Other topics in today's petitions include a request that an approval mechanism be put in place for compounded semi-glutide medications and a request to extend an exemption for cruise vessels under the Coastal Trading Revitalising Australian Shipping Act 2012. Also among today's petitions is a request to review the Australian-New Zealand Food Standards Code to allow businesses to let companion dogs into indoor dining areas. There's also a request to ban members of the House from using mobile phones in question time. And there are several petitions relating to visa processing times or visa conditions. Speaker, while acknowledging that House petitions must refer to a matter on which the House has the power to act, the topics covered in petitions are one indicator of the range of issues of concern to the citizens and residents of Australia. I thank the House.
And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 1 for a motion in relation to regional, rural and remote housing.
I give the call to the Honourable Member for Indi.
Thank you, Speaker. I move the motion relating to regional, rural and remote housing in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
The call to the member for Indi.
The headlines of the housing crisis in Australia are becoming more and more troubling. The number of Australian home owners in mortgage stress has hit 30%, and it will rise further. More than 3/4 of renters are in extreme rental stress. And according to the Rental Pain Index, 2 towns in my electorate, Wodonga and Alexandra, are among the 10 most stressed towns in Victoria for renters. At the same time, we know the government is set to miss its target of 1.2 million new homes by 2029 by at least 20%. Unfortunately, this crisis is not going to be over for a long while yet. Last week was National Homelessness Week, and I met with the Ovens, Murray and Goulburn Homelessness Network, who represent organisations across North East Victoria, including Beyond Housing. In the last year alone, Beyond Housing have worked with almost 3,000 people in the region experiencing or at risk of experiencing homelessness. More than 1,200 of these people have never reached out before. That means more people than ever are sleeping rough in parks, in cars and along riverbanks, or couch surfing in overcrowded or indeed unsafe homes. While we may not garner the same attention as the major cities, we are absolutely experiencing the housing crisis in regional, rural and remote Australia. Fundamentally, we need more homes, more well-located homes close to where people study and work. We need more medium-density housing in regional Australia to support the tens of thousands of new jobs that will be created in coming years in healthcare, in education and in the energy transition. And we need governments to build more social and affordable community housing to support those who are doing it the toughest. But while the government has announced a series of measures aimed at addressing the housing crisis, I am unconvinced that these measures will go anywhere near what we need to address the crisis in regional and rural Australia. The Commonwealth must fund projects that unlock new housing supply specifically in regional Australia. Too often, it's the lack of sewerage and utilities holding back new homes. It's not glamorous, but it's expensive, and more Commonwealth support is desperately needed. That's why I welcome the government's $1.5 billion housing support program, which will fund upgrades to utilities, roads and community infrastructure and projects that assist with planning capacity. This program, though, was created after I made the case strongly to the Prime Minister for exactly this sort of initiative. And I'm pleased that two areas in my electorate will benefit from funding under the funding announced last month. The City of Wodonga received $410,000 for a Wodonga growth strategy, and Murrumbidgee Shire received $968,000 to open up land for new housing in the town of Alexandra. But this program is too small, and the design of these programs puts regional councils at a disadvantage. I'm concerned that too little of this funding will make its way into the regions. That's why I've proposed the Regional Housing Infrastructure Fund. Modelling shows that the regions alone require $2 billion to fund the infrastructure required to meet our National Housing Accord targets. Yet we've only got $1.5 billion program for the whole nation. And with $1 billion of this funding given to the state and territory governments to fund their own housing priorities, we have no guarantees this funding will be shared fairly between regional areas and the cities. Regional communities deserve and they expect better, and they want a commitment to fair federal funding when it comes to fixing the housing crisis. 30% of Australians live in the regions, and that's why I've consistently called for 30% of housing funding to be quarantined for regional, rural and remote Australia. I introduced my Unlocking Regional Housing Bill last year to do exactly this, to guarantee a fair share of funding for towns like Benalla, Wodonga, Wangaratta and so many like them. The government didn't allow debate on this bill, but I will keep pushing. More than 2 years into the 47th Parliament and the housing crisis is getting worse. The cost of mortgages is crippling for so many families, homelessness is at levels we've not seen in my lifetime, and young people don't think they will ever own a home. Solving this crisis won't be easy, and I recognise the government's significant investment in tackling the problem. But if we don't ensure that a fair share of this funding makes its way to regional Australia, we will see these communities held back a generation.
Order.
We'll see the housing divide widen between the cities and the bush, and I can't accept this.
Concluded. I'll just call for a seconder for the motion. Give the call member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for Indi for bringing this motion and acknowledge her long-serving commitment to the people of regional Australia. She talked about 30% of Australians being in the bush. As a Queenslander, we actually have 50% living outside that southeast corner, so we take it very seriously. And that's why Labor still believes in the Australian dream of owning your own home. Labor understands the importance of having a safe and stable place to call home, either owned being paid off or with an affordable rent. Labor understands that Australians need to feel their homes are secure during a turbulent economic time without sacrificing their long-term financial security. That's why the Albanese Labor government has made substantial investments in fixing the housing mess that was left behind after a decade of neglect by the opposition. We still see the LNP housing policy. It's much the same, summed up in 3 words: let her rip. That's it. Labor's goal is different. It's building 1.2 million homes by the end of the decade. Sorry, was that an apology you wanted to make to the Parliament for your shameful neglect of housing? No, no. Still not able to apologise for that neglect. It's an ambitious goal, but we're training the workforce to get the job done. We're funding more apprenticeships. We're providing fee-free TAFE places in the construction industry and training tradies. We're cutting red tape so construction projects can get moving and developing the infrastructure needed for new developments and social housing, such as roads, sewerage, energy, water connections needed to facilitate new developments. As per the Constitution, the Labor government is working in partnership with the states and territories. Our Help to Buy scheme is an innovative policy that will give 40,000 Australians on low and middle incomes the opportunity to purchase that dream home. The scheme will support the purchase and construction of new and existing homes, including houses, house and land packages, townhouses and apartments. The scheme assists participants to overcome what can seem to be insurmountable problems, particularly in Melbourne and Sydney. If you're renting and saving for a deposit and servicing a mortgage, big challenges. So under Help to Buy, participants will have a smaller deposit, smaller home loan and lower mortgage repayments. Help to Buy will turn the dreams of home ownership into reality for 40,000 Australians. It will also provide long-term financial relief and security. Thankfully, all the state and territory leaders have committed to passing it. Our housing reforms also include the regional first home buyer guarantee, which is part of the expanded home guarantee scheme. It has already helped more than 110,000 people into home ownership in 2 years, double the number of people supported under the former LNP government. Double. Let's talk a bit more about the regional first home buyer guarantee, a targeted initiative to support eligible regional home buyers to get into their own homes more quickly. 10,000 places available in this scheme from the 1st of July this year through to the end of June 2025. Administered by Housing Australia, that stands as guarantor for part of the home buyer's loan from a participating lender. What does this mean for the first home buyer? It means assistance with purchasing their first home with as little as a 5% deposit and with no need for mortgage insurance. There is also a great deal of flexibility for prospective buyers. They can select from an existing house, from a townhouse or apartment, a house and land package, land and separate contract to build a house, or even an off-the-plan apartment or townhouse. Speaker, this scheme is directly supporting hard-working regional Australians into their own homes. The Labor Party the LNP take the bush for granted, whilst the Albanese government highly values regional Australia. These communities are central to our plan for a prosperous and resilient future. We're committed to boosting jobs, infrastructure and skills that will enhance our thriving regional communities. The regional first home buyer guarantee is just another example of the multifaceted approach that Labor is taking to solve this horrific housing crisis. The Housing Australia Future Fund, the single biggest investment in social and affordable housing in more than a decade. We've negotiated a $9.3 billion 5-year national agreement on social housing and homelessness with the states and territories to reduce homelessness, to provide crisis support, to build and repair social housing. And as part of this, we've doubled the Commonwealth homelessness funding to $400 million every year. The Albanese government's ambitious housing reform agenda has made significant progress in solving the housing challenges that were left to us. This is despite the opposition and the Greens political party blocking housing initiatives that would make a positive impact in communities around the country. That's why this government will keep working hard to fix the housing crisis and to get more Australians into their own homes.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I commend the member for Indi for again bringing the needs of affordable and well-located housing to the regions, as well as to rural and remote Australia, and taking this to the Parliament. This is not the first time the member for Indi or myself have spoken on this issue. On several occasions in the last year, I relayed the concerns of my electorate regarding housing affordability and availability. Put simply, we are in the middle of a housing crisis and everybody knows that, and that's not an issue that just relates to the suburbs and inner metropolitan areas. It's very much felt in regional Australia, but it is a crisis of our own making. And one of the most fundamental principles in economic supply and demand is that, and even people who don't have an economic qualification understand that. And I don't think the government is really addressing this strongly, and that is that we've had record migration levels, and in 2023 net overseas migration contributed to a net 518,000 people, and between 2007 and 2020 the average net migration was sitting at around 226. So we now have double the long-term average with respect to net migration, and that is naturally putting huge pressure on housing. Now, to be very clear, I'm not opposed to migration, but it must be done within the capacity of our country to absorb the net increase. Our housing shortage unequivocally demonstrates that we do not have sufficient capacity to house our current population, let alone an ever-increasing population. And while the impact of this is being experienced in the cities, it is very much being experienced in the regions, and we are being crippled by housing shortages in the region. And I must say, I think much of the housing policy and the conversations in this place have, particularly by government, have been very city-centric. They haven't been thinking about the housing challenges in the region. The Guardian recently estimated 190,000 households are waiting for social housing. The results of this demand-supply imbalance is what we would expect. Fewer houses available, with higher housing prices and higher rents. And I have generational families in Mayo that are being priced out of the market in the regions where they grew up, where their parents grew up, where their grandparents grew up, family members that until recently had a realistic expectation that they too would one day be able to own a home in the region, but not anymore. More concerningly, this trend is worsening. The Domain June 2024 rental report shows a quarter-on-quarter increase of 0.8% for houses and 4.3% units for units in Adelaide, and the regions fare much worse. Mount Barker, in my electorate, the yearly increases to June is 10.8% and a staggering 52.7% over the last 5 years. Similarly, in Victor Harbour, another area in my electorate, a regional centre, has experienced an increase in rental of over 50% over the 5 years. The LGA area of Alexandrina, encompassing the Fleurieu and also on Kangaroo Island, has experienced a 20% annual increase in rent and a 5-year increase to 76.5%. These figures are absurd, and they're forcing people into poverty. Mr. Speaker, this motion draws attention to the obvious omission in the government's response to housing, and that is none of the policies or initiatives specifically address or accommodate the housing crisis that is felt in the regions. And so I very much support the member for Indi's call on the government to commit to providing 30% of all housing funding to regional, rural and remote Australia. That's proportionate with those of us that live there. And the establishment of a dedicated regional housing infrastructure fund. And we have a new minister, and I hope the new minister is listening to this and is thinking about the regions when we're thinking about housing. We need to change the city-centric policy approach, and we need to have a sensible discussion with respect to the migration intake. Our regions matter, our regions are hurting, and our regions deserve a representative share of government investment. Thank you.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Pearce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to speak about an issue that is central to the well-being of our communities: affordable housing in regional, remote and rural Australia. This is not just about bricks and mortar. It is about ensuring that every Australian, regardless of where they live, has access to the security and stability that a home provides. It is about creating opportunities, fostering well-being and strengthening the fabric of our society. Housing affordability is a challenge that resonates across the nation, but is particularly acute in our regional, remote and rural areas. These communities are the backbone of our nation, contributing significantly to our economy, our culture and our way of life. Yet despite their importance, these areas often face unique challenges that can make accessing affordable housing a significant hurdle. Geographic isolation, limited infrastructure and fluctuating local economies are just a few of the obstacles that can make finding a secure and affordable home more difficult in these regions. Today, I am pleased to share with you some of the key initiatives that the Australian Government has put in place to address these challenges and improve access to affordable housing in these regions. These initiatives are part of a broader strategy aimed at ensuring that all Australians, regardless of where they live, can find a place to call home. One of the cornerstone initiatives is the Regional First Home Buyer Guarantee, the RFHBG, designed to help eligible home buyers purchase a home sooner. Administered by Housing Australia on behalf of the Federal Government, the RFHBG allows eligible first-time homeowners in regional areas to purchase a home with as little as a 5% deposit without the burden of lenders' mortgage insurance. This initiative is about giving young Australians and families in our regions a fair go, helping them overcome the financial hurdles that often stand in the way of home ownership. Since the election of the Albanese Labor government, more than 100,000 people have been helped into home ownership through the Home Guarantee Scheme, including over 13,000 single women and more than 15,800 through the Regional First Home Buyer Guarantee. We are particularly proud that this scheme has been expanded to allow friends, siblings and other family members to apply jointly under these guarantees. This expansion reflects our understanding that home ownership can be a communal goal and recognises the diverse ways in which Australians support each other. But home ownership is just one part of the equation. The Government is also acutely aware of the need to increase the supply of affordable housing more broadly, particularly in regional, remote and rural areas. This is where our Housing Australia Future Fund, the HAF, comes into play, a commitment to boosting a supply of affordable housing across the country. Over the next 5 years, HAF will deliver 30,000 new social and affordable homes, with a significant portion of these homes targeted for regional, remote and rural areas. These homes are not just numbers on a page. They represent a commitment to the well-being of our most vulnerable citizens. A portion of these homes will be specifically allocated to support women and children fleeing domestic violence, veterans at risk of homelessness, and the maintenance and improvement of housing in remote indigenous communities. We recognise that these groups face unique challenges, and we are committed to providing them with the safe, secure housing that they need. In addition to increasing housing supply, the Government has also introduced a Help to Buy shared equity scheme, a pivotal programme aimed at lower middle income Australians. This scheme provides a government equity contribution of up to 40% for new homes and up to 30% for existing homes. In regional and remote areas where incomes may be lower and housing costs higher relative to these incomes, this scheme is helping more people get a foot in the door, quite literally, of their own home. This Government is also taking steps to ensure that our existing social housing stock is well maintained and expanded where needed. For example, in 24-25, Western Australia will receive $190.2 million from the Commonwealth under NASH, which will support the delivery and maintenance of approximately 1,400 public housing dwellings in my electorate of Pearce alone. This comprehensive approach is essential to ensure that no one is left behind. As we move forward, it is important to remember that these initiatives are part of a broader long-term strategy. We know the housing challenges we face didn't happen overnight. The Albanese Labor government is committed to working closely with states and territories, local governments, community organisations and the private sector to deliver better housing outcomes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The time allocated for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Put the call to the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 2 for a motion in relation to the 2024 Olympic Games.
The call to the Chief Government Whip.
I move the motion relating to the 2024 Olympic Games in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Thank you, Speaker. Well, like a lot of Australians, we've been up late, we've been up early to watch the Paris Olympics across the last 2 weeks. And what a show we have seen. From archery to wrestling, we have watched the world's greatest sportspeople compete on what must be said was a magnificent stage in France, in Paris and across France. 14 days of human endeavour, pitching muscle, intellect, drive, teamwork to go higher, stronger, faster. And it would be remiss of me not to say out loud that on this side of the House we've had the member for Hunter's Journey to inspire us into the Olympics, our very own Olympian, who also shared with us the trials and tribulations of trying to qualify to be one of those athletes to represent their country on the world's biggest stage. It has been quite a fortnight led by Australia, led by us competing with the best in the world. And what an Olympics we have had. 18 gold, 19 silver, 16 bronze, 53 medals in all. The best ever in our away Olympics. The best ever. Extraordinary. Those medals won across 14 sports. And whether that be in the pool, on the track, on the field, on the court, on the pitch, on the floor, in the velodrome, in the River Seine, in the streets of Paris, the Marseille Marina or the Nautical Stadium, our Australians have done us incredibly proud. They've pitched themselves against the best in the world and done their country very proud, their families and themselves. And this year we sent 460 athletes to the Olympic Games, 256 females and 204 males. 55.6 female team. I know that many members in the House on this side want to celebrate that. Our youngest athlete was 14, of course, Arisa True in the skateboarding, who won a gold medal in the park. And our eldest was 51, Shane Rose, in the equestrian events. There were Australians competing at their 5th Olympics. Eddie Ockenden, Edwina Tops-Alexander, Joe Ingles, Paddy Mills, Lauren Jackson, Melissa Wu, competing in their 5th Olympics at the top of their game across 5 Olympics. What an extraordinary achievement. And of course, we need to pay tribute in this country to all of those competitors, not just those who brought us home those beautiful coloured medals, particularly the gold ones, but to celebrate all of our athletes. And I know that I was up late last night watching the Opals because, of course, those who know me well know that team sports are where my passion runs deepest. And to watch our Opals to win the first medal since 2012 and bring home that bronze was extraordinary. To see Ezi Magbagor play the most magnificent game of basketball on the world stage. We had many, many, many heroes in Paris, many. To finish this morning at the closing ceremony with Jessica Fox elected to the IOC Athletics Commission was also an extraordinary thing to see. To see our own Jessica to see her, one of the most successful Australian Olympian ever, elected to represent athletes is also extraordinary. In the 1924 Paris Olympics, Australia sent 34 athletes. They were all men. This year, we sent, as I said, 460 athletes, and we competed across an enormous number of sports. So there are many things to celebrate, many things to celebrate, but some of those worth mentioning for me, some of the special moments were Nina Kennedy winning gold in the pole vault, Molly O'Callaghan, 3 gold, 1 silver and 1 bronze in the pool. Extraordinary. Mentioned Arisa True, but Saya in the BMX gold. What a moment for that young lady and a moment for her family. Not to mention the Fox sisters and the Stingers. Who could miss the Stingers in the women's water polo? What troopers they are, bringing home the silver after an extraordinary Olympics. The women in the pool, the women on the track, the women in the field. An extraordinary performance by the Australian women, an extraordinary performance by the Australian team. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Lawler. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve my right to
I thank the member for Hunter. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Now, the Casey electorate has been well represented at the Paris Olympics. Harry Garside in boxing, Simon Clarke in cycling, Taylor Willis in athletics, Mitch Isles in shooting, and Kellen O'Brien in the men's track pursuit cycling team. They're all incredible athletes, and I've been following their journey on social media and I've seen how dedicated and hardworking they all are. It was a proud moment on the 8th of August when our community woke to the news that Lilydale High School and Mooroolbark East Primary School alumni Kellen O'Brien had won gold in the men's track cycling pursuit against Great Britain. Not only are they gold medalists, the Australian team that Kellen is a part of also broke the world record time in Paris. Such an amazing achievement for our nation. And it is crucial that we don't just celebrate the gold. There is much to be celebrated in the years and years of dedication that these athletes and their families have endured to get themselves on the world stage. Now, our community is so proud of fellow Lilydale High School alumni Harry Garside and his journey to the Olympics. Harry began his boxing journey at Lilydale Youth Club, and I commend him for opening up about the emotions of falling short of his dream in Paris. You've made our nation and your hometown proud, and I can't wait to see what is next for you, Harry. Simon Clarke grew up in the hills, attending Selby Primary School and Billanook College. He credits our hills as the cycling playground that ushered his development in the early days. All that practice came in handy as Simon competed in the longest race in Olympic history in Paris. In 2016, Simon was on the Australian team for Rio and was the only Australian to finish the race. Now, Mitch Isles represented Australia for shooting, having trained at the Melbourne Gun Club in Yering. And I recently had the opportunity to fire at clay targets, and I completely understand Mitch's love for this sport. It's very addictive. Mitch became Australia's third youngest Olympic shooter in Rio. Congratulations, Mitch, on representing Australia and the Yering Club, the Melbourne Gun Club, in Paris. And lastly, but certainly not least, Taylor Willis, our youngest local Olympian at just 21 years of age. He proved his talent and skills against some of the world's best athletes with a time of 13.63 seconds in his first race. Taylor was a regular recipient of the local sports champion grant throughout his childhood as he made his way through national championships. And it is amazing to see him now representing Australia at such a young age. A proud moment for his family, for our community, and his high school, Mooroolbark College. Congratulations, Kellen, Harry, Simon, Mitch and Taylor, for representing Australia and our community on the world stage. We are so proud of your achievements in Paris. And I'm also looking forward to the Paralympics later this month, where Hillsville local Bridget Murphy will be competing in the para-equestrian dressage. Her whole team is based in the Yarra Valley, and we're looking forward to cheering them on, as well as other locals and as more teams and athletes are announced. And while these Olympics have been significant for our success, it's also a significant moment for the families and the parents that have sacrificed so much for their children. But what we see in Paris is the platform for the next Olympics and the young people that are inspired by the athletes and everything that they've given to their country. And I was lucky enough last weekend to be at the Lilydale Swimming Club for their presentations. I support the club, sponsor their club championships, and there's some young athletes, including Kynan, who I think we lost count, but it was over 20 club records in the last 12 months. And I know he is aiming for the Olympics in 4 years' time. And talking to his mum, you can see the love she has for Kynan, but also the sacrifices she's already making so he can chase his dream for the Olympics. 7 days a week he's training in the gym, in the pool, with nutrition. It's a big financial burden and a time burden on his family. But when you talk to his mum, you see the pride that she's got in him chasing his dream. And we know behind every athlete is a family, is a community that are giving so much so they can live their dream. Congratulations To every Australian who competed at the Olympics, you represented our country with such pride. We are proud of you, and best of luck to the next generation who are already thinking about 4 years' time.
Thank the member for Casey. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. Sport unites us. It brings together families, friends and entire communities. Sport connects our nation as a whole. And at the recent Paris Olympics, it brought the entire world together. This is the remarkable power of sport. In Australia, the Olympics is so powerful that it kept us awake late into the night and had us getting up in early hours of the morning because we love it, Speaker. Sport is part of our identity. It is deeply woven in the fabric of our nation. The Olympics and Paralympics hold a special place in our hearts because they only come around once every 4 years. And Speaker, very few moments unite this country more than when we rally behind our athletes competing in the green and gold. I've watched people right around Australia gather around their TVs and watching on their phones, all to witness our champions showcase what they're capable of on the world stage. Congratulations to Australia's 2024 Olympic team. You've made us proud with 18 gold medals, 19 silver, 16 bronze. It's been our most successful games ever. Supporting our athletes is a significant part of what it means to be an Australian. That support is well deserved because our athletes achieve is hard earned. From a young age, they dedicate their lives to their sport, training year after year, often sacrificing time with family and friends. These sacrifices are immense, but part of all for all athletes, there is no prouder moment than representing Australia. When you're at the Olympics wearing the green and gold with the backing of this great country, the moment is bigger than anything and all those sacrifices become worthwhile. Speaker, I know this very well because I've been lucky enough to compete in 5 Olympic Games. It should have been 6, but unfortunately 2024 just wasn't my year. I gave it my best and missed out by 1 point, Speaker. Even though I didn't make the team this year, I know what it means to compete at the highest level, supported by your teammates and the entire nation. It's the proudest moment of all. We must not underestimate the achievements of the Australian Olympic team. We punch well above our weight in the world of sport, way above it. At the Olympics, we may be a relatively small country by population, but you wouldn't know it by looking at our medal tally. Speaker, a few of the highlights for me was watching my good friend Penny Smith win a bronze medal in the women's trap shooting at Châteauroux. Congratulations, Penny, you're an absolute superstar. Kaylee McEwen's performance in the pool. Another highlight was seeing another normal-sized athlete like Matt Denning win an Olympic bronze medal in discus. And who didn't shed a tear when seeing Seikaki Barra win the gold medal in the women's BMX? The story of her and her brother is what the Olympic dreams are made of. Plus, her interview after winning gold was a perler. Anyone that can drop the F-bomb 5 times in an interview gets my full respect. And Speaker, another highlight for me in this story is the story of Mijan Lopez Nunez. He's not an Australian athlete, but his story is well worth telling. Representing Cuba, Mijan made Olympic Games history by becoming the first athlete in any sport to win gold in the same event at 5 consecutive Olympic Games in Greco-Roman wrestling, men's 130 kilogram category. And this is absolutely amazing, Speaker. And let's not forget the Hunter electorate athletes who gave their all in Paris. Genevieve Jancy van Rensburg, Singleton from Singleton, powered through in modern pentathlon to finish 13th, and Wall's End's Jacqueline Nichelle finished 10th in the women's 71 kilo weightlifting with a total of 209 kilograms. And there's more inspiration to come, Speaker, as another group of athletes are about to begin their journey, our Australian Paralympic team. I wish them all the best of luck as they compete in 2024 Paralympics beginning in August 28th. Once again, we'll be united and inspired. You will do us all proud. I've spoken to many up-and-coming athletes from the Hunter, and I know this Olympics was an exciting moment for them, with the Paralympics set to inspire them even further. These events invigorate athletes not just across Australia but across the world. Congratulations to all our Olympic athletes and best of luck to our Paralympic athletes. Thank you to the athletes, their coaches, their support staff, their families, their friends and their workplaces. And I'd just like to give another mention to the Opals. Congratulations on them winning the bronze yesterday. It's been 12 years since they've done that. And Lauren Jackson, you're the GOAT. You're the absolute best. Congratulations on your achievements throughout your career, and enjoy your retirement. Cheers.
Thank the member for Hunter. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is such a great honour to be able to be in this place to congratulate the outstanding success of our elite sports people who competed at these 2024 Paris Olympics. The most successful medal tally ever, but more importantly, I think it's the spirit that's come through, that's shining through from this team. And I want to give a huge congratulations to Anna Mears, who, for her outstanding leadership, previously as an athlete and now as a chef de mission for this incredible team. We've seen some truly astonishing performances, from swimming to road cycling, canoe slalom, equestrian, shooting, athletics, rowing, sailing, tennis, so many. And all these competitors in the years, they should be so proud. But what I really want to talk about is also that it is something truly special to be an Olympian. It's often a dream that's formed at a really young age from these athletes, that they just dare to dream, they dare to set their sights on something that might seem so incredibly impossible. And then these athletes dedicate years and years to training, to travel. They sacrifice what many others take for granted. Their families and friends prioritise their needs. It is incredibly hard and gruelling. And unfortunately, society sometimes focuses too much on the cream on top, which is the medals, which is an incredible privilege. It is that tiny, tiny percentage that make it to the medal dais. And too often we focus on that and we don't focus on the heroism of sport, which is often happening far away from the limelight. And it's actually the heroism, just the amazing heroism of sport. Often it's the hard moments. It's when the dreams are shattered. It's when you pull a hammy, it's when you fall, or that slight little bit of luck, or things just didn't go your way. It's in those hard moments when those dreams are shattered, the athletes have to find that strength, the dedication, the perseverance to come back stronger, faster, harder, that they actually put in that extra training and those goals. So my message is a huge congratulations to everyone who has had their dreams come true of becoming an Olympian, and then that extra cream on top of maybe being a medalist. But also my message to Olympians is all those skills you have worked so hard for over so many years, they are incredible assets to you. As an Olympian myself, having been to 4 Olympics as an athlete, 5th one as an administrator for the Court of Arbitration for Sport, I know so well how much those skills you develop as athletes will serve you well in life in terms of your dedication, your ability to train, to focus, to work hard, to take the criticisms, because there's always plenty from the outside world. There's always plenty of armchair critics looking at performances, but it's only you who truly know what you've put into it. We also know sport brings us together. I've looked in wonder at the refugee team that has performed at the Paris Olympics. It's been some Olympics now that they're going, and a congratulations to Cindy Ngambi, who won a medal in boxing, the first ever team medal for a refugee team. It's hard to imagine how it would feel to be displaced away from your country, but still having that opportunity to bring that plight to light. From an Australian perspective, it's been incredible to watch the Australian women really do us proud. And as a female ex-athlete, I have to take some note of that, because women have had to fight hard for that equal opportunity to participate in sport, to be recognised in sport, and we're still not there when it comes to fully equal funding and recognition in terms of pay, for example. Because training and juggling your commitments is it is a full-time job, and it's incredibly hard. What we've seen is now female athletes have been competing for over 100 years at Olympic events. If you go back to 1912 Stockholm Olympics, we had Sarah Fanny Durack, we had Mina Wiley compete in the 100-metre freestyle. They finished 1st and 2nd places respectively. and they were inspired to do so in protest of the New South Wales Amateur Swimming Association's assertion at the time that women should not compete in competitions where men were present. We've certainly come a long way, but so much more is needed. I must also do a shout out to Warringah constituents, Rowena Meredith competing in rowing, Saraya Paki and Shani Smale in competing in rugby sevens, Sean Connor competing in sailing, Claire Wheeler competing in football, Sienna Green, Bronte Halligan, Sienna Hearn and Tilly Kearns competing in the water polo, and congratulations on such an exciting silver medal. I have a great love for the Olympics. Please don't forget the Winter Olympians. They do Australia proud as well on the winter stage.
I thank the member for Warringah. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Pearce.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I rise to speak on the extraordinary achievement to honour the dedication, the perseverance and the triumphs of the Australian athletes who have made us all proud in the 2024 Olympics. This has been the most successful Games in Australian history and has once again showcased the spirit of cooperation, unity and the sheer will to excel. First and foremost, let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to every Australian Olympian who have competed in these Games. Your hard work, discipline and unwavering commitment have brought glory to our nation and inspired millions. Each one of you has demonstrated what it means to pursue excellence, to overcome obstacles and to represent your country with honour. This year's Olympics has been especially remarkable, from the electrifying atmosphere in the stadiums to the breathtaking performances in the fields, tracks, watercourses and courts. We have witnessed moments that will be etched in our memories forever. Our athletes have not only competed, they have set new benchmarks, broken records and redefined what is possible. We celebrate some of the standout achievements: 18 gold, 19 silver and 16 bronze, ranking us 4th in the world. My personal congratulations must go to our very own Pearce resident, Charlie Senior, who achieved bronze in boxing. Well done, Charlie. We are very, very proud of you. Well done. The resilience and prowess shown by our swimmers, who brought home a spectacular haul of medals, is awe-inspiring. Our track and field athletes, with their extraordinary speed and strength, have set new records and captivated the world with their performances. And who can forget the outstanding feats in cycling, rowing, skateboarding and gymnastics, where our athletes have truly shone on the global stage. I'd also like to take a moment and recognise the wonderful women in our Olympic team. We have come a long way since the first modern Olympics in 1896, where women weren't allowed to compete. Today, our Australian women Olympians have accrued a fantastic medal tally, sitting 3rd on the women's medal tally and 9th on the overall medal tally, an absolutely incredible feat. Behind every medal, every victory and every personal best, there is a story of relentless effort, countless hours of training and unwavering support. We must acknowledge the coaches, trainers, support staff and families who have been the pillars of strength for our athletes. Your dedication and encouragement has been instrumental in their success. The celebration is not just about medals and the records, it is about the values that sports instill in us: teamwork, perseverance, integrity and respect. Our athletes have embodied these values, setting an example for the younger generation and for all of us. They have shown that with determination and hard work, dreams can indeed become a reality. The 2024 Olympics have also highlighted the importance of unity and sportsmanship. In a world often divided by differences, sport has the unique power to bring people together, to foster understanding and friendship. Our athletes have not only competed fiercely, but have also formed friendships with competitors from all around the world. The spirit of unity and mutual respect is something that we can all be proud of. As we celebrate these incredible achievements, let us look into the future with optimism and hope. The success of our athletes serves as a reminder of what we can achieve when we come together as a nation. It inspires us to continue supporting and nurturing the talent of our future Olympians, to invest in sports of all levels, and to promote a healthy and active lifestyle for all Australians. Speaking of investing in sports, the Albanese Labor government has invested almost $500 million over the next 2 years, the largest Olympic and Paralympic sport investment ever, as we head towards Los Angeles in 2028. This doubles the funding going towards the Paralympic sport and is on top of our $200 million Play Our Way fund for women's and girls' sports infrastructure. In closing, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude and admiration to all our Olympians. You have made history. You have made us all immensely proud. Your legacy will inspire generations to come, reminding us all that greatness is within our reach if we dare to dream and work hard. Looking forward to the Paralympics, which will start on August 28th. I send all the athletes, their families and coaches all the very best, and I wish you strength, determination and success in the upcoming competition. Thank you once again. Congratulations to Team Australia for an unforgettable Olympic performance. Let us continue to celebrate this incredible achievement and look forward to even greater successes in the future. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Pearce. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Cook.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. What a historic Olympics for Australia with a record 18 gold medals. And it's fantastic to watch Australia punch above its weight, but it's also fantastic to watch my electorate of Cook punch above its weight. Cook accounts for just 0.4% of Australia's population, but counts for almost 3% of Australia's Olympic athletes. That's a six-fold increase. And I'd like to recognise the 12 athletes and 2 coaches who hail from my home electorate of Cook. Firstly, the Stingers water polo team, who picked up a stunning silver medal. I was in a packed Cronulla RSL on Saturday night to watch the Stingers gold medal match. There was yelling, screaming, a few drinks and a lot of local pride. I'd like to recognise 2 players and their coach. Firstly, Daniela Jakovic, originally from Chicago and a talented basketballer and a biomedical engineer who now calls Cronulla home. She's a scorer for the Cronulla Sharks and was competing in her first Olympics. Congratulations, Danny. Keisha Gophers, a Sydney-born water polo player who lives in Dolls Point, competing in her 3rd Olympics, who's also won silver and bronze medals in the World Aquatics Championship. Congrats, Keisha. And lastly, Australia's head coach and Cronulla Sharks stalwart, Rebecca Beck-Rippon, who did an amazing job coaching the girls and is a former bronze medal winner herself. Next, the men's water polo team, the Aussie Sharks, who made it to the quarterfinals and lost a nail-biting penalty shootout to the US. I'd like to recognise 5 athletes who made their Olympic debut and their coach. Angus Lambie, born and raised in the Sutherland Shire and starting water polo at age 11. A winner of multiple AWPL titles, Angus played in his first major international tournament in 2023. Chaz Poot began his aquatic journey winning state gold medals in nippers and transitioned to water polo at 14. He debuted through the Sutherland Shire Water Polo Association. Matthew Burns, also from Cronulla, debuting internationally at 18 years old, representing Australia in the Junior Water Polo Water Championships and made his senior debut in 2022. Marcus Berra-Hulk, who plays for the Cronulla Sharks as well and made his international debut in 2022. Born in Serbia, Milos Makasimovic, playing water polo at just age 10 and moved to Australia in 2022, joining the Cronulla Sharks. Vedran Kirkovic, our national coach for the men, and has made Cronulla and Australia his home for the last 7 years after immigrating from Serbia. Next, I'd like to acknowledge the Women's Rugby 7. Cook has the largest number of female rugby and rugby league players in New South Wales, and 2 exceptional players represented Australia in the Rugby Sevens. Tia Dolly Hines grew up in Sydney, playing for the Maroubra Magic. She participated in the Tokyo Olympics and won gold in the Birmingham Commonwealth Games. Bridget Clark, who plays for the Burraneer Women's Rugby Club. Bridget impressed in the 2024 Hong Kong Sevens in the bronze medal match against France. These women performed extremely well, with a heartbreaking defeat to the USA in the bronze medal match, losing in the dying seconds. I know they may be disappointed, but they did Australia and Cook incredibly proud. Next, the men's rugby sevens. Born in Caringbah, Nathan Lawson debuted for Australia in the Tokyo Olympics and has since become a key player for the national sevens team. Nathan was a huge contributor, scoring an amazing breakaway 50-metre try in the bronze medal match. In the men's 1,500 metres, we had Ollie Hoare, an exceptional accomplished athlete, having won the 1500 metres final at the Commonwealth Games. It certainly is worth shouting out Ollie's mental health advocacy, which I find very inspiring. Ollie finished 5th at the Olympics this year. Congratulations, Ollie. And in gymnastics, we had Brianna Scott, inspiring to all gymnasts in Cook. Brianna was a key member of the Australian team that won silver in the 2022 Birmingham Commonwealth Games. In Paris, the Australian gymnastics team finished in 10th place. The team missed out on qualifications for the finals by the smallest of margins, only 0.533 points. Well done to Brianna and the team. To the 12 athletes and 2 coaches from Cook, we are incredibly proud of you, and we look forward to welcoming you home very soon.
Thank the member for Cook. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There's so much to celebrate at these Olympics, our most successful Olympics in history. So many young Australian Olympic athletes have reached the unreachable in the past fortnight. Look at Arisa True, who at just 14 rode her way to history in the skateboard park final in Paris. Arisa's gold medal makes her the youngest ever medalist by 94 days, taking the mantle from Aussie swimmer Sandra Morgan for her outstanding performance in the 4x100 metre freestyle relay way back in 1956. Arisa is also the youngest medalist so far to compete in any event in Paris. Deputy Speaker, in my own electorate of Corangamite, there were 4 athletes who took it to the world stage, including high jumper Joel Baden from Clifton Springs, who worked hard to make this year's team. He debuted at the Rio Olympics in 2016 and after missing selection for Tokyo, immediately went to work. His training paid off and he went on to clear the 2.33 metre mark, moving him to number 3 all-time in Australian history and booking his ticket to Paris. Before heading to Paris, Joel said his journey had been a mixed bag, Deputy Speaker, filled with moments of extreme frustration and disappointment to incredible highs and elation felt when you tap into your potential and hit a personal best. But, Deputy Speaker, some of the sweetest moments at these Olympic Games were not about outright victory. Torquay's Kira Cooney-Cross, the Matilda's star midfielder, showed her mettle in an 11-goal thriller in Nice. Rower Rhea Thompson from Point Lonsdale competed strongly in the women's quad sculls, and trap shooter local superstar Catherine Skinner showed the world her precision under pressure. Moments like these foster a new generation of hope, Deputy Speaker, a generation that understands it is not just about winning or it's the taking part that counts. And the essential thing in sport and life is the lessons learnt of resilience, determination, integrity and self-discipline, not just for yourself but for your team. I'm proud to be part of the Albanese government who continues to do our part to inspire new sporting champions by investing in facilities to support athletes of all abilities. Our sports people have given us many moments of national inspiration, and we must seize that opportunity for the next generation, investing in community sporting facilities, particularly in fast-growing regions like mine in the electorate of Corangamite in Victoria. My community and I have worked hard to achieve outstanding investment in sporting facilities. In Armstrong Creek, the budget reaffirmed this commitment with $6 million for the Armstrong Creek Indoor Sports Stadium to cater for basketball, netball and volleyball. On the Bellarine, we have fought hard to secure the North Bellarine Aquatic Centre, which will soon feature an indoor pool. And in Torquay, we will soon see the Surf Coast Aquatic Centre providing amazing facilities for local sports people. The Albanese government wants young people everywhere in Australia to have the facilities they need and the support they need to choose the sport they love, whether it be at community level or at elite level. And as our athletes strive for their dreams, I hope they continue to bring many more moments of national pride. Who will forget Molly O'Callaghan in the 200-metre freestyle, storming home to take gold over her training teammate, Ariane Titmus? It was one of the most anticipated all-Aussie showdowns of the Paris Olympics, and it lived up to the hype. The 20-year-old produced a brilliant final lap to power ahead of world record holder Titmus and complete a classic 1-2 finish, Australia's first at the Olympic Games since Ian Thorpe and Grant Hackett back in 2004. And we watched on as Molly invited Ariane to share the podium. What mateship, what commitment and what goodwill. A big thanks to the people of France for hosting these Games, and we look forward to watching the Paralympics over coming weeks. An incredible inspiration once again. And from the bigger Australian family, may all Olympians feel our love, our support and our gratitude for all that you do. Thank you.
I thank the member for Corangamite. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and to bring it all home, I call the member for Ford.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And well, every 4 years the Olympics and the Paralympics roll around, and they're truly wonderful reminders of how great it is to be an Australian. What an outstanding effort by our Olympians over the past fortnight. A record haul of gold medals and a record haul of medals more generally. Our Olympians finish their campaign. As our Olympians finish their campaign, our Paralympians get ready to make their mark on Paris over the next few weeks. And I'm looking forward to the Paralympic Games, and I had the pleasure recently of meeting with our Paralympic team as the co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of the Olympics with the member for Moreton to celebrate their leaving for Paris. But if we look at our Olympic athletes over the past couple of weeks, whether it's our Matildas, our rugby sevens, our swimmers, our athletes, our cyclists, our rowers, our sailors, right across the Olympic family, our athletes did us proud, and Australia shone bright in the City of Lights. Mr Deputy Speaker, we take a bit of a look back at what are some of the fundamental principles of what the Olympics are all about. Because one of the great things about sport is it's a unifier. You see the camaraderie of athletes, Olympians, from right across the world at the Olympics, and it shows us what a great unifier sport is. And that is what is so terrific, that we see people go out to achieve their best in representing their country. Now, not every athlete is successful at winning a medal. We frequently focus on the winners and those who receive our silver and gold medals, or silver and gold medals. But I also want to take this opportunity, Mr Deputy Speaker, to acknowledge all of those other athletes that competed but didn't get a medal, but yet went out there and tried their best, represented their country, and in many cases, many of these people achieved personal bests. And what more could you ask in the environment of the greatest sporting event on the planet, that you go out and compete and represent your country and you achieve a personal best? I think we should hold those and every other athlete at an equal level to those who have won medals, because they have done an extraordinary job to deliver on the biggest stage of achieving success. I'd like to take the opportunity to mention a few of the athletes that have come from the great city of Logan, Mr Deputy Speaker. Logan swimmer Molly O'Callaghan, who was the darling of the Paris Olympics, winning more gold medals than any Australian, and her winning streak now holds the equal second most gold medals of any Australian in Olympic history, of 5 golds, tied with Ian Thorpe, 1 medal behind Emma McKeon. Throw in also her silver medals and her bronze medals. It was an outstanding swimming meet for Molly. We also look at Logan Village mum, Amanda Jenkins Reynolds, who will be upcoming in the Paralympics, Mr Deputy Speaker, and she competed previously in 2016, receiving a silver medal in the para-canoe. Unfortunately, she's had some health issues in the meantime, but now will represent Australia in para-archery at the 2024 Paralympics in Paris. Logan City's BMX Academy rider Isaac Kennedy made it to the final but sadly lost out on a medal, and I should also take the opportunity to mention Logan Martin and his efforts in the BMX. An adductor industry forced Meadowbrook all-rounder Ash Maloney to pull out of the decathlon after three events, but he'll certainly go back around again. To all of these athletes and many, many more, Mr Deputy Speaker, congratulations on your tremendous success at the 2024 Olympics, and we look forward to the Paralympics starting in a couple of weeks' time.
I thank the member for Ford. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 3 relating to cost of living.
I call the member for Ford.
So, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I move the motion relating to cost of living in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Mr Deputy Speaker, Australians are struggling through a cost of living crisis. Inflation has been far too high for far too long, and the prices on everything from energy to insurance to household goods have skyrocketed. Our standard of living, as a consequence, has declined for ordinary Australians. In the last 2 years, we've seen hard-working families being turned on by this government. And they've turned to this government also to look to receive some relief, or at least in some sense ease the pain of the burden that they are facing. Yet we have seen, Mr Deputy Speaker, 3 failed budgets and clear evidence that Labor has no plan to reverse the current economic pressures and restore Australia's standard of living. Instead of addressing the issues at the root cause of inflation, Labor have instead made budgetary decisions which will only cause inflation to worsen. We now lag behind other developing nations in reducing the inflation rate, and it is almost now entirely homegrown, as the Reserve Bank has noted. While other countries have begun to cut rates, Australia is the only G10 nation where core inflation has gone up compared with December last year. And what we have seen from this government, Mr Deputy Speaker, is their continued throwing of fuel on the fire by adding an extra $315 billion in extra spending in the recent budget, more than $30,000 for every single household. These cost of living pressures did not seem to be letting up anytime soon either. This persistent homegrown inflation is being coupled with the economy grinding to a halt, and it is clear that Australians are being failed by the Albanese Labor government. The situation is just continuing to get worse. So let's look at some of the numbers, Mr Deputy Speaker. Prices have gone up by 10%, and for working households, prices are up over 18%. Personal income tax collections have risen by some 20%. Real wages for employees have collapsed by 9%. Living standards have collapsed by 8%. Household savings are down by 10%, and a family on a typical mortgage of $750,000 is now around $35,000 a year worse off. As I've said before in this place, Mr Deputy Speaker, you don't listen to what the government and the Labor members in this chamber say. You look at what they do, because 9 times out of 10 they are 2 completely and utterly different things. Now, households are paying the price for this, and so are small to medium business. And we're seeing the impact of this cost of living crisis across my electorate of Ford. Households are going to great lengths to keep their heads above water. They are digging deep into their savings, and sometimes taking on an extra job or two in order to cover the bills. So much so that a record number of Australians now have multiple jobs. And I know from talking to the food banks and other community organisations that help people in need, they have never seen this many people coming through the door. Many people who they have never ever seen before, and coming from areas of my community which generally you would regard as well-to-do. That is the bad news, Mr Deputy Speaker. What is the good news? And that is that there is an alternative of what a coalition would provide and what this country needs. We need to see governments manage their budgets in a responsible way, and that is exactly what a coalition government has demonstrated time and time again. We need to get back to a basic economic agenda that will get us back on track, and we will see government spending, be sure that government spending doesn't outpace economic growth. Ease the administrative burden on business and get out of their way by reducing red and green tape, and more importantly by providing affordable, reliable energy that we can put downward pressure on energy prices, because energy, or the cost of energy, is in every single thing that we do. Australian households are paying a high price for Labor's bad economic policies, wrong priorities and poor decisions. The government must immediately address the economic issues being placed on Australian families.
I thank the member for Ford. Is the motion seconded? Member for Groom. And reserve your right to...
Thank you, Speaker.
Good. I thank the member for Groom. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, we all know that Australians are doing it tough, and they're doing it tough right now, and I hear all this, and as I'm sure all of you do, when I go door knocking, at street corner meetings, when I meet with constituents and just move around the community. And Mr Deputy Speaker, this is the reason why this Albanese Labor government has put measures in place. And this is why our government's #1 priority, the Albanese Labor government's #1 priority is easing the cost of living pressures. There is no doubt that that is the focus of this government. And of course, you can see that through the actions that this Labor government has taken. For example, that's why we've given every Australian taxpayer a tax cut, and why we're giving every household $300 off their energy bills. And we know that there's more to do, Deputy Speaker, there's no doubt. And inflation is still higher than we'd like, but it's less than half its peak, and significantly, Deputy Speaker, lower than what we inherited from the opposition. And we've delivered the first back-to-back surplus in almost 2 decades, which the RBA governor has said is helping in the fight against the inflation. We're also on track for a larger than forecast surplus, which could be the largest back-to-back surpluses on record. All of this helps the economy, it stabilises it, and keeps inflation, tries to push inflation lower. Our budget was specifically designed, if you look at the budget that we delivered in May, it was specifically designed to help take pressure off Australians and make a real difference to people right across the country. And as I said, that's why this Albanese Labor government is providing $3.5 billion in energy bill relief to all Australian households and 1 million eligible small businesses. More than 10 million households will receive a total rebate of $300, and eligible small businesses will receive $325 on their electricity bills throughout the year. This government's current energy bill relief plan has moderated electricity price increases. In the year to June quarter 2024, electricity prices rose 6% and would have risen 14.6% without our energy rebates, Deputy Speaker. That is a real big difference. This budget recognises, we know that households and small businesses are doing it extremely tough and remain under pressure. And we know that, I suppose, when you look at the budget, it extends and expands that relief. Wholesale electricity prices in the national electricity market have fallen 8% in the first quarter of 2024 compared to the same time last year, as more cheap renewable generation is rolled out to deliver the government's 82% renewable energy target. Now, we know if the government actually had an energy policy, the previous government, over the last 10 years, there would have been more investment in renewables, more people taking active business within renewable energy, more sources to gain renewable energy from, therefore prices would have been much lower. It's as if the world only began in May 2022 for the opposition. They forget the 10 years and the things they put in place that brought us to this position that we're in. We all know how well the opposition went with the energy plans back then, Deputy Speaker, while they were in government. Our government will cut $3 billion in student debt as well, which is a real difference for students. So 3 million Australians. The budget makes the HECS help system fairer. This means help debts will now never grow faster than wages, and this change will support 29,157 people with a help debt in my electorate of Adelaide, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese Labor government's investing almost $4 billion to deliver cheaper medicines. This is all money in people's pockets. Cheaper medicines to ease pressure of household budgets by freezing the PBS co-payment and adding more medicines to the PBS. Residents in my electorate of Adelaide have already saved $3,742 thanks to this government's commitment to delivering cheaper medicines. Pensioners and concession card holders in Adelaide won't pay more than $7.70 for their PBS medications for the next 5 years. We're also investing $1.9 million to help nearly 1 million Australian households with the cost of rent by increasing the maximum rates of Commonwealth rent assistance by 10%. And this will benefit 7,580 people in my electorate, Deputy Speaker.
Thank the member for Adelaide. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to start by thanking the member for Ford for bringing this important motion to the chamber for us to have the chance to debate this morning, because unfortunately for 2 years now we've had this ongoing debate in this chamber. I've spoken on many similar motions about cost of living, hoping that our government will take it seriously and do something tangible and concrete to address the terrible pressures that Australian families, small businesses are under. And whilst the previous speaker from the government has conceded that people are doing it tough out there, and that when he goes about his electorate, the number one thing that he hears back from them is that they're doing it tough and that cost of living pressures are very serious, that message is clearly not being heard by the senior leaders in his own government. And we have a situation where the average family, whether it's meeting their mortgage payments or their rent, when they pay the grocery bills, when they open a letter from a utilities company, unfortunately, the common feeling for all those people is, how am I going to meet these costs? How am I going to pay this bill? And what sacrifices do we have to make in our family budget to make it stack up? Because, you know, the long weekend holiday at the caravan park is off now because it just doesn't fit within the budget, family budget like it used to, because all of these other costs are going up so dramatically. We've seen last week a very concerning development where this tension and criticism between our independent Reserve Bank and now the Treasurer and the government, because that independent RBA is starting to be a little more clear with the government about the sort of challenges that they are dealing with alone when it comes to pressures in our economy, inflation in our economy, and the fact that this government is leaving the Reserve Bank to do all the heavy lifting. And that is a nightmare for the average Australian, because what can the Reserve Bank do? Well, regrettably, they've got one lever, and it's the cost of money in our economy. It's increasing their cash rate and therefore interest rates commensurately throughout the economy. And no one in this chamber, I hope, is aware of any family that's saying they can possibly afford to bear any further increases in interest rates. But the RBA meeting just last week, the minutes post that indicate that they very seriously at that meeting considered whether they should increase the cash rate further and have sent a very clear message that regrettably this government is not heeding, that if they have to, they might have to increase interest rates even more. And that is the last thing that Australian families can possibly bear right now. They need interest rates to come down, and the RBA can't do that if there's such an imbalance between monetary policy and fiscal policy in our country right now. And what the RBA needs is for the government to listen to them. They're independent, they're not political, and they're not into game playing or messaging through the media. They are clearly, though, trying to send a message to this government that this government's policies are not supporting what the RBA is trying to do, which is fight inflation. We've got inflation running so hot. When you compare other economies, similar economies to ours around the world, we're running at the highest. And there are a lot of pressures, unfortunately, that only indicate that pressure is upwards on inflation. This is a government that went to the last election saying they were going to ease cost of living, and nothing but the opposite has occurred. They said they were going to reduce electricity prices by $275. I challenge anyone to report back from the constituent that's told them that since Labor came to power, their bill has fallen by $275. Even with a blatant blunt force $300 energy reduction rebate on everyone's bill, no one is anywhere near that $275 reduction. Mortgages up dramatically, rents up dramatically, average household costs, particularly groceries, up dramatically, power bills and other utilities up under this government, the complete opposite of what they said they would do for the Australian people at the last election. So I thank the member for Ford for bringing this motion to the chamber, but more importantly, I hope that this government will listen to it and finally take some concrete action to address the dramatic cost of living crisis that is befalling the average Australian family.
I thank the member for Sturt. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I do recognise that cost of living is the #1 issue in my community and really across Australia. Household budgets are doing it really tough. And the thing is that we had a moment in our history where we could have had a government that was working towards the way that we build our nation to deal with times of crises. And frankly, we did not see that under the coalition government. The challenges that we're facing at the moment, it's a balancing act of making sure that we provide support to the community, but also while having spending restraint. And Labor acknowledges these pressures, and this has been our #1 issue. It is our #1 priority. And this is the reason why every single taxpayer across Australia is getting a tax cut. Not just some, everyone. And that was effective from the 1st of July. And if I cast my mind back to when we announced this policy at the beginning of this year, if I think of the coalition's response, it was initially to oppose it. And then it was like, oh, wait, no, like, let's backtrack. And then it was kind of like, oh, let's just introduce it for, change it so only the richest get tax cuts. And then they'd say that they'd change it, and then they waved it through. And so what we initially saw was a coalition that was prepared to put low and middle income earners, throw them under the bus. But what we did is we had a look at our policy. Treasury said that there was a way to look at our tax cuts and implement them in a way that would not be inflationary, but actually provide targeted support to those who needed it most. And the truth is that's what responsible governments do. They have a look at policies, they listen to the frank and fearless public service, and we work out what is right for our communities. And so we did have a change in our policy, but this is a policy that will help communities, but also not put additional inflationary pressure on our nation. We're also looking at targeted energy relief. And so every household across Australia will be getting $300 off their electricity bill. And in Western Australia, because we have a state and federal Labor government working together, West Australian households will be getting $700 off their electricity bill. What we also saw under the previous government was a government that was prepared to basically keep wages down. And if you think about it, they were basically putting the screws on incomes for workers and our lowest paid workers. And so the thing that we've done as the Albanese Labor government is we have given 2.6 million low-paid workers and helped them get a pay rise, and they're up to their third consecutive pay rise. We did this because we know that households are doing it tough, and it was our lowest paid workers that did the heavy lifting during the pandemic. We're also strengthening Medicare, and we're doing this because we understand that all Australians, irrespective of what their income is, should have access to a good quality healthcare system. And what we also did was look at our medication expenses. And so what we saw is a reduction in the pharmaceutical benefit scheme co-payment, a reduction from $42 to $30, but we also introduced 60-day dispensing, where people were effectively getting double the amount of medicine without needing to go visit a GP and without needing to go to a pharmacist. This is something that's tangibly helping families. The other thing that we also introduced was around HECS relief. And so what we had seen from a university debt perspective is that this was linked to CPI, but if you have a look at wages, wages weren't increasing as quickly as CPI. And so now we have a policy which looks at the consumer price index and also the wage price index, and whichever of the two is the lowest, that is what HECS will be indexed at. And so effectively with this policy, we've wiped $3 billion of debt. We're also looking at cheaper groceries by strengthening the food and grocery codes. And so each of these policies, whether it's tax cuts, cheaper medicines or HECS debt relief, is tangibly helping households. Thank you.
Thank the member for Swan. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Speaker. It may well be that Australians find themselves in the next coming months or a little longer facing another election. And there is no doubt, as this motion and the speakers from both sides have pointed out, this will be the issue, cost of living. And I would put to the Australian people that there is a significant question they need to be asking themselves at this coming election. Are you better off today than you were when Labor came to government? And across the board, Speaker, no matter where we look, the resounding answer is no. New homes is 19.7% more expensive than they were when Labor came to government. Bread, 19.5% dearer. Milk, 18.8% dearer. Two areas that we talk a lot about in this place, gas and electricity. Gas has gone up 21.3%, electricity 20.2%. And across the board, insurance has seen over a 30% increase. All of these costs bearing down on Australian households. And it's across the board. We're feeling it right across the economy. And what I would say to the Australian people, Speaker, as they go into those booths whenever that day comes, and they ask themselves that question, am I better off? What they need to know is that where we are today is no accident. We are here worse off because of a series of deliberate decisions made by this Labor government. And we can pin it back, Speaker, somewhat humorously, but as a painful humour, to the 6,000-word essay the Treasurer wrote about remaking capitalism. How he was going to throw away the knowledge, the ideas, the experience of the past, and the Treasurer alone knew better. He was going to show us how to do things. Well, here we are. What a failure. We could speak to the Labor's immigration policy, a policy deliberately designed to keep us out of recession. We are in a per capita recession. Our immigration policy is designed purely to keep us out of that. And it's an absolute shame because the impact, of course, is on
young homeowners trying to get a house. We could talk about Labor's price caps policy in the gas industry, which has done what every price cap policy has done for over 2,000 years, that is to reduce supply and drive up prices. That's a deliberate decision. We could talk about their IR legislation, which is driving down productivity. The Minerals Council of Australia's explicit accounts of how that will happen in evidence presented to the Economics Committee should be reading for everyone for the ages. We've got $315 billion of additional spending that the RBA now acknowledges is driving up inflation. And we have a government that boasts of 2 surpluses, yet in its own budget papers confirmed that the cost of that last surplus is 10 years of deficits. This is a deliberate design, short-termism, making things worse in the long term. We are not here by accident. We are not better off. We're not worse off by accident. This is where Labor wanted to take us. And worst of all, Speaker, the great promise Labor made to get real wages moving again. They moved again. They went backwards by 9% under Labor. Turning its back on the labourers who used to build the Labor Party, walking away from those at the lower income levels. And Speaker, I spent last Friday night, Tony's Community Kitchen, watching people come in to receive donated food. And what was shocking was the number of them who were working people. Speaker, a number of those who, not that long ago, would have been, their dollar would have gone far enough to be able to look after their own. So to the Australian people, as you look across the economy, you look across the pain you're feeling, ask yourselves, are you better off than you were before Labor came to government? And what you need to know is there is another way. There is another way. They're easy decisions. The $315 billion of cash that's gone out the door, it's going out the door. These are decisions the government has made with a short-term approach. And there is a moral argument, Speaker, for making tough decisions when it comes to the economy. There is a moral argument because inflation bears down unevenly on our economy. As renting pensioners and young Australians who are getting hurt the most by Labor's absence of moral courage when it comes to dealing with these issues. They are hurting Australians, they're hurting them by design. It's an absolute disgrace and a shame on this government.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, we know that people are doing it tough, and that's why the Albanese government is taking unprecedented steps to help ease the cost of living. I'm pleased to see individuals, families, students and seniors across my electorate of Gilmore already benefiting from a range of measures announced in this year's budget that are aimed at easing financial stress in the home while placing downward pressure on inflation. Deputy Speaker, from July 1, 64,000 taxpayers in Gilmore will receive an average tax cut of $1,405. That's money going straight back into the pockets of hard-working locals in my electorate to help with the cost of living. Many households in Gilmore have already started receiving their $300 energy rebate, and I've been contacted by happy constituents who have received notification from their energy provider that their electricity bills will also be going down, which is even better news. Deputy Speaker, with an older population, accessible and affordable health services play a critical role. Since the Batemans Bay Urgent Care Clinic opened in December 2023, we've seen more than 6,000 patients walk through the doors, all bulk billed. And soon we're opening a Medicare mental health clinic at nearby Maruya. We've recently developed a fantastic and much-needed regional endometriosis and pelvic pain clinic at Milton. All of these important health services are free and helping to reduce cost of living pressures. Thanks to the Albanese government, Gilmore residents have saved more than $2 million on cheaper medicines, and people who access the PBS are saving even more thanks to our freeze on the maximum cost of PBS medicines. And pensioners and concession card holders will have more money in their wallets because for the next 5 years they won't pay more than $7.70 for a PBS script. Gilmore pensioners and seniors are saving in many other ways as well, thanks to cost of living measures announced in the recent budget, an increase in rent assistance, a 12-month freeze on deeming rates, a wage increase for aged care workers and more home care packages. Deputy Speaker, we know families are doing it tough. That's why we're helping out with the tax cuts, wage increases for our lowest paid workers and a further 10% increase in rent assistance. That's an average increase of $19 per fortnight for 8,235 people in Gilmore. And that's not all. Our government's choice supermarket price monitoring is helping make supermarkets more competitive and allowing consumers to make price comparisons so they save money at the checkout. These are real practical savings. These are effective cost of living measures. Students are also receiving a leg up with $3 billion wiped from HECS and apprentice loans across the country, including 13,286 locals in Gilmore. Again, this means more money going into the pockets of our young people to help with their cost of living. And let's not forget how students are now saving with fee-free TAFE in industry skill shortage areas and the new Commonwealth prac payments for nurses, teachers and social workers, meaning they can now earn money while they learn. Deputy Speaker, many families in Gilmore run small businesses, meaning they're feeling the pressure at home and at work, and this government has not forgotten them. By helping small businesses in these tough economic times, we are helping ordinary, hard-working Australians. Eligible small businesses are receiving their $325 electricity rebate, and just last month, a number of small to medium operators in my electorate of Gilmore received energy efficiency grants of up to $25,000 to help reduce their operating costs. Last week, I visited the Champion microbrewery Dangerous Ales in Milton, where our grant will help the operators set up a power-saving digital glycol monitoring system. The owners are a young family, and we're helping to ease the cost of living for them in their home and in their business. People of all ages and from all walks of life are already reaping the benefits of this government's responsible cost of living measures in my electorate. These are real savings. This is money in the pockets of locals when they need it most.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as I rise today, the cost of living is the pressing issue for most of Australians. Between mortgage rate increases, the cost of groceries, of fuel, energy bills, the list goes on, everyone is doing it tough. As a policy area, this issue is complex. The causes are many and varied, and there are many possible solutions. But for one of those most significant pain points, electricity prices, there is an obvious solution. Not an easy one, but a very clear one. And today I will focus on this aspect of cost of living, and that is electricity prices. Households and businesses across Australia are currently paying way too much for energy because the majority of it is still generated from fossil fuels. The CSIRO and AEMO have categorically shown in their latest Gen Cost report that renewable energy is the cheapest form of energy, even after transmission and storage capacity have been factored in. Renewables are also expected to remain the lowest cost power source for decades to come. But Australia still gets 50% of our energy from old, unreliable coal-fired power plants, which increasingly are breaking down. The market operator has made it clear that coal power station breakdowns and rising coal prices are the main cause of skyrocketing electricity prices. The fact that the solution to the high energy bills and the solution to climate crisis are one and the same present a remarkable opportunity for Australia. Speaker, Australians want and demand cheap and reliable energy. And that means now, not in 20 or 30 or 40 years' time. I recently attended a Smart Energy Council conference where I heard really exciting updates about how rapidly long-duration energy storage is progressing. including both batteries and other technologies such as compressed air energy storage. Also very significantly, it was very exciting to hear how rapidly the price for batteries are coming down, getting cheaper and cheaper almost by the day. Australians know there is no time to waste on transitioning to clean, green energy. They voted for it at the last election, voting for non-party, climate-focused candidates in record numbers. They do expect action. They also understand there is an incredible economic opportunity on our doorstep, one Australia is uniquely placed to exploit. And that economic opportunity is clear and substantial. We have already seen a 25% additional renewable energy capacity added to our system this term in Parliament, taking the amount of electricity being generated by renewables to almost 40%. It is highly significant that the wholesale energy price have come down as a result of this transition to renewable energy. Over the course of the last year, the rapid growth in renewable energy generation slashed the wholesale cost of power in the national energy grid. It also dramatically reduced our reliance on coal-fired power. The transition to clean, cheap, renewable energy is already underway. We have abundant natural resources in Australia. We have one of the sunniest and windiest continents on Earth. We have more than enough renewable resources which we can harness to meet our energy needs. And we have the space, and we know it is the cheapest form of energy. Personally, I'm very keen to see further development of household solar and much greater deployment of both household and community batteries so that families and businesses can benefit directly from cheaper energy prices. When each Australian business and household generate enough solar power to power themselves during the day and have battery capability to keep the lights on at night, energy bills will get lower and lower and hopefully one day even cease to exist. As will fuel bills, as everyone transitions slowly to electric vehicles. We can't ignore the giant distraction.
Time has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Hawke.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The opposition, led by the member for Ford, is attempting to rewrite history here. The economic challenges we face today didn't just emerge 2 years ago. They began a decade ago when the former Liberal government took office. This marked the onset of a period characterised by economic stagnation, with sluggish wage growth, declining productivity, and the accumulation of over $1 trillion of Liberal debt. Under their watch, Australians faced a decade of missed opportunities where promises of economic prosperity fell short, leaving ordinary families to bear the brunt of poor policy decisions. Deputy Speaker, these failures set the stage for the economic challenges we are facing today. When the Albanese government was elected, inflation was already rising rapidly as the former Liberal government was caught asleep at the economic wheel. However, through our careful budget measures and a clear focus on easing inflationary pressures, we have seen a significant improvement. Inflation has dropped by more than half from its peak and is now well below the levels we inherited from the previous Liberal government. This isn't just a statistic, it is a real weight off the backs of Australian families. Our budget strategy has played a crucial role in achieving this progress, delivering the first back-to-back budget surpluses in nearly 2 decades. Now, these surpluses reflect the careful financial management of the Albanese Labor government and are actively contributing to easing inflationary pressures. However, our approach is about more than just controlling inflation. It's about doing so in a way that does not harm the very people that we seek to serve. Our economic plan has been carefully crafted to fight inflation without damaging the Australian economy. We've prioritised cost of living relief, understanding that Australians are under immense pressure. from energy rebates to rent assistance, from affordable childcare to tax cuts for every single Australian taxpayer. Each of these measures has been crafted to deliver real and sustainable relief for Australian families and for our economy. In fact, cost of living relief measures alone have reduced inflation by 0.5 percentage point, easing the burden on households all across our country. Take, for example, the impact of our energy rebates. Without these rebates, electricity prices would have risen by 14.6% over the past year. Instead, they increased by 6% thanks to our targeted support. In childcare, an area where costs have historically been a heavy burden on families, we've seen prices fall by 5.7%, when they would otherwise have increased by nearly 15%. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is not just talking about economic relief, we are actually delivering it. And our efforts extend beyond the immediate relief. We're laying the groundwork for a stronger, more resilient economy that will benefit all Australians for the years to come. Our tax reform agenda is a prime example of this long-term vision. We've introduced tax cuts that provide meaningful relief to Middle Australia, ensuring that the average worker will pay less tax each year under our plan compared to the old Morrison government plan. Now, this is not just about putting more money back into the pockets of hard-working Australians, although it is. It's also about building a fairer tax system where everyone pays their fair share and where the benefits are felt by those who need them most. Over 2.9 million Australians who were excluded under the Morris government plan are now getting a tax cut. In my electorate of Hawke, over 73,000 taxpayers are getting a tax cut under Labor's plan, with a household with 2 full-time workers saving an average of $2,856 each year. That means more cash in their bank accounts every fortnight. And that's not even mentioning the $3 billion in student debt relief our government has delivered, benefiting over 17,000 people in Hawke, or the $4 billion in cheaper medicines, saving Hawke residents nearly $1.8 million. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is committed to carefully and responsibly managing the economic challenges facing our country. We're tackling inflation, we're delivering cost of living relief, and we're setting up an economy that is fairer and more prosperous for all Australians.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Braddon.
Oh, thank you, Deputy Speaker. In the lead up to the last election, Deputy Speaker, Prime Minister Albanese made a simple deal with every Australian. He said that if he were elected Prime Minister, all he asked for was that his government be judged on 3 simple criteria. This is what the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "I measure the strength of our economy on how it works for people. So for me, that's a simple test," he said. "Do you feel better off?" he said. Are you finding it easier to pay your bills?" he said. "Are you more certain of your future and, importantly, that of your children?" he said. He said all this, Deputy Speaker, and as I travel around the great electorate of Braddon in northwest, west coast and King Island, the great state of Tasmania, it's blatantly clear that Prime Minister Albanese and his government have failed on each and every single one of these criteria. Families and businesses are struggling like they've never struggled before, and under this Labor government, self-inflicted cost of living crisis continues. Whether it's groceries, there are many horror stories, petrol, diesel, electricity, housing, mortgage, the cost of doing business. The list goes on, Deputy Speaker. I'm hearing every single day that life is much, much tougher now than it has been during even the height of the global financial crisis. Households and businesses have copped 12 interest rate increases since Labor have come to government. On a mortgage of around $500,000, that means $14,000 more per year on your repayments. Around half of all Tasmanian mortgagees and renters are now in mortgage or rental stress, and that is a fact. 1 in 5 are spending more than half of their earnings, more than half, on their mortgage or their rent. But this mismanagement goes further, because under this government, there's less money in their pockets to pay the mortgage itself. We're paying 20% more in personal income tax Our real wages have collapsed by nearly 9%. Living standards have collapsed by nearly 8%. Household savings have collapsed by almost 10%. And still, the Albanese government spruiks its May budget as the cost of living relief budget. It was an opportunity to demonstrate that they finally understood the extent of the harm that their policies were causing to families and businesses right around the country. Regrettably, it's fallen well short. In another demonstration, Labor has no understanding of our region, and only around 55% of the residents of Braddon receive a taxable income, Deputy Speaker. 45% of them, 45% pay no tax at all and they rely on government benefits. Or they are retirees who have done the right thing all of their lives, worked hard, saved hard and funded their own retirement. These Australians, these very Australians, are amongst our most vulnerable. These are the ones that are being forced to visit food banks because they can no longer afford to buy food. And what's Labor's response in their cost of living relief budget? To give them absolutely zip nada nil, nothing. In response to this claim, Labor spruiks their $300 energy rebate, a rebate paid quarterly during instalments of $75 over the next year, I might add. But in the lead up to the 22 election, Labor promised to cut power bills for households by $275, Deputy Speaker. Instead, our energy bills have gone up by an average of 18%. This $300 rebate doesn't even put a dent in Labor's broken promise to reduce our power bills. Deputy Speaker, life under the Albanese government is really challenging, and I get that. Everyone gets that. In fact, I can't recall a time in my life when so many families or business owners are telling me that they've never been more worried about their future. Families can't keep their head above water any longer. Businesses are telling me that they can no longer afford to operate. As we lead into this next election, I simply ask all Australians out there, I just want to look down the camera and ask them, do you feel better off? Are you finding it easier to pay your bills? And are you more certain of your future now, and importantly, that of your children? 3 more years under this Labor government is unthinkable, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Spence.
Thank you, Speaker. Once again, this chamber has been hit with yet another example of an opposition looking to weaponise a cost of living crisis, while falling short of offering any actual assistance towards helping those they represent. And it's a shame that the party of Menzies, supposed representatives of the forgotten people, only chooses to remember their constituents when they are politically useful, spending their time in this place jamming the Australian people into a numbers game, rather than put forward an actual plan to assist them. And I don't wish to dismiss the importance of this matter. The member for Ford has done well in bringing attention to the financial pressures Australians are under. But this difference between his party and my own is that those opposite will just sit and throw stones at every glass house in sight, whereas members on this side, having inherited these conditions, acknowledge the strain our country is under and offer real solutions with real policy to lift that pressure away from the back of everyday Aussies. The government has and will continue to demonstrate this fact, because this is a Labor government. When our communities asked for more relief, we delivered it through our tax cuts in July. That is 91% of my electorate, 67,000 people, saving an average of $1,217 per year, which is around $800 more than they would have saved under the plan of those opposite. That is real action, putting more money directly into the hands of Australians, with 11.5 million people all receiving a bigger tax cut across the country. Despite this, those opposite remained kicking and screaming, dragged towards supporting these changes by their own constituents because their own conscience couldn't manage it. Make no mistake, if they were at the wheel, these changes would not have happened. These 67,000 people in my community would be receiving no extra help under a coalition government. And tax cuts are not the only means of cost of living relief those opposite would prefer shot down. To provide another example, this government is investing $30 billion into new housing initiatives throughout the next decade. This is funding to get new homes built sooner, to provide the infrastructure needed to support new developments, to build more social and affordable rentals. It is policy to increase the supply of housing in this country, to make the roof over the heads of everyday Aussies more affordable. These are initiatives to address the housing crisis all of our communities currently face. And how does the opposition react to such proposals? They proceeded to threaten billions of dollars to boost the Australian housing supply last year under the Housing Australia Future Fund, with no alternative vision for this country. We can only assume those opposite would rather see Australia's housing supply in an even worse state. They chose not to offer any solutions themselves, nor let this government get on with the job. And unfortunately, this behaviour has become a fundamental characteristic of the opposition. But that hasn't stopped the Albanese Labor government from performing the task at hand, delivering $300 of electricity bill relief to all Australians, making childcare cheaper, and delivering a 15% pay rise for early learning employees too, without increasing costs for parents, strengthening Medicare to deliver increased bulk billing practices across the country and to make medicines cheaper. In fact, in Spence alone, my community has already saved more than $2 million since the commitment was delivered. We're also keeping wages moving forward, with 2.6 million low-paid workers receiving a third consecutive pay rise from July this year. All this with peak inflation halved since coming to government. These are solutions putting money directly into the pockets of Australians, and they are not the end of the story. Because myself and my colleagues, like all Australians, are acutely aware of the challenge of a rising cost of living. My electorate of Spence is one of the most socially economically disadvantaged divisions in the nation. It feels this pressure the most, which is why I'm proud to be part of a government delivering real cost of living relief through real policy direct to everyday Australians. Could the same be said of those opposite, having held back this relief at every opportunity just to stay politically relevant? The member for Ford calls for government to address cost of living pressures, but fails to vote for policy that would do so, because he and his colleagues would rather weaponise the well-being of those doing tough in our communities for the political good of the coalition. So stop spending time turning facts into your political fiction and start offering something for the good of this country.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. Just before we move to reports from committee, I wish to make a statement to the House. On the 4th of July 2024, I made a statement to the Chamber on a serious security breach by protesters on Australian Parliament House. I now provide the House with an update. At the request of the presiding officers, the Australian Federal Police conducted an investigation into these events. The investigation is still ongoing. But additionally, the President and I asked the Secretary of the Department of Parliamentary Services to convene an extraordinary meeting of the Security Management Board to discuss options to enhance security at Australian Parliament House. We requested that both short and long-term solutions be identified while taking into consideration the recent increase in the national threat level. I can inform the House that short-term measures have been implemented which strengthen the layers of security around Parliament House and assist in deterring a repeat of the July 4 incidents. Measures include physical, procedural and intelligence-based enhancements. Of course, for security reasons, I will not detail the specific measures that have been implemented. However, these enhancements have occurred and are ongoing. Longer-term and more permanent options are currently being explored and will be informed through engagement with relevant authorities and experts, included by technical specialists from the national security agencies and law enforcement agencies. Australian Parliament House is a key pillar of our democracy. It is also a source of national pride. The President and I take matters around the respect and safety of the building and its occupants very seriously. The security and access to Australian Parliament House must always be balanced to keep democracy open to the people, whilst also protecting those who visit and work in the building and surrounds. I thank the Australian Federal Police and the parliamentary departments for the work they do to keep our Parliament and staff safe. I'm happy to brief members directly with further details if requested. Additional information regarding general security will be distributed later today to all building occupants. The member for Bruce has indicated he is seeking the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I wish to raise a matter of privilege under Standing Order 51. The matter relates to a concerns notice I have received pursuant to the Defamation Act 2005 Queensland, issued to me by Melissa Inglis and Nathan Kirschler of Rose Litigation Lawyers, acting on behalf of Mr John Margerrison. The notice raises concerns about a number of publications, including an official media release published by the Parliament of Australia, pursuant to a resolution of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit, the JCPAA, and a video of me answering a question in question time. The notice asked me to retract the publications referred to, including the official media release of the JCPAA, and apologise to Mr Margerrison, failing which I can anticipate court proceedings will be filed against me. The publications referred to in the concerns notice relate to an inquiry undertaken by the JCPAA while I was the chair into procurement and related matters to Services Australia and the NDIA. In essence, Mr Speaker, my request is that, having reviewed the issues raised, you consider giving precedence to a motion to refer to the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests whether, number one, the concerns notice foreshadows court proceedings that could not be pursued without breaching parliamentary privilege, such that the House should express a view on this matter and intervene if court proceedings are commenced in order to protect parliamentary privilege and the ability of this House and its members to undertake their work. And number two, the threat of this legal action, presumably on advice, may constitute a contempt of this House by way of improper interference with the free exercise of the JCPAA's authority or functions and the free exercise of my duties as a member and chair of the committee. As chair of the committee, Mr Speaker, I was authorised to issue media statements in relation to this and all other inquiries. I was authorised to make public statements regarding the progress of this inquiry. Indeed, as all members would appreciate, the long-established practice of parliamentary committees is that public communication in relation to inquiries is part of the responsibility of any chair of a committee. This ordinarily includes media releases, media interviews, media comment, addressing issues in the House, complemented these days by social media. Such communications are made by committee chairs in the course of or for the purposes of or incidental to the transacting of the business of the committee. As chair of the committee, at every key step I sought procedural advice from parliamentary officials and acted in accordance with the resolutions of the committee and the ordinary expectations of committee chairs. I'm taking the concerns notice seriously and consulting with my lawyers and will respond in due course in good faith. However, I consider that I am obliged to raise this matter of privilege in advance of responding to the concerns notice, as the standing orders require me to do so on the first available opportunity. I submit that in the circumstances there's a prima facie case that Section 16 of the Parliamentary Privileges Act 1987 is engaged. Proceedings in Parliament are defined broadly to include, quote, all words spoken and acts done in the course of or for the purposes of or incidental to the transacting of the business of a House or a committee. Section 16 provides, quote, it is not lawful for evidence to be tendered or received concerning proceedings in Parliament. The protection of privilege is provided to much or all of the material Mr Margerrison's lawyers referred to and precludes this material being able to be used as evidence or frankly misused in defamation proceedings. Mr Speaker, more broadly than just the publications referenced, the precedent that this threat of legal action sets is problematic. If the House does not firmly assert and protect privilege in these circumstances, this sort of threat may have a chilling effect if lawyers around the country advise their clients that the threat of legal action will curtail the ability of members of the House and especially committee chairs from doing their job in the future. Any conduct having a tendency to impair a member's independence in the future performance of his or her duty, subject since 1987 to the provisions of the Parliamentary Privileges Act. Threatening costly legal action against members acting in accordance with the resolutions of committees and practice of the House could clearly amount to an improper interference in the free exercise of the duties and may therefore constitute a contempt of the House. It is obviously important that this House protects itself against all acts or omissions which obstruct or impede the House and committees in the performance of their functions, which is why I ask you to consider giving precedence to a motion to refer these matters to the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests. I table copies of the publications referred to in the concerns notice and will be happy to provide further material to the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests. I also note that I'm under some time pressure due to the threatened legal action, so request this matter be progressed as expeditiously as possible. Insofar as Mr Margerrison is concerned, again, I will respond to the concerns notice and I will advise you in due course of the status of the matter. I thank you for your consideration of this matter, Mr Speaker.
I thank the member for Bruce and will consider his statement and table material in the usual way. It is important that I consider this material carefully and thoroughly. I reserve the matter for further consideration and once considered, I'll report back to the House as soon as possible. Just for the benefit of all members, Standing Order 51 provides the mechanism for the Speaker to consider a privileged matter raised when the House is sitting. I inform the House that on 5 July 2024, I personally presented to Her Excellency the Governor-General at Government House the COAG Legislation Bill, Amendment Bill 2023 for assent, this being the first bill ready for presentation following the swearing-in of Her Excellency. The Governor-General, in the name of His Majesty, was pleased to assent to the bill, which is now Act number 54 of 2024. I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to several bills. I do not propose to read the titles, which will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. And now I give the call to the Honourable Member for Wills.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, I present the following reports. Advisory Report on the Crimes and Other Legislation Amendment, Omnibus Bill No. 1, 2024, Advisory Report on the Counter-terrorism Legislation Amendment, Declared Areas Bill 2024, and the review of the listing of Ansar Allah as a terrorist organisation under the Criminal Code, incorporating a dissenting report. And I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the reports.
Is leave granted? The member for Wannon.
Leave is granted.
I thank the member for Wannon. The member may proceed.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In relation to the Omnibus Bill, the Advisory Report on the Crimes and Other Legislation Amendment, Omnibus Bill No. 1, this bill contains 5 schedules which are together intended to support the proper administration of government, law enforcement and oversight processes. Schedules 1 and 2 of the bill would modernise law enforcement powers to expressly account for digital assets, such as cryptocurrency, being used by criminals. This includes by updating the search warrant powers and proceeds of crime legislation to expressly authorise police to seize digital assets. Schedule 3 increases the value of the Commonwealth Penalty Unit from $313 to $330 to help ensure the penalties for criminal offences reflect community expectations and deter criminal behaviour. Schedule 4 creates a new position of Communications Security Coordinator in the Department of Home Affairs to perform certain telecommunications security-related functions under the Telecommunications Act of 1997. And Schedule 5 includes amendments to the Telecommunications Interception Access Act 1979, the TIA Act, to improve the ability of oversight bodies for state-based integrity agencies to access material that has been lawfully intercepted by the agencies within their jurisdiction. Deputy Speaker, the committee received 7 submissions and 1 supplementary submission to this inquiry, all of which supported passage of this bill. And the committee made 1 recommendation to amend the bill. This amendment would broaden the TIA Act's existing definition of prescribed investigation in relation to the Parliamentary Inspector of the Corruption and Crime Commission of Western Australia to make it more consistent with other state-based oversight bodies. The change was requested by the Parliamentary Inspector and supported by the Attorney-General's Department. The committee also made 2 recommendations for the government to consider during future reforms of the TIA Act, potentially as part of the proposed electronic surveillance reforms. Firstly, in response to a suggestion by the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission of New South Wales, the committee recommends that the government consider whether state-based oversight bodies for integrity agencies should have the power to access the stored communications and telecommunications data held by agencies within their jurisdiction, in addition to the access to lawfully intercepted information that the bill provides. Secondly, the committee recommends that the TIA Act be amended to require that ministerial declarations under sections 110A, 176A, 187A and 187AA of the TIA Act be referred to the committee for review. The current oversight arrangements require that all amendments to the primary legislation under those sections, including minor and cosmetic changes, be referred to the committee. However, there is currently no review required for declarations made by legislative instrument under those same provisions. The committee's recommendations are consistent with the intent of the previous committee in 2015 during its review of the bill that introduced the mandatory data retention regime that oversight of any emergency ministerial declarations to expand the regime's scope be subject to appropriate scrutiny. With these recommendations, the committee recommends that the bill be passed, and I want to thank the Secretariat on behalf of the committee and to all of those who provided submissions to that particular inquiry and the work of the committee members, including the Deputy Chair who's with us in the House at the moment, and I commend that report to the House, Deputy Speaker. In relation to the inquiry into the Counter-terrorism legislation amendment known as the Declared Areas Bill, Deputy Speaker, the committee supports the measures contained in the bill, which would see the operation of the Declared Areas offence in section 119.2 of the Criminal Code continue for another 3 years until 7 September 2027. The bill would also provide that section 119.3, the provision under which the Minister for Foreign Affairs may declare an area for the purpose of enlivening the offence, ceases to have effect on 7 September 2027. The committee found no cause for concern in how the provisions have been used since their introduction into Australian law in 2014. Their use only twice to date demonstrates appropriate caution and judiciousness on the part of the government. The committee's report recommends that the bill be passed with no changes, owing to the need to urgently pass the bill before section 119.2 sunsets on the 7th September 2024. However, the committee did make 4 other recommendations, Deputy Speaker, including that certain matters be considered by the government before the powers are next due to sunset in September 2027. Firstly, the committee recommended that the government review the list of legitimate purpose exceptions for entering or remaining in a declared area in subsection 119.2, subsection 3 of the Criminal Code, and consider whether they are still fit for purpose or should be expanded. Secondly, the committee also recommended that the government consider introducing a grace period to the offence of entering or remaining in a declared area, which is presently triggered immediately upon declaration of an area. In light of the extreme circumstances that would have likely precipitated the declaration of an area, it cannot be assumed that a person in or near that area would immediately be aware of such a declaration. As such, the committee considered that the government should consider whether a grace period of up to 1 month could be explicitly provided for, rather than relying solely on ministerial or prosecutorial discretion to not charge an individual in such a scenario. And the committee also further recommended that to avoid any potential ambiguity, that the government consider including additional legislative safeguards on the Minister for Foreign Affairs' discretion to declare an area, including making more explicit the factors the Minister should take into account. Deputy Speaker, as you are very familiar with these areas, the declared area provisions, or these laws I should say, while only to be used in extreme circumstances, are an important element of Australia's counter-terrorism framework and provide the Australian government with a valuable tool to counter the international terrorism threat and to prevent and deter Australians from joining international terrorist organisations. On this point, Deputy Speaker, the committee notes that it has now been a decade since the passage of the Counter-terrorism legislation amendment Foreign Fighters Act of 2014, and the country is facing a much changed security landscape. The committee considers that now would be an appropriate time to take stock of the Criminal Code's provisions on foreign incursions and recruitment, including the declared areas regime, and whether they remain fit for purpose in the current security landscape. The committee considers that the Independent National Security Legislation Monitor, INSELM, is best placed to conduct such an inquiry and has recommended that he do so and report his findings to Parliament before the declared areas provisions are due to sunset in 2027. Again, Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the committee, with respect to this report, I extend my thanks to those who participated in the inquiry by providing submissions and appearing before the committee at its public hearing, and of course my thanks again to the Secretariat for their work on this inquiry and to my colleagues on the committee, including the Deputy Chair, and I commend this report to the House. One more, Deputy Speaker, the last one. This report is the review of the listing of Ansar Allah as a terrorist organisation under the Criminal Code Act 1995. Deputy Speaker, with respect to the review of the listing of Ansar Allah under the Criminal Code, you would be aware, Deputy Speaker, that an organisation may be specified by regulation as a terrorist organisation, provided that the Minister for the Australian Federal Police, currently the Attorney General, is satisfied on reasonable grounds that the organisation directly or indirectly engages in terrorism or advocates the doing of a terrorist act. Listing an organisation triggers the application of offences for supporting or associating with the organisation in specified ways, such as being a member of, recruiting for or providing funding to it. Deputy Speaker, Section 102.1a of the Criminal Code provides that the committee may review a regulation which lists an organisation as a terrorist organisation and report its comments and recommendations to each House of the Parliament. The regulation subject to this review lists Ansar Allah as a terrorist organisation under the Criminal Code. In determining whether the regulations for the listing of Ansar Allah should be supported, the committee reviewed the Attorney-General's explanatory statement and statement of reasons supporting the listing of the organisation and other publicly available information. The committee also invited public submissions on the listing. 4 submissions were received from interested individuals and organisations. On behalf of the committee, I extend my thanks to those who provided submissions to the inquiry. The committee noted the following information with respect to Ansar Allah. And I should note that Ansar Allah is often known as the Houthis, which is a name referring to their leader and the original founder of the movement. And they're known by a number of other aliases, of course, as well, Deputy Speaker, such as many other names which have been included in the listing. They are a Zaidi Shia violent extremist organisation that are based in Yemen. And following the United States invasion of Iraq in 2003, the organisation became increasingly radicalised. Ansar Allah has conducted 19 terrorist attacks since 2022, utilising an array of weaponry. Its violent activity is primarily directed at Yemeni government forces, but the organisation has also targeted civilians, foreign states and foreign-owned vessels, especially those going through Bab el-Mandab in the Red Sea. Ansar Allah has significantly contributed to conflict in Yemen. It has also demonstrated links to Hezbollah and Hamas, which are both currently listed as terrorist organisations under the Criminal Code. Ansar Allah's recent targeting of vessels passing through the Bab el-Mandab Strait, which connects the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean, has impacted global supply chains and contributed to rising inflation and costs of living around the world as some of the economic impacts of their terrorist attacks and activities. Deputy Speaker, after examining all the evidence provided to it, the committee considers it evident that Ansar Allah is directly engaged in preparing, planning, assisting in or fostering or doing of terrorist acts. The committee is satisfied that the appropriate process has been followed, supports the listing of Ansar Allah as a terrorist organisation under Division 102 of the Criminal Code, and finds no reason to disallow the legislative instrument. Deputy Speaker, I commend this report to the House and once again thank my colleagues for their work on all 3 reports. Thank you.
I call the member for Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I seek leave to make a short statement in relation to the listing.
Is leave granted?
Granted.
I call the member for Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Coalition members of the committee support the listing of Ansar Allah, otherwise known as the Houthis, as a terrorist organisation under the Criminal Code, noting that the opposition first wrote to the government on the 9th of January 2024, calling on the government to consider listing the Houthis as a terrorist organisation in Australia. The Coalition is deeply alarmed at the significant delays for ministerial consideration of this terrorist listing. It took at least 49 days for the decision-making process to list Ansar Allah to be bounced between the Minister for Home Affairs and the Attorney-General, and it took another 28 days for the Prime Minister to write to First Ministers in relation to the decision to list. Overall, it took 126 days for the Houthis to be finally prescribed as a terrorist organisation after the initial recommendation of the Department of Home Affairs. By contrast, Madam Deputy Speaker, you would be keen to know this. In the 2021 listing of Hezbollah and the base, it took only 1 day for the then Minister for Home Affairs, the Deputy Speaker, to consider and approve the listing of those 2 organisations and wrote to First Ministers on behalf of the Prime Minister on the same day. Similarly, the 2021 relisting of Al-Shabaab, Hamas al-Din al-Qassam brigades, Kurdistan Workers' Party, Lashkar-e-Taiba and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, it also only took 6 days for the Deputy Speaker to consider and approve the relistings and wrote to the First Ministers on the same day. The bureaucratic delays evident in this terrorist listing process is very clearly a symptom of the Albanese government's dismantling of the Home Affairs portfolio that started when it came into office with its machinery of government changes. This has resulted in the terrorist listing process being duplicated by 2 ministers rather than being handled by just the one minister, as was the case under the Coalition. This has clearly created friction and confusion in the government as to which minister is chiefly responsible for national security policy. That confusion will be further amplified by the Prime Minister's decision to also relocate ASIO, in addition to the AFP and the ACIC, from Home Affairs to the Attorney-General's portfolio, despite ostensibly leaving policy responsibility for national security with the Minister for Home Affairs. The Coalition is deeply concerned by the government's unnecessary and harmful unwinding of the national security architecture that has served our country extraordinarily well since the establishment of the Department of Home Affairs, especially given the government never told the Australian public prior to coming into office that it would seek to unwind the Home Affairs portfolio. The unwinding of the Home Affairs portfolio could not have come at a more unfortunate timing, with ASIO's decision on the 5th of August 2024 to raise the terrorism threat level to probable for the first time in years. The listing of terrorist organisations is serious business. It is one of the principal tools in the counter-terrorism toolkit available to the government to protect the Australian public from harm. It enables the government to prosecute any person who finances, associates with, trains with, or otherwise supports a listed terrorist organisation. It also enlivens the prohibited hate symbols legislation, which makes it a criminal offence for any person to publicly display a symbol associated with a terrorist organisation in certain circumstances. The Coalition Committee members are deeply troubled by the fact it took over 126 days to formally list the Houthis after it was first recommended by the department, and this underlines the unnecessary duplication and confusion that has arisen as a result of the government's machinery of government changes. The government should immediately restore the Home Affairs portfolio to streamline the terrorist listing process and reverse the damage done to our national security architecture. But if the government chooses not to do so, then the Coalition will restore the Home Affairs portfolio to its proven and successful settings. Finally, Madam Deputy Chair, I want to deal with the current government's failure to take any action in listing the Iranian Guard Revolutionary Corps as a terrorist group. Australia's inaction is at odds with our Five Eyes partners, the United States, which listed the IRGC in 2019, and most recently Canada, which announced its listing of the IRGC in June of 2024. As the Canadian government has pointed out, the IRGC supports the terrorist activities of Hamas and Hezbollah, and the IRGC is widely reported to be a principal financier and military trainer of the Houthis. Coalition members of the committee reiterate its offer of support from the opposition to list the IRGC, including by legislative amendment to the Criminal Code if that is necessary. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's rare that I get to my feet as the Deputy Chair of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. It's rare that I do that because national security is beyond and should be beyond politics. But where there are instances where coalition members on the committee feel that the government is not doing what it should be doing to keep Australians safe, it is my duty as the Deputy Chair on behalf of all coalition members to stand up and make a point that the government is failing on these points in relation to the listing of terrorist organisations, and it needs to smarten up its act. Thank you.
I have to report to the House that on 5 July 2024 I received advice from the Chief Government Whip nominating Ms Bellier to be a member of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights. In accordance with Standing Order 229B, as the House was not expected to sit for several weeks, the appointment became effective on that date. I now call the Minister to move a motion to resolve the membership of the committee.
Deputy Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of a member to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights.
Is leave granted?
It's granted.
I move that Ms Bellier be appointed a member of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights.
I'll put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I have received advice from the Chief Government Whip and Chief Opposition Whip nominating members to be members of certain committees. Call the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of members to certain committees.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Call the Minister.
I move that members be appointed as members of certain committees in accordance with the list which has been placed on the table. Deputy Speaker, the list is a lengthy one. I don't propose to read the list to the House. Details will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I'll put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I have received messages from the Senate. A, informing the House that Senator Payman has been discharged from the Joint Standing Committee on Migration and Senator Pratt has been appointed a member of the committee. Senator Payman has been discharged from the Joint Standing Committee on the Parliamentary Library and Senator Grogan has been appointed a member of the committee. And Senator Payman has been discharged from the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works and Senator Pratt has been appointed a member of the committee. And B, informing the House the Senate concurs with the resolution relating to the variation of appointment of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights. I call the Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, Counter-terrorism legislation amendment declared areas bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. On the 5th of August 2024, the Director-General of ASIO returned Australia's national terrorism threat level from possible to probable. The Director-General stated that politically motivated violence, which encompasses terrorism, had joined espionage and foreign interference as our principal security concerns. The Director-General's warning was a sobering reminder that we live in precarious times, but unfortunately it comes as no surprise. Increasing social division and threats of violence in our communities have escalated dramatically since the 7th of October. We have seen teenagers charged with offences that police alleged are motivated by terrorism, a shocking increase in anti-Semitism, and even people proudly displaying the symbols of terrorist organisations on the streets of our cities. The Counter-terrorism legislation amendment declared areas bill 2024 is a straightforward proposal to extend for a further 3 years the declared areas offence in 119.2 of the Criminal Code Act 1995 that is scheduled to sunset on 7 September 2024. The bill would also provide that section 119.3 of the Criminal Code, the provision under which the Minister for Foreign Affairs can declare an area for the purpose of the offence in section 119.2, cease to have effect on 7 September 2027. Introduced by the former coalition government as part of the Foreign Fighters Counter-terrorism legislation amendments in 2014, the declared areas offence fulfils a crucial role in the disruption and prosecution of returning foreign terrorist fighters and their associates and allows for the prosecution of suspected terrorists in circumstances where it is challenging to collect evidence relating to the intention elements of more serious terrorism offences, including in conflict zones. Where an area is declared by the Minister for Foreign Affairs, it is an offence to enter or remain in that area without a legitimate reason. A declared area is a place where terrorist organisations are engaging in hostile activity. There are very few legitimate reasons for entering into these areas, and the offence recognises this by providing targeted exceptions. The bill would extend for a further 3 years the declared areas offence, the Criminal Code, that is scheduled to sunset on September 2024. There have been 2 declarations made using these provisions to date, the Mosul district in Iraq and Al Raqqa province in Syria. 4 Australians have been charged under the declared areas offence. There was a significant reduction in Australians travelling to the Syria-Iraq conflict zone after the declarations were made. The provisions likely discourage people who might otherwise have considered entering Mosul and al-Raqqa while the respective declarations were in effect, and discourage parents from taking their children into those areas. Declarations have only been used in the context of the Islamic State, as this has been the only conflict since the commencement of the Declared Areas Framework which warranted the use of the power. But the framework is designed in such a way that it could be used in response to future conflicts. The Coalition will always support sensible changes which ensure our legislation is fit for purpose to enable our intelligence and law enforcement agencies to protect Australians from terrorism, which is why we will be supporting the passage of the bill. Deputy Speaker, I chaired the Intelligence and Security Committee when this bill was first brought before the Parliament, and I'd like to commend the Chair and the Deputy Chair and the committee itself for the way they very diligently looked again at this legislation and once again put a sunset clause into the bill. This was something in 2014 we seriously considered and placed the sunset clause into this legislation. This legislation gives the government and the Parliament extraordinary powers. And I'm sure it is the preference of everyone in this place that we didn't need such legislation. But the harsh reality and the facts are that we still do. And we've seen that come to the fore again with the Director General of ASIO's comments and statements and the lifting of the threat level here in our nation. I heard both the head of the PJCIS and the deputy talk about their consideration of this bill, and one of the things that they have called for, which obviously the government will have to take into consideration, is a review of the current legislation before the sunset clause kicks in again in 2027. I think that is a very sensible recommendation by the committee. It gives them time to look at what laws were put in place in 2014 and beyond, remembering that those times were incredibly unusual. Islamic State obviously was wreaking havoc in both Iraq and Syria at the time, committing some of the most heinous offences, and sadly there was an appeal, and they were trying to appeal to Australians to go over and join their heinous activities. These laws helped stop that flow, and there was a flow which was occurring, and we have to make sure that we can deal with such incidences into the future, and that's why these laws are so important. So I commend the PJCIS for its work on this bill. Obviously there are other things that we as an opposition are looking for the government to do, and I thought the Deputy Speaker made a fine intervention in that regard. But in terms of this bill and making sure that its passage goes through this place, we support it because it was in fact a coalition government that put these measures in place in the first instance.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and the member for Fremantle, the Assistant Minister, has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I too speak in support of this bill. I thank the member for Wannon for his comments, and of course both the Chair and the Deputy Chair of the Parliamentary Joint Standing Committee for Intelligence and Security for their contribution to the report that was just tabled, which is relevant to the bill we're considering. As the member for Wannon noted, this essentially gives our security, intelligence and law enforcement agencies and Australia as a whole the ability to protect Australians, and it does that in a few ways. It's been in place for some time. This bill allows it to continue operating in circumstances where we need that to be the case. It's good that we can consider these things seriously and carefully. It's good that we have a committee process that looks at these kinds of legislation open-mindedly and with a preparedness to examine how they were established and how they work and whether or not changes need to be considered. And it's good that we can have a sober and serious conversation here about bills like this and what they enable, which is essentially to see the declared areas provisions continue for another 3 years. Deputy Speaker, in terms of how they help to make Australians safe, they do operate in a couple of different directions. One of the things about having a declared area put in place is that it does stand as a clear signal to the Australian community that that is not a place that Australians should consider going. And essentially it happens where in some part of the world you have a listed terrorist organisation engaging in a hostile activity, or as Director General of ASIO, Mr Burgess has said, an ungoverned or uncontrolled space where a terrorist organisation is operating. For understandable reasons, those are very dangerous places and we don't want Australians going there. Declared areas have only been put in place twice, as the member for Wannon noted, once in 2014 in relation to Syria and then again in 2018 in relation to Iraq. So when we consider things that the member for Wannon properly described as being extraordinary, we should take some comfort and some confidence from the fact that these measures are only being used when it is necessary that they be put in place to keep Australians safe. There have been a handful of charges made under these provisions, and I believe only one conviction. But where these provisions need to be used, it will certainly be to ensure that Australians are safe from the potential, and this is the second direction in which these provisions work, from the potential that someone who has gone and been in an area that is dominated to some extent by a terrorist organisation engaging in hostile activity, that person has been involved in the activity or otherwise affected or influenced by that activity, with the possible outcome that they return to Australia and present a risk to our safety and security. I know through the committee process that I was also a part of, through the Parliamentary Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence and Security, that we had expert civil society organisations come and present to us about the nature of this legislation and the framework that it puts in place. That's legitimate. As the member for Wannon noted, it's how our system of parliamentary democracy, including our parliamentary committee system, works at its best, making sure that we do apply scrutiny to measures that inevitably infringe on the rights of individuals. These measures do limit the ability of an Australian to move freely about the world. We don't want that to be the case in circumstances that are anything other than extraordinary, and that's why these measures have been used very sparingly and only in those most extreme circumstances. But the civil society organisations that I talk about, like the Human Rights Commission and the Law Council of Australia, legitimately ask questions about how the framework operates, and they've made observations to us about some parallel frameworks. In the case of how the equivalent regime works in the United Kingdom, it was closely based on what Australia put in place, and we should take some pride in that. In the sense, we've made a contribution to the way that other countries also protect their citizens. But there have been concerns raised about the way in which the framework operates, to acknowledge that there might be some legitimate reasons for an Australian citizen to be in a declared area. The regime already has a set of identified exceptions, but it was brought to to the attention of the Intelligence and Security Committee that further consideration could be given to whether or not those exceptions are as broad and flexible as they might need to be. And I understand why the Intelligence and Security Committee has made a recommendation that the government give further consideration to that. The committee has also made a recommendation about the application of a grace period. As the member for Wannon noted, the way that this particular framework operates is that when a declaration is made, it literally becomes criminal for an Australian to remain or go to or to remain in that area from that time, unless they have one of the limited defined reasons or exceptions for being there. The United Kingdom framework does have a grace period that is just mindful of the fact that when you go from not being a declared area to a declared area overnight, that there might be people who happen to be there already, or someone who's en route to that place in a way that it's not reasonable for them to understand that it's become declared in a short period of time. And so the operation of a grace period is not unworthy of consideration. The recommendation of the committee is that the government give some consideration to that. It has been the way that the UK framework has operated. But, Deputy Speaker, in essence, this is a measure that's been in place now for some period of time. It was put in place by the previous government. I know that the member for McPherson, who was in the chair before you, Deputy Speaker, had some involvement in that. We acknowledge that work. It is something that Australians expect the Parliament as a whole, the government and non-government members, work on in a collegiate way. That doesn't mean it's uncontested, that doesn't mean it's unexamined, or that it goes without a healthy amount of scrutiny and sometimes even disagreement. But it does mean that as much as possible, particularly in areas like this, because they are so grave and because they can be so fraught, that we bring to that conversation the appropriate level of sobriety and reasonableness, and to conclude, and to pick up what the member for Wannon said about the change in the threat level that was announced by the Director General of ASIO recently. The way that we conduct ourselves on these matters, and the way that leaders across the community, particularly legislators and parliamentarians, conduct themselves on these issues matters. The way we talk about them matters. And when there are circumstances that are fraught and febrile, and there is concern and distress in the community, it's our obligation, all of us, to talk about these things in a way that is measured and considerate and compassionate. And I think the contribution that the Deputy Chair made before was in that vein. He is right to examine these matters and to have views, and they won't always be completely in sync with the government of the day. That kind of contestability is essential to making sure that our decisions have the highest integrity. But he nevertheless made that contribution with his characteristic reasonableness and evenness of tone. And I think we all know, after some of the circumstances that have been characteristic of 2024, that we need more of that. We need more of that. We need to make sure that if we want peacefulness and harmony and social inclusion, that all of our conduct must contribute to that. And certainly our conduct in this place, the tone and the substance and the manner and the respect that we have for one another is a form of leadership that the community wants to see and can thereby replicate in the way that they approach these things, and that's in all of our interests.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and the member for Fisher has the call.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the member for Fremantle for his kind words, and can I return the serve and thank him and the member for Bruce in particular, and also the chair for their service on the committee. It is arguably, I believe, the most important committee in this parliament, and it's been a privilege and an honour for me to serve alongside those three gentlemen, and I wish them well in their future endeavours. Madam Deputy Speaker, as we all know, and we often say, that Australia is facing the most geopolitically unstable period since 1945. There doesn't seem to be any difference of opinion on that issue, and in fact that goes for the entire world. We've seen war in Europe, we are seeing a war in the Middle East, we have domestic conflicts and revolutions across the Americas, Africa and the Indo-Pacific. And Australia remains totally unequipped to contend with the grave national security threats posed by those who would do us harm. Just this month, the Director-General of Security raised Australia's terror threat level from possible to probable, highlighting growing social incohesion, extremism and both physical and digital vulnerabilities. The government, intelligence, defence and law enforcement agencies who are tasked with protecting Australians must be equipped with the tools that they need. This legislation, building on the Coalition's strong record in government, provides just that. The declared areas provisions we're debating today were inserted into the Criminal Code in 2014 through the Counter-terrorism Legislation Amendment Foreign Fighters Bill of 2014. At the time of the passage of that legislation, the Australian Labor Party, the Australian Greens and various independent and crossbenchers did not immediately come to the table. The Greens in particular were ardent in their opposition. These are the same Greens who have joined the rally cries of Hamas terrorists today. The same Greens who have encouraged the vandalism of war memorials. The same Greens who have made it their policy to break down Australia's borders and international alliances. The same Greens who have fuelled deplorable anti-Semitism and hate. And the same Greens that this Labor government want to empower with seats on the PJCIS, on the proposed Defence Joint Standing Committee and in what is quickly emerging as a radical coalition of the left. The provisions in this legislation have been used to declare areas twice in both 2014 and 2018. The areas declared were Al-Raqqa province in Syria and the Mosul district in Nineveh province in Iraq. In Syria, a civil war devolved into a conglomeration of proxy conflicts, tribalistic terror and the fight between Assad and the rebels, desperately clamouring for power. In Iraq, the Islamic terror group sought to destabilise the democratic progress in Iraq and across the Middle East. Those travelling to these locations outside of legitimate and official humanitarian, diplomatic or military operations had no reason to travel to these locations. Despite conflict in Ukraine and across the Middle East, as well as increasing tensions and armed conflict across Africa, Asia and South America, there are no current declared areas listed under this legislation. The Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security has reviewed and reported on the declared areas provisions on 3 occasions, in 2018, 2021 and now 2024. On the first 2 occasions, the committee recommended that the provisions be extended. This year, a 3rd review tabled this week has recommended, in fact just now, recommended the bill be passed with a review before the powers sunset in 2027. And as all members, I think, would agree that sunsetting is vitally important. As the member for Wannon indicated, no one wants to see these powers go for a minute longer than they are necessary. The aim of these reviews would be to clarify and strengthen the safeguards, protocols and penalties applicable to those powers which can be exercised by the Minister for Foreign Affairs. The declared areas offence was designed to fill a crucial gap in the disruption and prosecution of returning foreign terrorist fighters, to deter Australians from travelling to these hostile locations and to break the chain of radicalisation. The Director-General of Security, Mike Burgess, highlighted the need for this legislation when he said, and I quote, if we look at our security environment and what's happening globally, we continue to keep a close eye on developments in Afghanistan, further into the Middle East and in Africa, we could well see the need to have the government call on the declared area provisions in terms of our toolkit to respond to the terrorist threat in the future. It's a very real possibility." Close quote. This legislation is essential for the peace and prosperity of our country. It prevents Australian lives being lost at home and abroad. It prevents one avenue for radicalisation and organised crime. But this legislation is only effective if a competent government exercises its powers appropriately, effectively and swiftly. We must see these powers exercised as a matter of urgency as the conflict in the Middle East continues to escalate. In particular, the case is mounting to list southern Lebanon as a declared area. Now, when I talk about southern Lebanon, I'm talking about the demilitarised zone south of the Litani River, consistent with the UN Security Council Resolution 1701. During a PJCIS hearing on May 20, I asked our security agencies whether it was time to prescribe areas like southern Lebanon under these powers and whether any consideration had been given to this proposal. ASIO advised at the time that while no formal request for advice had been received on any particular areas it would consider worthy of listing, there were general conversations occurring within government. Madam Deputy Speaker, as the security situation deteriorates in the north of Israel as we speak right now, and there is a very real risk of a conflagration in Israel, in Lebanon, I would implore the government to look at declaring the southern Lebanon area I mentioned earlier as a declared area. Southern Lebanon is controlled by Hezbollah, an organisation which is funded by Iran, and they have made very, very clear what their intentions are. And those intentions are to attack Israel and wipe Israel off the face of the map. When they talk about from the river to the sea, that is exactly what they mean. Wiping Israel off the face of the map and killing every Israeli in Israel. It would be very prudent and timely for this government to consider a declaration in southern Lebanon to prevent Australians from travelling to that area to take up arms. And I would implore the government to look very, very seriously at making that declaration and doing it yesterday, as soon as possible, as tensions continue to rise, particularly in the north of Israel and in southern Lebanon. It is appropriate to make that declaration, and I would urge the government to do it now. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank the member for Fisher. And I call the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Lawmakers need to think very carefully before restricting the human rights and freedom of movement of our citizens. And building in restrictions on a just-in-case basis with no specific reasoning or circumstance in mind, I don't think stacks up. As security agencies have recently announced, we may be in an environment of heightened terrorist threat, but the Director-General of ASIO himself, Mike Burgess, says the most likely perpetrator is someone acting alone and with no planning. Just yesterday on Insiders on the ABC, he said, "Remember, the most likely terrorist attack in this country right now is an individual that will go to violence with little or no warning and actually little or no planning. It could just be a reaction to language they've heard from someone, including a politician." This legislation, Deputy Speaker, will not prevent that kind of attack. I am far from naive or blind to the geopolitical risks affecting the world and the associated risks to Australia. However, governments should not get attached to this kind of restrictive law. In June 2014, Islamic State, a truly ghastly and gruesome militant terrorist group, took advantage of the Middle East's geopolitical instability and launched a coordinated surprise offensive into Syria and Iraq. Raqqa and Mosul quickly fell. Islamic State captured about a third of Syria and 40% of Iraq. On cue, US-led coalition airstrikes began. 3 years later, Islamic State had lost 95% of the territory it had gained, and the risk they posed to Australia likely diminished correspondingly. As one assesses the merits of a bill or law, the historical context in which it was drafted must be taken into account. When the Abbott government introduced the declared areas provisions in the wake of this surprise offensive, Australia was facing an urgent security threat of ideologically motivated returning foreign fighters. But history, Deputy Speaker, has moved on. Islamic State is no longer the target of this legislation. The declared areas provisions have become an anachronism in a changed geopolitical landscape. Their basis of legitimacy is reduced and is no longer proportionate to the threat we face today. No identified enemy, no particular urgent threat. If there is a specific threat to justify this legislation, the government should articulate it. In the decade following the enactment of declared areas powers into law, only 4 Australians have been charged and 2 area declarations made: Al-Raqqa Province, Syria in 2014 and Mosul District in Iraq in 2018, both in relation to the now defeated Islamic State. The low number of prohibited areas declared using these powers reflects their judicious use, but their underlying potential to be abused or applied excessively remains. I note and accept the government's claim that the declared areas powers led to a reduction in Australians travelling overseas to fight for militant groups and a reduction in those returning. This law may have been effective and legitimate for that specific circumstance. But today, not a single area declaration has been in force for almost 5 years. The government argues, though, that retaining these powers is essential for ensuring rapid response time in the case of a hypothetical future conflict. Yet, if there is such a circumstance, legislation could be rapidly enacted. Indeed, in the term of this Parliament, we've seen legislation tabled and passed within hours on occasion. In principle, therefore, I question whether a hypothetical is sufficient to justify laws which enable a minister to curtail the rights and freedoms of Australians at the stroke of a pen. Based on the human rights framework of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, in April this year, the Joint Parliamentary Committee on Human Rights reported that the provisions are, quote, likely to be incompatible with multiple human rights. While national security can be used as a basis for curtailing civic freedoms, it is questionable whether an unspecified hypothetical future scenario is sufficient to meet this standard. The committee concluded that the declared areas provisions are potentially inconsistent with 6 human rights: right to equality and non-discrimination, right to a fair trial, freedom of movement, liberty, life and security of person. The ICCPR guidance considers limitation on human rights to be justifiable where a legitimate objective is substantiated. What legitimate objective is the basis on which the government proposes we vote on extending these powers today? The government owes the Australian people more rigorous substantiation than it's provided, an answer to why retaining the power for a minister to abruptly restrict our freedoms continues to be necessary. The potential for conflict is not a good enough one. Principle is important in politics, and in principle this standard has not been met. Due to the sunset provisions of the 44th Parliament voted to enshrine in this law, the 45th, 46th and now the 47th have each been presented with the question of whether to extend the Declared Areas Sunset Clause another 3 years down the track. The member for Wannon and the member for Fisher have both articulated the need for a sunset clause. So I ask, what is our long-term strategy with this law? Does each of the major parties intend to simply continue to roll over that sunset clause into perpetuity? If the Minister for Foreign Affairs insists these powers are proportionate to our current threat environment, despite the noted views of the Human Rights Committee and the Australian Human Rights Commission, then they should be tabled and established into permanency. The powers should be rightly subjected to parliamentary and public scrutiny to determine whether they are indeed legitimate and proportionate. Our current apparently bipartisan strategy of kicking the can down the road and waiting until it's a different government's problem amounts to poor legislative practice. In a parliamentary sitting week in which we're also debating legislation which would strengthen the Australian Human Rights Commission, it occurs to me that we should probably start taking their advice seriously too. With the above in mind, I also recognise the volatile and unpredictable security situation evolving in the Middle East. As the events which following October 7 have shown, overseas conflict has the very real potential to aggravate tensions in Australian society. I have immense respect in the competence of our intelligence professionals and the advice they provide to government, particularly in cases where they judge it necessary to raise our national terrorism threat level. But if there's a specific threat requiring legislative action, I would be more than prepared to consider it and to give it the attention it deserves. In the 48th Parliament, the government must demonstrate greater integrity over this law that we are debating today, which no doubt will pass this and the other chamber. The Australian people must be given greater substantiation than we've been presented with. If the government has something to offer on that front, I would be more than willing to hear it. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank the member for Goldstone. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Kennedy seeking the call.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
The member has the call.
Wouldn't mind electing if someone's got it there. The very Ibn Khaldun, the eminent Arabian historian in 1365, said he was very surprised that Jerusalem was still predominantly, overwhelmingly Christian, and that Palestine also was overwhelmingly Christian. Well, how come it's not Christian now? How come it's not Christian now? What happened? Constantinople was the centre of the Orthodox Christian religion. About a third of Christians in the world at the time were under the auspices of the Christian Church in Constantinople. It was the centre capital of Christianity outside of Rome. And why is it now a Muslim city? We must ask ourselves, there is a constant here, an historical constant, right? These people come in, they take over, and they completely destroy the faith and the values of the people that were there. And anyone can read history books. Anyone can read history books. If you doubt me for one moment. Now, these people, for 600 or 700 years, took 50,000 Christian slaves a year. And if you doubt me, and if you know your history, you will know that Peter the Great and Suleiman the Magnificent were the predominant figures of the Dark Ages. The two outstanding figures. Peter the Great's wife had been a Muslim Christian slave. Suleiman the Magnificent's main wife.
So the member for Kennedy is speaking on the counter-terrorism legislation amendment.
That is correct. And the terrorists that we're talking about are people of the Muslim faith in the Middle East. And I make the point, Middle East, in inverted commas, because I really think all the people from Indonesia that I know, I think they're more Christian than supposedly Christians here in Australia. You know, they are the complete opposite of what we're seeing from the Middle East. And I feel sorry for the Middle Eastern people, but they have a constant paradigm in history. Suleiman the Magnificent, his wife, and they are very great love affairs. They are very great stories of romance. He had a lot of wives, but he had one wife that he was really in love with, Suleiman the Magnificent. They're both Christian slaves. So if you doubt that they were taking $50,000 a year, well, how come the two outstanding people of the Middle Ages, both of them were Christian slaves that the Muslims had taken? Now, I emphasise that people, and they have been wonderful neighbours to us, the Indonesians. They've exemplified far more Christianity than we Australians have. Now, we're not talking about a diaspora here. The Jews were very prominent throughout many countries in Europe, which led to the terrible pogroms and hatreds and everything else that occurred under the Nazis and everything. But that was a diaspora. They had been forced out and spread out. Now, they were persecuted to a point. And, you know, you say, oh, they took this land off them. Well, what the hell would you have done if you were a Jew in Europe in the start of the 1940s? What the hell would you have done? And I tell you what, as an Australian, I don't hold my head up very high here, because the ship of shame, carrying 700 Jewish refugees, they landed in England, and they said, we don't want you because you're Jews. They landed in Brazil, they said, we don't want you because you're Jews. They landed in America, said, we don't want you because you're Jews. They landed in the Caribbean, said, we don't want you because you're Jews. To the shame of this nation, an empty country, we said, we don't want you because you're Jews. And there's some fairly ugly comments by the Prime Ministers at the time. Now, Madam Speaker, where were they to go? So they went to their traditional historic homeland. They returned there. And there were a lot of Jews in what we now call Israel at the time. They weren't anywhere near the predominant group of people there. But they had to go somewhere. And that's where they ended up. The British had to send their convicts somewhere. And that's how we started, Madam Speaker. Now, I want to move on and say, today we have the Middle East. And I use the term Middle East because I think, as I said, Muslims from other parts like Indonesia have been very wonderful people, in my opinion. And I can give you a lot of evidence to that effect. From the Middle East, and Tony Burke has been made Immigration Minister in one of the most extraordinary decisions I've ever seen in 50 years in politics. To put a person in as Immigration Minister who has 25% of his electorate Muslim, 25% of his electorate, and put him in as Immigration Minister. Well, I can tell you, this country doesn't want any immigrants now. With people, 54,000 families can't find a home in this country. And yet the government continues to bring in 500,000 people. And they keep emphasising migration. Migration is only a small part of the people coming into this country. The really big slice are the student visas. And I ran into a family 2 years ago. I said, very nice people, very, very nice people. And I said, you only recently come to Australia? And they said, yeah, we only been here 3 months. And I said, if you're not, what was your visa? They said, a student visa I came in on. And I said, yeah, but how about your whole family? Oh, no, if you come on a student visa, you can bring your family in. So don't talk about migration and humanitarian people coming to Australia. Or let's just have a look at the student visas. Do they go home? No, they don't. Get in a taxi in Brisbane, Sydney or Melbourne and ask the bloke what subject he's doing at university. The last time I asked, he was doing hospitality. 1 unit hospitality. He looked to me to be about 50 years of age.
The member for Kennedy may wish to direct...
The bill is about bringing, Madam Speaker, with all due respect, the bill is about bringing people from the Middle East to this country. An area of the world that is fraught with murderous internecine warfare continuously. And at this very moment, Madam Speaker, for your information, there is a war going on in Yemen with massive losses of life. There is a war going on in Nigeria with unannounced but massive losses of life. There is war going on in the South still with massive losses of life. And that is what this bill is about. You're bringing those people that for whatever reasons seem to have a particular propensity to kill each other when there's no one else around for them to kill. And you're bringing those people as a group into this country. Now, let us be positive and say, surely, if you're going to bring people to this country, they should be people that we can integrate into our community in this country. So it'd be quite reasonable that you would seek people that come from a democracy. India's a democracy. People that have rule of law. India has rule of law. Christianity. Now, you may not believe in God or anything like that or any Christian rituals, but you, as a person belonging to a Western democracy, you have this basic belief that you have to look after your fellow man and that you have to make the world a better place. And that is the Christian message. It's very simple, it's very clear-cut, and there's a hell of a lot of people ascribe to it, even though they don't believe in God or a deity, Madam Speaker. So you'd have democracy, rule of law, industrial awards, Christianity, egalitarian traditions. I would say that would be a minimal criteria. Well, Philippines meets all of those criteria. Poland meets all of those criteria. But that's not the people you're bringing in. You're bringing in people that have no democracy, no rule of law, no industrial awards, no Christianity, no egalitarian traditions. And that's who you're bringing in it. And you've just made the person who is at the mercy of this migrant group, 25% of his electorate is Muslim, and you've just made him the immigration minister. Well, the poor beggar, I'd hate to be him coming through the next election. And I tell you what, I wouldn't like to be running for the ALP in the next election when the Australian people get a full understanding of what has happened here. Now, there needs to be some explanation as to why the person put in charge of immigration has got an electorate with 25% Muslims in the electorate. Now, let me just go back to the Muslim thing again. There are two families in North Queensland, who are close friends of mine, right? One of them was elected a very popular representative on the Cairns City Council. Lovely bloke, loved by everyone, fabulous bloke. You'd say that bloke's a real Christian, not in the religious sense of the word, but in the sense that he's a real good bloke. He'd look after you if you're in trouble. So a lot of people come to this country, they integrate in this country. My own hometown had many Afghan people, camel drivers, part of the diaspora, if you like, that we had in rural Australia. So, Madam Speaker, I conclude on these notes that the Gaza was an area that was set aside after the 1967 Six Days War. As a result of that war, a lot of Muslim people ended up in that area, which Israel occupied. It was part of Egypt, and Israel occupied it. Egypt invaded Israel They caused the war. They were totally responsible for the war. They lost the war. And the Israelis found themselves in occupation of Gaza, which they didn't want. In 2005, walked out of the Gaza, and Hamas took control. Now, why did Hamas send people across the border to murder a peace-loving little country next door? They haven't invaded any other countries. So why would you go in and murder 1,200 people? Well, that's what they do. They murdered 2,000 in the Twin Towers in America. I mean, how many times do we have to have mass murders before we start deciding there's a bit of a problem here? There's a bit of a problem here. Well, they picked the fight. You know, if Berliners complained about their treatment by the Russians, well, you picked the fight, mate. You picked the fight. And you did the damage, and you terrified and destroyed and tortured these people. And in this case, unlike the Germans, in this case, you publicised it. You publicised your atrocities. Now, there are very few instances of that in human history where people ran around publicising their atrocities. But in this case, they did. Now, Madam Speaker, this nation is on the cusp of a change. There is over 1 million of those people in this country now, right? So you want to bring them in from other places? I'm your man, right? Nothing against the religion, because the people I've dealt with mostly in my life from Indonesia and those areas have been wonderful people. Wonderful people. I couldn't speak more highly of them. I come from a town that had a very significant population, the old Afghan population. They integrated, became part of our community. But the people that are here now, they are living in definable areas. And it appears to me they have no interest in moving out. I mean, you get the Sikh people that come to Australia, they immediately move out, and they'll turn a block of open rubbish country, they'll turn it into a prolific farm that is contributing to the Australian economy. They don't get any other people to do the work, they do the work themselves. They make this a richer country. And please, if you've got a choice, and we have a choice, we're a self-governing country, if we've got a choice, then surely you choose the people that will integrate harmoniously and contribute to the wealth of this nation.
The member for Kennedy's time has expired. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to start by speaking today by drawing our country's attention to the fact that this legislation actually impacts the rights of Australian citizens. And it impacts the rights of all Australian citizens. And for this reason, I think that the bill requires scrutiny and deserves true scrutiny. As a member of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, I want to particularly draw attention to the human rights concerns raised by the committee in relation to this bill and previous bills dealing with declared areas provisions. Unlike what we just heard from the member for Kennedy, this is not about people entering our country. This is about people leaving our country and travelling to various parts around the world. Ultimately, the view of the committee when we reviewed this legislation was set out in the Human Rights Scrutiny Report number 3 of 2024, and it found that, and I quote, "It has not been demonstrated that the extension of these provisions is compatible with a range of rights." The human rights raised by the committee previously in relation to these provisions remain a concern, namely that the declared areas provisions do not contain sufficient safeguards or flexibility to constitute a proportionate limit on rights, and that questions regarding the necessity of the measure have not been addressed. Now, to be clear, Deputy Speaker, I recognise, and the committee absolutely recognised, that this bill aims to achieve an important objective, that being the protection of Australia's national security interests. The declared areas provisions provide the minister with the power to declare certain areas of a foreign country where a listed terrorist organisation is engaging in a hostile activity, making it an offence to enter or stay in the area without a legitimate reason. The intention of those powers is to enable the disruption and prosecution of returning foreign terrorist fighters and their associates. These provisions are ultimately intended to deter Australians
including families, from travelling to dangerous conflict areas where listed terrorist organisations are engaging in hostile activities, and to protect against the possibility of terrorist attacks in Australia. And to be clear, I wholeheartedly support those intentions and that ambition. However, while this is a legitimate and vital objective, particularly in light of our recent upgraded terrorism threat level, it should not come at the cost of fundamental human rights. And we in this place must critically consider whether the measures outlined are proportionate to the stated objective. The declared area offence provisions engage and limit a number of human rights, including the rights to equality and non-discrimination, rights to a fair trial, rights to freedom of movement and liberty. And when this bill was originally passed in 2014, the Australian Labor Party, the Australian Greens, independents and various legal and human rights and other interest groups expressed concern with the new offence of entering declared areas. In particular, concerns were raised regarding the limitation on the freedom of movement and the onus of the evidential burden being placed on the defendant through the use of the exceptions to the offence. Human rights issues were again raised by various interest groups during the 2021 Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Safety review in relation to the declared areas provisions. Again, these concerns questioned the need for the provisions and raised the possible human rights limitations on freedom of movement and otherwise legitimate activities. Deputy Speaker, I don't believe these concerns have been adequately addressed. In its most recent report, the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights reiterated again the concerns it had raised regarding human rights in relation to the previous bills dealing with the declared areas provisions and drew these again to the attention of the Attorney-General and the wider Parliament. In summarising its concerns, the committee stated, "The committee has previously found that while the provisions likely pursue a legitimate objective, namely that of seeking to prevent terrorist acts, there were questions whether the provisions were necessary, and in particular, the measures did not appear to be proportionate and therefore were likely to be incompatible with a range of human rights. As such, the committee considers that it has not been demonstrated that the extension of these provisions is compatible with human rights." I also want to note that the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Safety in its 2021 review of the provisions recommended that the Criminal Code Act of 1995 be amended to allow Australian citizens to request an exemption to travel to a declared area for reasons not listed in the Criminal Code, but which are not otherwise illegitimate under Australian law. Ultimately, the government then did not support the exception that was recommended. Thus, there may be a number of innocent reasons why a person may want to enter or remain in a declared area that currently would not bring a person within the scope of the legitimate purpose defence. Deputy Speaker, despite attempts by the Parliamentary Joint Committee, despite the findings of the inquiry, despite the submissions that were received from others engaged across the human rights movement, the government has not amended this legislation. And while in times when our nation is facing fear, it is understandable that we will move quickly to adopt legislation that we feel protect us, surely at a time when we have the opportunity to seriously review something and assess whether we got it right the first time, that's the moment when we should be ensuring that we fix any mistakes that may have previously been built into the legislation. Deputy Speaker, as highlighted by the Parliamentary Committee on Human Rights, there is currently a clear lack of sufficient safeguards or flexibility to constitute a proportionate limit on rights, as seen in this legislation. And for that reason, and as a member of the committee, I cannot support the bill in its current form. Thank you.
I thank the member for North Sydney and I call the Minister.
Thank you.
The Attorney-General has...
Deputy Speaker, I thank my parliamentary colleagues for their contributions to the debate on the Counter-terrorism legislation amendment Declared Areas Bill 2024. The Albanese government is committed to protecting the Australian community against the real and evolving threat of terrorism. The Declared Areas offence in section 119.2 of the Criminal Code Act 1995, which is currently due to sunset on the 7th of September 2024, is part of the Australian government's efforts to stop Australians becoming foreign fighters. Where an area is declared by the Minister for Foreign Affairs, it is an offence to enter or remain in that area without a legitimate reason. A declared area is a place where terrorist organisations are engaging in hostile activity. There are very few legitimate reasons for entering such an area. The offence recognises this by providing a carefully targeted range of exceptions. Although there are currently no areas declared, these provisions remain a necessary component of our framework in the current threat environment. The offence plays a role in the disruption and prosecution of returning foreign fighters and their associates. The bill would extend the offence in section 119.2 for 3 years to the 7th of September 2027. A 3-year extension reflects the continued appropriateness of the provisions and is consistent with previous recommendations made by the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, including in its report on the bill. This will be the 3rd time the provision has been extended. The bill would also provide that section 119.3, the provision under which the Minister for Foreign Affairs can declare an area for the purpose of the offence in section 119.2, also ceases to have effect on 7th September 2027. This will align the relevant declaration and offence provisions in the Criminal Code. The Government welcomes the report of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security on the bill and its unanimous recommendation that the bill be passed. The committee made 3 recommendations for the Government to consider following passage of the bill and before the next sunsetting of the provisions in 2027. First, that the Government consider reviewing the list of legitimate purpose exceptions for entering or remaining in a declared area in subsection 119.2, subsection 3 of the Criminal Code. This includes considering whether any additional exceptions should be prescribed by regulations. The Government agrees with this recommendation. The Government will consider reviewing the list of legitimate purpose exceptions and will consult agencies and other relevant stakeholders. Second, that the Government consider an additional exception to the offence of entering or remaining in an area that has been declared under section 119.3 of the Criminal Code. The exception would apply where the person is already travelling to or is already in the area on the day on which it becomes a declared area, and the person leaves the area as soon as practicable, but no later than the period of 1 month beginning with that day. The Government agrees with this recommendation. The Government will consider the proposed additional exception to the offence of entering or remaining in a declared area and will consult agencies and other relevant stakeholders. Third, that the Government consider reviewing the existing safeguards on the Minister for Foreign Affairs' discretion to declare an area under section 119.3 of the Criminal Code. This would include reviewing the Minister's protocol and the list of factors to be taken into consideration by the Minister for Foreign Affairs before declaring an area. The Government agrees with this recommendation. The Government will consider reviewing the safeguards that apply to the Minister for Foreign Affairs' discretion to declare an area and will consult agencies and other relevant stakeholders. The Government accepts these 3 recommendations and will consider these matters following passage of the bill and before the next sunsetting of the provisions in 2027. The committee also recommended that the Independent National Security Legislation Monitor conduct a review of Division 119 of the Criminal Code with particular attention to the declared areas provisions and their ongoing necessity within the broader counter-terrorism legislative framework. The committee recommended that the Monitor report its findings in relation to the declared areas offence by 7th January 2027. The Government agrees in principle with this recommendation. The Government is supportive of this recommendation, noting that the Monitor can initiate its own review into this matter. Finally, the committee recommended that the bill be passed. The Government accepts this recommendation. The Intelligence Services Legislation Amendment Bill 2023, which is currently before the Parliament, would empower the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security to review these provisions before they sunset, ensuring that due consideration is given to the continued utility of the provisions. This bill reflects the government's commitment to protecting Australians against the enduring threat of terrorism. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Attorney-General. I will now put the question, and the question is that this bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, Bill for an Act to amend the law relating to counter-terrorism and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. I call the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
And the question is that this bill be now read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an Act to amend the law relating to counter-terrorism and for related purposes.
It now being almost 1:30, almost 1:30, in accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members, the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43 and the debate may be resumed at a later hour. Members will have time to continue to speak. Are there any statements by honourable members? The member for Leichhardt.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm honoured to help celebrate the 110th anniversary of the Australian Red Cross. Since its founding on August the 13th, 2014, the Red Cross has been a pillar of support and compassion, providing critical assistance during disasters and promoting dignity for all. In my electorate of Leichhardt, the Mossman branch has been an essential part of our community from the very, very beginning. They first started 110 years ago as one of the founding branches. During Cyclone Jasper earlier this year, they excelled in their efforts, providing vital relief for the Wujal community and the surrounding areas, ensuring that everyone had access to essential resources. The tireless work of the Mossman branch and the entire Red Cross network exemplifies the spirit of humanity and of service. As we mark the incredible milestone, we should acknowledge the dedication of the 16,000 members and volunteers who make up the Red Cross's mission possible. I encourage everyone to support the Red Cross in whatever way they can. This milestone is a good time as any to donate or to volunteer to help support the invaluable work of the Australian Red Cross. Happy 110th birthday for tomorrow, Australian Red Cross. Thank you for your unwavering commitment in helping all those in need.
Thank you. Member for Macon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last Friday I had the pleasure of representing Education Minister Jason Clare at the official opening of the new $11.7 million multi-purpose two-storey primary school building at Torrens Valley Christian School in Hope Valley. The new building comprises 15 classrooms, a STEM room, music room, staff offices and staff and student amenities. From its humble beginnings as an independent co-educational school with just 14 students in 1980, under the tutelage of Miss Jenny Sexton, Torrens Valley Christian School has today grown to almost 600 students from foundation to year 12, thanks to the vision and drive of the school founders, early principals Peter Vandershaw, Bob Stunnell and Andrew McKenzie and their leadership teams. As member for Macon, I have often visited the school and noted the commitment of the last three principals, Nigel Bennett, Julie Prattis and currently Emily Brooks, all of whom have made a unique and personal contribution to the school's ongoing development and its future plans. My congratulations and commendations to all who contributed towards the modern, well-designed new building, including the school board, architects and builders. I know the new facilities will make a real difference to the education and development of current and future students at Torrens Valley Christian School.
Member for Ryan.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There was a collective sigh of relief last week when the RBA held off an interest rate hike. But for so many, This is but just a blip in their stress levels, a tiny symbolic reprieve. Almost 2 million mortgage holders across Australia are in extreme mortgage stress. Wages are static, sitting at 2009 levels while everything else goes up. This is untenable and again punishes everyday Australians. The prevailing thesis that inflation will be tackled with interest rate rises simply doesn't stack up. Everyday people are just not getting nice pay rises or jet skis. They have no discretionary income to throw around. They hardly have enough to survive. So, raising interest rates only penalises those already doing it the toughest. It does nothing to curb inflation. It just sucks billions from mortgage holders to the big banks. A huge transfer of wealth to the banks from everyday, hard-working people. The biggest drivers of inflation right now are rents and house prices. If the government was serious about tackling inflation, they'd freeze rents, stop tax handouts to property investors and get back to the business of building houses. Helping everyday people is the key to tackling inflation, but instead the government doles out more pain to those doing it tough while giving huge handouts to wealthy property developers and corporations who are actually driving this crisis. Thank you.
Member for Werriwa.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. On the 11th of July 2024, I attended the commemoration for the victims of the genocide in Srebrenica. And this year marks the first commemoration since the UN designated the 11th of July as the annual International Day of Reflection and Commemoration of the 1995 genocide in Srebrenica earlier this year. In the moving event, the lives of those lost were remembered, with the vehement hope that such atrocities do not happen again. The event included speeches from Amir Shenkovic, the Honorary Council of Bosnia-Herzegovina in Sydney, survivors of the attacks and students from the Bosnian Ethnic School, as well as Imran Pantanovic. Unfortunately, as evidenced by conflicts since then and those that are happening all around the world today, peace seems still so far away. 8,372 lives were killed in one day. They were basically men 12 to 77. It's sobering to note that to list their names would take almost 12 hours. During the ceremony, we watched 29 years later as the burial of 14 more victims in Srebrenica was taking place. They've been identified by family DNA evidence, and this brings closure for their families and a place to grieve their loss. I appreciate the opportunity to attend the commemoration and provide my condolences and support to all those who attended.
And member for Hawke.
Sure. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In the case of Take Out the Trash Friday, the Prime Minister has breached another election promise to faith communities this time, indicating that the government will no longer pursue religious discrimination legislation. These vital protections are absolutely needed, and it's been a matter for this Parliament for many years now that both sides have committed to at elections to put in place protections from discrimination for people of faith. We have protections for discrimination for so many different things in Australia, but no protections for faith communities. The vital laws which were promised by the Albanese government have been junked quietly in the middle of the Olympics, and this important promise to faith communities has been broken. It is a travesty. And it is a travesty that the Prime Minister sought to blame the Coalition by saying we provided legislation to the Coalition a long time ago, 3 months, and there's no bipartisan support. Well, I can say to the Prime Minister, absolutely there's bipartisan support for religious discrimination laws. We put the bill into the House. It was the Labor Party that voted against it while we were in government, and then it was their election commitment to do the bill again. Now we approach the next election, and the Prime Minister has revealed that he will break his election commitment to faith communities around Australia. And I think to the detriment. When we are going through the most unprecedented time of discrimination in terms of faith because of the war in Gaza, we need these protections in place. We need them in place now, and this Parliament should have come together to legislate them. This broken promise is a serious breach of faith for faith-based communities in Australia today.
Member for Bean.
Deputy Speaker, this year marks 50 years of the great Tuggeranong suburb of Canberra. And to celebrate this anniversary, the Tuggeranong Arts Centre is hosting an exhibition exploring the suburb's history through works created by local artists, archival images and documents, and artefacts from residents of Canberra. The project is an initiative of Dr Louise Curran, a local resident who describes herself as an archivist, media artist and researcher. The project continues Louise's work on the Canberra People's Map, first created in 2023. The exhibition includes work by visual artists Leonie Andrews, Dominic Barman, Ian Marr, Kathy Morrison, Beck Schaefer and Barak Zelek, along with paintings by Namaji school students celebrating Canberra from its beloved sheep to Canberra's iconic bus shelters. Other materials included in the display are community photographs taken by Lothar Rees and historic photographs, documents and archived community cookbooks from the ACT Heritage Library. Canberra 50 opens this Friday 16th of August and will run until the 12th of October. It's one of many events to celebrate Canberra's story so far. I encourage all Canberrans and members of the House to take the time to visit what should be an iconic but nostalgic look into Canberra's history.
Member for Fowler.
I had the opportunity to work with Hammond Care volunteer Sanilia Radivojevic and her friend Rebecca on the weekend at the Braeside Hospital for Palliative Care in Perrywood in my electorate of Fowler. It was a challenging morning but a rewarding one as we pushed around the trolley of love, as Sanilia called it, to offer patients and their families a cuppa, biscuits and a bit of love heart marshmallows to comfort them in these most difficult moments. Braeside Hospital was initially set up to provide support for patients dying from cancer. Today, the hospital is open to anyone requiring and needing palliative care. Quentin, whose father-in-law is going through palliative care, told me how much the staff and volunteers have added joy, provided extremely high care for his father-in-law. He couldn't speak of them highly enough. Volunteers like Sanilia have been paramount to the work at Braeside Hospital, and I want to thank her for the work she's doing in our community, as well as the many other volunteers who give up their time, valuable time, to service our community there. But they need more support such as volunteer attending to support pushing this trolley of love, as well as clothes, jumpers, pyjamas and blankets, and that's what Quentin wanted for his father-in-law as well. But I just want to take this opportunity to really highlight the amazing work that staff, nurses are doing to support those that are in need at our Braeside Hospital at Prairievale. Thank you.
Member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to acknowledge an outstanding nurse in my electorate of Robertson, Kylie Williams, who has been named a 2024 finalist for Nurse of the Year in New South Wales Health Excellence in Nursing and Midwifery Awards. Kylie is a clinical nurse consultant working at both Gosford and Wyong hospitals, with her work focused on mental health inpatient units. Kylie has been nominated for this recognition because of her leadership within the mental health team that fosters a cohesive environment characterised by trust, collaboration and mutual respect. Kylie prioritises the value and support of each member, promoting inclusivity through effective communication and decision-making. Kylie has also spearheaded the comprehensive implementation of the Safe Wards model of care across all mental health units. And Kylie has also developed detailed educational programs, tailored training sessions and provided sustained hands-on support, equipping staff with the necessary tools and strategies to mitigate conflicts and effectively reduce instances of seclusion and restraint. It is clearly evident, Deputy Speaker, that Kylie is an outstanding nurse who goes above and beyond for her profession. Our nurses and midwives are the backbone of our healthcare system, and without them, hospitals and healthcare facilities would not be able to provide phenomenal healthcare services to our communities that they do. I congratulate Kylie on this recognition, and I would like to thank her for all her work strengthening our healthcare system on the Central Coast. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Lyne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Congratulations are in order to all the Olympic athletes who've made Australia proud with their efforts in Paris. Athletes of the future are everywhere, and 10-year-old Tamron Matheson has just claimed the impressive title of Best Overall at the New South Wales 2024 Country Gymnastics Championships and Winter Invitational in Armidale. She attained very high scores, 8.95, 8.7 and 9 and 8.95 on the bar. A big future for Tamron, who took home a silver medal for the floor and the bars, 4th place for the vault, 5th place for the beam, and of course the best overall. I wish her all the very best. I would also like to acknowledge and extend my congratulations to Harry Cook from Olbar Public School and Cooper Kay from Wingham Public School, who were both selected by the New South Wales State Touch Team to play in the National Touch Football Championships, which will be held in October. What an extraordinary achievement for these two local boys. So Harry and Cooper, Tamron, and also the parents and grandparents of these young athletes for all the support they're giving, they will become our stars of the future, as well as having a great childhood, meeting lots of friends, getting away from the TV and growing big and strong. Thank you.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The Darwin Aussie Rules 9s footy championships were held in Marara on the weekend. Aussie Rules 9s, you ask? Well, that's when we've got 9 players, not 18 per field, and it's not on the big oval Aussie Rules ground, it's on a rugby field or a soccer field. It's a great form of the sport, and congratulations must go to Team Larrakia, who won the Division 1 men's, and to Team Timor-Leste, who won the Division 2 men's competition. And massive congratulations to the 9s debutants in the women's, Team Darwin, who won the competition. Deputy Speaker, did you know that Australian rules football was a demonstration sport at the 1956 Olympics? Not many people do know that one, but we've all enjoyed watching the Olympics recently, and imagine if footy, Aussie rules footy, was back at the Brisbane Olympics. It'd be fantastic, but not the big 18-a-side on a big oval on a rugby ground or a soccer ground. Footy, our footy, Aussie rules, is played in over 50 countries around the world. Vibrant competitions exist across the US, Canada, Europe, Asia and the Pacific. And because most of the world's sporting ovals are rectangular, this form of Aussie rules, 9-a-side, is perfect, and the punters will love it. In the Territory, we know this game well. Aussie rules 9s, have a look.
Member for Moore.
Speaker, in my coastal electorate of Moore, we are proud of our active surf life-saving community, numbering 5,000 members at 2 great local surf clubs, Sorrento and Mullaloo, which are both very competitive in surf sports at a national level. Our surf lifesavers provide an essential community safety service by patrolling 20 kilometres of beaches stretching between Burns Beach and Trigg. They regularly rescue beachgoers in distress and save lives. I recently met with Rob Doherty and Andy Jones, the respective presidents of Sorrento and Mullaloo, to join with the City of Joondalup in campaigning for a $2 million federal contribution towards the interior fit-out of both clubs as part of the planned redevelopment. Our surf clubs are based in ageing buildings which are more than 40 years old, are too small, and do not meet the contemporary standards for disabled access. The rundown change rooms, cramped surf rescue storage equipment areas, dated first aid training rooms, and limited gym facilities require refurbishment to be brought up to a modern standard of compliance. With both surf clubs, local government and state government all making significant project contributions, I strongly make the case for a $2 million federal contribution towards the interior fit-out and call upon the Albanese government to commit funds in support of surf lifesaving in Western Australia.
Member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today is the beginning of National Science Week, and I was very pleased this morning to accompany the Minister for Science, Ed Husic, and the Chief Scientist, Dr. Cathy Foley, to visit the ANU Research School of Chemistry, where the Minister announced the new national science priorities. While we were there, we also had the opportunity to visit Samsara Echo, which is a startup based at the Research School of Chemistry, led by Vanessa von Suthi and Matt Spence. Samsara Echo have developed a technology which can break down plastics with enzymes to be reused in other manufacturing processes. It's a technology that, if fully implemented, will mean that all types of plastic can be recycled infinitely. And this is a world-changing technology being pioneered right here in Canberra. Today, I also want to congratulate the ACT Scientist of the Year, Dr. Bjorn Sternberg, also from the ANU in the School of Engineering. He received his award in recognition for his research in battery storage and grid integration, which will be crucial as Australians move to EV technology. Dr. Sternberg is also the author of Amy's Balancing Act, a fantastic children's book teaching the youngest Australians about the transition to renewable energy. To celebrate National Science Week, I'm really proud to be partnering with Bjorn to donate a copy of this book to every primary school in my electorate of Canberra. So happy National Science Week to all, and thank you to all the scientists for what you do each and every day.
Member for Grey.
Madam Deputy Speaker, like many, I've been transfixed by the Olympics in the last 2 weeks and the outstanding efforts of our Australian athletes. Naturally, we are particularly proud of those who come from our community, and in Grey we congratulate Lee Hoffman, son of proud Whyalla parents Kristen and Renee, and we are probably still celebrating, his historic win in Paris. Arguably the world's fastest team sprint starter, Lee was raised in Whyalla and started cycling at 14 and won his first big event at 15. A high achiever from birth, Lee walked when he was 6 months old and began running 2 weeks later. Perhaps not a surprise, he was the 2022 World Championship gold medalist. Lee rode second wheel in Paris to bring home the bronze in the men's team sprint. Another champion from Grey is, of course, Kyle Chalmers, who is no stranger to the Olympic podium or the Australian consciousness. King Kyle from Port Lincoln can almost single-handedly put Australia in the medals with his freestyle speed, and in this, his third Olympics, he showed yet again what a world-class performer he is, winning 2 silver and 1 bronze medal. Our women's basketball team took bronze against Belgium in a thrilling match for their 7th Olympic medal. Cadina's Steph Talbot played a major role in the hard-fought game in Paris, while Olympic debutante Isabelle Borlase, whose parents are sporting legends from Grey, did some sensational work for the Opals campaign. Satis Autus Fortius. Our Aussie athletes are living embodiment of the Olympic deal.
Member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Late last month, alongside the Assistant Minister for Health and Aged Care, I was proud to be able to host a community-wide women's health forum in Elizabeth, and it's great to see the Minister in the chamber right now. Together we heard brave and challenging stories throughout the north, from a community ready to break taboos in women's health and fight for real change. On the night it was made clear that the culture of healthcare needs a major shift. Dozens of women shared the same old story of walking into a health service, often in especially severe pain, just to be told that you're overreacting, as if it's immature for women to expect anything more than painkillers and a hot water bottle, despite presenting with devastating symptoms. This medical misogyny only holds back my community. And for women in the north, already facing barriers to specialist treatment for illnesses such as pelvic pain and endometriosis, being shut out at the first instance because of that bias simply isn't good enough. So I'd like to give a big thank you to all that attended the forum across our community, and again to the Assistant Minister for Health and Aged Care travelling to hear our stories firsthand, because I am privileged to be part of a community that raises their voices to see the issues addressed, and a part of a government working to do so on the ground to produce real outcomes. Thank you. Member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the opening ceremony of the Olympics had a very unfortunate segment. That the organising committee of the opening games felt it okay to mock the religious image of the Last Supper was not okay on any level. The Last Supper, or the Eucharist, marks the sacrament of the Holy Communion and is a very important biblical event. I doubt very much that the committee would have considered mocking Muslims or any other religious sacrament, and given they thought it okay to mock Christianity says a lot in itself. The apology post the event also was lukewarm at best, almost a Clayton's apology, where you give an apology that isn't one. To start with, if anyone has taken offence, was ingenious, given there was outrage across the world at the imagery shown during the opening ceremony. Secondly, Speaker, the decision to allow 2 boxers to compete, who had both failed a gender test set by the International Boxing Association and were both disqualified from the Boxing World Championships in 2023 after chromosome testing came back, was not okay. This is unfair to the competitors who demonstrated this in the boxing ring. 2 unfortunate decisions, I believe, made in the Olympics. Finally, Deputy Speaker, to the Australian team, Congratulations on an amazing effort. You did yourselves and our country proud, and as a country with our population, to get the medal count was phenomenal.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to congratulate over 150 dedicated members of the 14 for Fits who ran and walked the 14-kilometre City to Surf event in Sydney yesterday. This group of 150 friends dedicated their 14 kilometres to remembering Lance Corporal Jack Fitzgibbon, who sadly passed away during a training incident at the RAF base Richmond on the 6th of March earlier this year. 14 for Fits included close friends and family of Jack and others from across our community, including Joel and Di Fitzgibbon, who came together to remember Jack and honour his memory by raising awareness and funds for the Commando Welfare Trust. The Trust is a special charity providing a financial safety net supporting Special Operation Commando soldiers, veterans and their families. 14 for Fits began as a simple idea to come together and support one another through grief, and quickly evolved into a powerful movement which brought together our wider community for a common cause. Initially setting out to raise $50,000, 14 for Fits has doubled this target by raising more than $100,000. I would like to thank everyone who has backed 14 for Fits. $100,000 is a great amount of money that will make a real positive difference to the lives of soldiers, veterans, their family, and it is a heartwarming way to ensure that Jack's memory is kept alive. Thank you.
Member for Canning.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is the 12th time I have spoken about Labor's failure to fix the Peel Region's local hospital. Labor has been promising to upgrade the Peel Health Campus since 2017. They've delayed, they've fudged the dates, they've lied about the budget. And here we are, almost a decade later. We've made no progress. Before the last state election, former Premier Mark McGowan promised to invest $152 million into the hospital. We were told by the Peel Labor team everything would be different. Everything would change for the better. Wait times, delays, ambulance ramping would all be fixed. Well, Labor won in a landslide, but nothing has changed. We are yet to see any significant investment into the hospital, except for the $25 million that I secured in 2019 for upgrades to the emergency department. David Templeman, Lisa Munday and Robin Clark have not kept their word and delivered for our community.
Shame.
I've talked to our hard-working nurses and doctors. They'll be on shift just as they always are, serving our community. But nothing has changed for them. Will they have extra support? More beds? More staff assisting on shifts? No. When Labor was elected in March 2017, ambulance ramping at the Peel Health Campus was 6.9 hours for that month. Last month, ramping totalled more than 443 hours, and that's not even the highest on record. Labor has tried to spin its way out of this mess, but we're not buying it. My community, from Mandurah to Pinjarra, from Maroona to Dawesville, we want action.
Member for has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Art is an important part of our lives as individuals and as a community. Art enables us to express ourselves as individuals, our place in the community and the world. Art enables us to reach out to others, to share our stories, to make connections, to understand and be understood, to be challenged, entertained, enlightened or puzzled. No matter how art makes you feel, it is a connection. So I'd like to thank Grace's Gallery and Gifts at Glenelg for inviting me to open their Sala exhibition entitled Vibrance. The exhibition features the following local artists: Grace Lamb, whose gallery we were at. Grace is a self-taught multidisciplinary artist and entrepreneur. Grace has Down syndrome, a visual impairment, hearing and a hearing impairment. And Grace's art is indeed vibrant, brightly coloured and happy, inspired by Australian landscapes and flora. Sue Baker is an established artist working with encaustic medium, which is coloured wax pictures set using a blowtorch. Tatiana Georgieva is a Belarusian artist and graphic designer whose stunning aquatic-themed works feature a combination of mediums. Erin Scull is an emerging photographer working as Isabel with a focus on stunning extreme close-ups of nature, and Georgina Fry working as the last unicorn using a medium of painting to replicate the inspiration of the natural environment. The exhibition is open till 1st of September. I encourage locals to pop in and have a look.
Member for Bradfield.
Why won't this weak Prime Minister stand up to the bullies, thugs and crooks of the CFMEU. We know from media reports that the CFMEU has been infiltrated by bikies and underworld criminal figures. We know that for years CFMEU officials have routinely broken the law, and judge after judge has criticised them for doing so, such as Federal Court Justice Tracy in 2017, saying its conduct was, quote, arrogant and dismissive of warnings given to them that they were acting unlawfully, close quotes. Yet the Albanese Labor government has repeatedly danced to the tune of the CFMEU. They abolished the Australian Building Construction Commission. They refused to allow part of the union to demerge, even when women workers and union officials in the textile, clothing and footwear section were desperate for this to happen. So much for being committed to women's safety. But it's amazing how you can forget your stated principles for $6.2 million, the amount of CFMEU donations to Labor since the current Prime Minister became leader. Labor must immediately hand back the tainted $6.2 million. This Prime Minister must stand up to the CFMEU, not this weak exercise of appointing an administrator. He must immediately deregister the CFMEU and bring back the ABCC.
Call the Honourable Member for Lawler.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, May this year I met with early education and childcare workers in my office, and they had a really strong message for me. They said they appreciated the fee-free TAFE and that it meant there were more early educators coming into centres in my electorate. I met earlier this month, on the 23rd of July, I went to the Gordon and met some of those students. They had a strong message for me. They told me the sector needed a pay rise. Surprise, surprise. Then last week I went to Aspire in Manor Lakes to celebrate Early Learning Matters Week, and those workers told me they needed a pay rise. And lo and behold, what has a Labor government delivered? A 15% pay rise for early educators. This is an incredibly important thing delivered by this government, and I know that the early educators around this country are very appreciative.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. Just ask members to take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. Give a call to the Honourable the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that the House record its deep regret at the death on 3 August 2024 of Thomas Page Pritchard, a former Australian serviceman, place on record its appreciation of his meritorious service and tender its sympathy to his family in their bereavement. Mr Speaker, yesterday, Tom Pritchard, Australia's final remaining rat of Tobruk, was farewelled in a private family funeral. He may have been our last living link to one of the most extraordinary episodes in Australian military history, but he was a man of humility. And as much as we, as Australians, lay claim to him, he belonged first and last to family and to friends. Born in country Victoria, Tom, like so many young people determined to serve, lied about his age in order to enlist. He ended up taking part in one of the military campaigns that most emphatically showed the great truth of the Australian character. Through its 8 extraordinary months, the siege of Tobruk called on the tenacity of every Australian soldier who stood against the forces of Hitler and Mussolini. It called on their resourcefulness. It called on that deep instinct to respond to even a glimpse of hell with camaraderie and understated courage, with irony and humour. When enemy propaganda compared them to rats, they adopted the insult as a badge of enduring pride and honour. Even in the most desperate darkness, theirs was a light that never went out. And there, in the thick of it, was Tom Pritchard. By his own admission, he didn't know how to put a Band-Aid on when he started out, but he ended up saving lives as an ambulance attendant with the 2nd 5th Field Ambulance, ferrying the wounded against all of the challenges that they faced. The road beneath was often treacherous and the sky above carried the threat of death. Yet he pushed on through the siege and then again closer to home in Papua New Guinea and Borneo. When it was all done, he married his sweetheart Gwen, went to work for Victoria's State Electricity Commission and settled into the reward of family life. Yet through the decades of peace, he and the other rats never lost that extraordinary bond that had been forged under the fire of fascism. Nor did Tom lose the quiet modesty that was such a characteristic of his generation. Even when he was the last rat of Tobruk left carrying the torch, he wanted to make sure that its glow fell upon others, not on his own achievements and his own courage, but to light up the legacy of those who never came home from the Libyan desert, those whose lives were part of the cost of victory against tyranny. Fittingly, a public memorial for all the rats of Tobruk will be held in Melbourne later this month, and we will remember Tom alongside all the thousands of Australians who gave the world hope when it was so desperately needed. Now their self-effacing hero's long and rich life is over. The man who once exaggerated his age to go to war so very nearly made it to his 103rd birthday. Our hearts go out to all who loved him and were loved by him. And we join in pride and gratitude for all Tom was and all that Tom did. He was a great Australian, a man of humility, selflessness and larrikin humour. May he rest in peace, lest we forget.
Give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I want to thank the Prime Minister for his fitting tribute to Tom Pritchard. The last rat of Tobruk is at rest, and on behalf of the Coalition, I too acknowledge the life and legacy of Tom Pritchard. Tom Pritchard was a truly great Australian, part of the greatest generation. Tom was among those Anzacs who prevented German Field Marshal Rommel from recapturing the Libyan port of Tobruk in 1941. He was among those Australians who served 8 months of daily bombings and tank attacks from German and Italian forces. German propaganda mocked the Allied soldiers, comparing them to trapped rats, but those brave men embraced that slur with pride. The Rats of Tobruk became a nickname which exemplified their fortitude in the face of extremists. Like other Australians who enlisted, Tom lied about his age. Such was his determination to serve. In addition to serving in Africa, Tom went on to serve in New Guinea and Borneo. For a man who knew the horrors of war, especially as an ambulance attendant, Tom was not one to talk about his experiences when he returned from the front. As Tom's daughter Judy said, "My father, the soldier, and my dad are separate people entirely." But as Tom's friend Lachlan Gaylord acknowledged, he would have seen horrible things. He wasn't so much contributing to the fighting as picking up the pieces. Soldiers who were already dead, soldiers who were seriously injured. Mr Speaker, we must never forget what Tom and those like him did. Our country today is neither the result of luck nor natural occurrence. It's been forged, fought for and defended by those before us. We are the beneficiaries of that service, of that suffering and the sacrifice of soldiers like Tom Pritchard. We commit Tom to our memory so that we do not forget our duty as custodians of their legacy. To quote a verse of poetry written by another rat of Tobruk, his name will go down in history on the scroll of honour at home, and his soul will live forever in a hero's sacred dome. We extend our deepest condolences to Tom Pritchard's friends and family. May Tom Pritchard rest in peace, lest we forget.
And as a mark of respect to the memory of Thomas Page Pritchard, I ask all present to rise in their places. I thank the House. Call to the Leader of the House.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And the Leader of the House.
I declare that the resumption of debate on the Prime Minister's motion of condolence in connection with the death of Thomas Page Pritchard is referred to the Federation Chamber.
I inform the House of the death on 10 July 2024 of Alan Peter Steedman, a member of this House for the division of Casey from 1983 to 1984. As a mark of respect to the memory of Pete Steedman, I invite all present to rise in their places. I thank the House. I call the Prime Minister.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Well, so many Australians have spent the past fortnight on Paris time. Our eyes glued to the extraordinary scenes in the pool, on the track, in the velodrome, the whitewater course, the skate park, BMX arena, boxing ring, even the Seine River. Everywhere there have been green and gold champions to cheer on. And every one of them has done our country proud. Every one of them has brought us joy and excitement and brought us together as Australians. Paris 2024 has been Australia's most successful Olympics ever. Yeah. A record 18 gold medals, 19 silver and 16 bronze, taking us to 4th in the overall medal tally. If you compare the size of our population, just 27 million, with the countries of the United States and China and, of course, Japan, the 3 countries that are ahead of us, they have far more sizable populations to draw on than we do. But over the past 2 weeks, the heroics of our athletes have captivated Australians. Just as importantly, they have inspired the next generation of Australians to be active, to play sport, to be part of their community, learn life lessons, make friends. Because having a go, participating, testing yourself is what the Olympic spirit is all about, as Anna Mears has so eloquently said. We see that when the competition is over and the athletes are interviewed, overcome by joy or relief. When we watch as they embrace their family and friends in the stands, when we see the tears of pride in their eyes as they stand on the podium while Advance Australia Fair plays. In all these special scenes, we're reminded of just how much this moment means to our athletes and to the people who love them. The coaches and mentors and parents and spouses and siblings who've been on the journey with them through years of very early morning starts and unwavering dedication, working to overcome the challenges that every Olympian faces along the way. It's important to remember that for most of these athletes, overwhelmingly, there's not great financial reward. They put in because the love for their sport and the aim of representing their country. I do want to pay tribute to the leadership of Anna Mears that she's shown, standing up for all of our athletes as well. Mr Speaker, I was struck by something that Ariane Titmus said straight after winning gold in the 400. She said, "I hope it goes to show anyone can do what they want to do if they work hard and believe in themselves. Here I am, I'm from little old Lonnie, a town of 90,000, and I'm out here living the dream." Well, what a wonderful message from a great Tasmanian, from a remarkable champion. All of our athletes have given inspiration to boys and girls all over Australia, at a time where I think everyone in this chamber wants to see young Australians spend more time off their devices and on the netball court or the swimming pool or the oval. This is a great thing. This is a great thing to inspire them. And can I say this, that in victory or defeat, we have been proud of every single one of our athletes. Because the Olympic spirit is about striving to be your best. It's about having a go, discovering something you love. And for many of those young Australians, they'll be thinking about Brisbane 2032, about the potential of standing on the podium when, for the 3rd time, Australia has the honour of hosting the Olympics, and I'm sure that those Olympic Games will be just as successful as Melbourne was in 1956 and my home city of Sydney was in 2000. The Olympians that were cheering on in Paris, many of them grew up cheering for their heroes in Sydney or Athens or Beijing. In some cases, like Lauren Jackson, it seems she just goes on forever, Mr. Speaker. I was watching the bronze medal match last night, and it showed her off the court encouraging those who were doing Australia proud in defeating Belgium to win the bronze medal. And what a great champion she has been. All of these athletes started their journey at Little Athletics or the local community sports centre, and that's why it matters for government. From time to time we get questions about why should you invest in sport. Well, investing in sport reduces our health bill for a start. It helps both physical and mental health, but it also helps the health of our country. That has been really lifted up, and I look forward to welcoming the athletes home on Wednesday morning, along with the Leader of the Opposition and others as well who will be there to welcome them home. I pay tribute to Annika Wells as Minister for Sport for the work that she has done in the lead-up to the Olympics as well. We look forward to welcoming them home on Wednesday, and we look forward to further inspiration when we watch our Paralympians in just a short period of time, because they as well will do us proud. I am certain of that.
An indulgence, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Prime Minister for his fine words and join him in celebrating the triumph of the Australian team at the Paris Olympic Games. This really was our finest Olympics. The medal tally says it all: 18 glorious gold, 19 splendid silver and 16 breathtaking bronze. 53 medals in total and a fourth-place finish overall. For a country of 27 million people, Australia's result was outstanding in terms of medals per capita. By any stretch, this is just an amazing result, and it's a great credit to all of those involved. Our athletes showed the world once again that we're a sporting nation which punches above its weight. Every Olympics has its magnificent and magical moments which we can commit to our national memory. Paris 24 was no exception. We always anticipated we would prevail in the pool. Our swimmers did not disappoint. Ariana Titmus, Kaylee McEwen, Molly O'Callaghan, Cameron McAvoy all have become household names, just like Dawn Fraser, Ian Thorpe and Kieran Perkins. Of course, we salute the outstanding and retiring Emma McKeon. Having won her 6th gold medal in Paris, Emma is our most decorated athlete in Olympic history with 14 medals in total. In Paris, we saw the triumph of seasoned athletes, among them most prominently Jess Fox with her 2 golds in the kayak and the canoe. There are also the feats of emerging stars like 14-year-old skateboarder Arissa True. Australians were overjoyed to see our youngest ever gold medalist bearing our nation's flag across her shoulders, a joy surpassed only by her delight in knowing that her parents will have to keep their promise and buy her a pet duck. The Olympics will also be remembered for Australia's achievements on the athletics track and field. Most notably, Nina Kennedy soaring over the bar to win Australia's first ever Olympic gold medal in the women's pole vault, or Jess Hull's sensational silver in the women's 1500 metres, our first medal in that event in 56 years. Mr. Speaker, in any Olympics, amidst the cheers, there are inevitably tears. There will be Australians returning from these games who will be disappointed with their performance. For those Australians who have fallen short of their goals, I hope they'll remember the truism in life that our character is strengthened as much by our setbacks as by our successes. And I hope that they appreciate just how incredibly proud every Australian is of their achievement on and off the sporting arena. Few people can call themselves Olympians. It's a title our athletes can carry with them throughout their lives with pride, regardless of their individual results. Our athletes have known a life defined by discipline, rising early, training for hours, multiple times a day, sticking to strict diets, relinquishing precious time with family and friends to master their chosen sport. They have reached the summit of sporting endeavour, and their physical training and mental agility will see them excel in their personal and professional lives long after they've left the sport. On behalf of the Coalition, I commend all of our Olympians for their successes and spirit, on the field and on the track, on the court and in the ring, in the water and on it. They were magnanimous in victory and gracious in defeat, testimony to the calibre of the Australian character. Of course, it takes a team to condition an athlete and keep them at their best. I also want to take the opportunity to applaud the wider team, to Anna Mears, to the coaches, to the managers, the sports scientists, the nutritionists, the doctors, the psychologists, the physios, the massage therapists and more people besides. All of the family who are involved, the sacrifice that they made, in many cases pulling every dollar together to enjoy that trip across to watch that moment of great pride. Many commentators are already speaking about our prospects for the 28 Olympics in Los Angeles and the 2032 Olympics in Brisbane. When I look around the gallery today and see the students here from across the country, perhaps one of them will be inspired by the performance that they saw on their television screens. Maybe more than one, maybe many of them, and I'm sure many across the country will be excelling and trying that bit harder as we approach 2032 in Brisbane. But let's stay in the moment, for this has been a historic Olympics for Australia, and this generation of athletes deserves our praise and our gratitude for many days, many months and many years to come. This is their moment. Mr Speaker, in their moment, they have done our country very proud.
Call the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I present a revised ministry list. It includes the changes to the ministry made by the Governor-General on the 29th of July and new representative arrangements. I understand the document will be included in the votes and proceedings in Hansard.
Prime Minister has the call.
I inform the House that the Minister for Aged Care and Minister for Sport will be absent from question time today, and the Minister for Health and Aged Care will answer questions on her behalf.
Should we move to questions without notice? Are there any questions? I'll give the call to the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has broken promises to cut electricity bills, to provide cheaper mortgages and to ensure that families will be better off on the cost of living. The price of electricity is now up by 22%. We've endured 12 mortgage rate hikes and the prices for food and groceries are up more than 11%. Isn't it clear to Australians this government has lost its way because of this Prime Minister's lack of economic management and experience and general incompetence?
The call to the Prime Minister.
Take a point of order on relevance on this.
That's right. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question. And of course, the Leader of the Opposition asked me about cost of living. And there's one thing that is consistent about our cost of living measures, which is they have all been opposed by those opposite. They opposed, even last week, they opposed the tax cuts that we gave to every Australian taxpayer. But those opposite were against that. They opposed the energy price relief plan that we put in place. They were against that. They were opposed to fee-free TAFE. They were against that. They were opposed to cheaper childcare. They were against that.
Opposed to wage rises.
We know they were opposed to wage rises, whether it be the 3 increases in the minimum wage or whether it be the additional wage rises for people who work in aged care or who work as early educators in our childcare system. We know that that was the case. But we know also that those opposite, when it comes to economic policy, do have some half-baked plans. They have a plan for nuclear reactors sometime in the 2040s, but they won't tell us how much they will cost. What we do know is that they are the most costly form of new energy, and we know it will take too long, and we know even after all of that, it will produce something like 4% of the energy needs that Australia has. We know also
Minister for Climate Change.
That they have a plan to break up supermarkets. Now, I'm not sure who will buy the Coles supermarket at their local shopping centre next to Woolworths, but I suspect it will probably be Woolworths. There's nothing, of course, to stop IGA setting up anywhere in the country, but that's what happens when you have the Nats running their economic policy. But they came out with something else, Mr Speaker, last week, which is zonal taxation. So depending upon where you live, you will pay a different rate of tax under this Leader of the Opposition. The troika of economic irrationality.
Order. Members on my left.
Zonal taxation, depending upon where you live. Breaking up private sector companies through forced divestment.
Order.
And nuclear reactors owned by the government sometime in the 2040s. Mr Speaker.
Order.
The party of Menzies is a long time gone.
Concluded.
Mr Speaker.
Order. There is far too much noise on my left. The Manager of Opposition Business, the Leader of the Nationals, continually interjecting. I'm just going to have a bit more silence during the answer to this question. Give the call to the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Early Childhood Education. How is the Albanese Labor government recognising the professional work of early childhood educators and helping them with the costs of living? And what approaches to early childhood education has the government rejected?
The call to the Minister for Childhood Education and the Minister for Youth.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the amazing member for Canberra for her question and for her ongoing advocacy and support for early childhood education and care workers in Canberra. Mr Speaker, last week the Albanese government made an historic announcement for a 15% wage increase for early childhood education and care workers. Workers who carry out the vital and important role of caring for and educating our youngest Australians. And this is on top of supporting not one, not two, but 3 increases to the award wage of early childhood educators, as well as our tax cuts. Now, Mr Speaker, I have spoken to educators right across the country who have told me how much they love their job. And their dedication to children's wellbeing and to children's development is on show at every single centre that I have visited across Australia. But they also tell me this. They also tell me that love doesn't pay the bills. Now, this wage increase will make a real and tangible difference for over 200,000 workers in Australia. Now, Sia, an educator from Victoria, said this. She said that instead of searching for a second job, this pay increase will help me now pay rent and put food on my table. This 15% wage increase means that an average ECEC educator will receive a pay rise of over $100 per week, increasing to over $150 a week from December 2025. And an early childhood teacher gets an additional $166 a week, increasing to $249 a week from December 2025. This is a great outcome for a highly feminised workforce. But, Mr Speaker, unsurprisingly, yet disappointingly, the opposition doesn't understand how important this wage increase is for the sector. The opposition leader dismissed the wage increase as, I quote, a few dollars a week and refused to support it. Well, the opposition leader would do well to go out and speak to ECEC workers, people like Karen, an educator in his home state of Queensland, who said that this will change people's lives. It means that early childhood educators who have been relying on Food Bank to feed their families won't have to do that anymore. Every Australian, whether you're a parent, a grandparent, an aunt, an uncle, if you know an early childhood educator or if you are an early childhood educator, every Australian knows how important this work is. It's not just about wiping bums and noses, but it's only a Labor government that will deliver a fair and decent wage increase for early childhood workers.
The call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Last week, the RBA said, quote, "Public demand is forecast to be stronger than previously expected, reflecting recent public spending announcements by federal and state and territory governments." End quote. But the Prime Minister dismissed this, claiming that's not what they've said. Why is this Prime Minister in denial that Labor's spending is causing homegrown inflation and keeping interest rates higher for longer?
The call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the Deputy Leader for her question. This is what the RBA Governor Michelle Bullock said last Thursday in Armidale. Governments have a job to do and I have a job to do, right? My job and the Reserve Bank's job is to get inflation down, right? Governments have a different job. Their job is also to get inflation down, and they acknowledge that, but it's also to provide services and infrastructure for the Australian people. And so they need to do that at the same time as they need to focus on keeping inflation down. That's precisely what we're doing.
The member for Fisher.
And it's also consistent with what the Governor told estimates in May, where she said fiscal policy has been running a surplus for the last couple of years. So I would say that's been helping the inflation situation, if anything. Now, I know that for those opposite, a budget surplus is something that is foreign to them, Mr Speaker.
Deputy Leader of the Opposition
you may as well be
rejecting.
talking a different language, because they promised a surplus in their first year and every year thereafter, and they produced none. And we turned a $78 billion Liberal deficit into a $22 billion surplus, and then backed it up with a second surplus that's on its way as well. And this is also what Michelle Bullock, the RBA Governor, had to say about inflation. Inflation has fallen substantially since its peak in 2022. This is what she said 6th of August last week. She spoke about international experience as well. We've seen from overseas experience how bumpy inflation can be on the way down and across the economy. She had that to say as well. She's been very, very consistent. We have been consistent. What we have been doing is making sure that we do continue to have inflationary pressure put down, which is why we have halved it since we came to office. At the same time, we're not leaving people behind. We've given tax cuts to every Australian, something that the questioner here, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, said they would roll back. Now, we await the Deputy Leader of the Opposition during the election campaign saying when it will be rolled back. Well, when are you going to roll it back? That's what we want to know. So get ready for whenever it's called. You stand up there and you say we're going to roll back the tax cuts that we've put in place in order to support your ideological position, which is simply inconsistent.
Has concluded. Give the call to the honourable member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. What has been the reaction to the Albanese Labor government's decision to increase early educator wages? And why is it important to support our early educator workforce?
Call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and can I thank my friend, the sensational member for Dunkley, for her question. Mr Speaker, our early educators deserve a gold medal. You like that? And silver and bronze, and they also deserve a pay rise. And that's what this government is delivering, a 15% pay rise. That means an extra $100 a week from December. Mr Speaker, we've already cut the cost of childcare for more than 1 million Australian families, and this is the next step, lifting up the pay of the people who make all of this possible. Some of the lowest paid workers in this country and some of our most important, people who help to ensure that our kids start school ready to learn. The US President often makes the point that children that go to preschool are 50% more likely to then go on to college or to university. So this isn't babysitting, this is early education. It's not about changing nappies, it's about changing lives. And what we announced last week is not just a 15% pay rise. We announced two things: a 15% pay rise for workers, but also a 4.4% fee cap to keep prices down for parents. So it's a pay rise for more than 200,000 workers, and we're keeping prices down for more than 1 million Australian families. It's a win for workers and it's a win for parents. And that's why everyone has backed it, except for the Liberal Party that has attacked it. And there's no better example of that than the ramblings of that policy heavyweight, Senator Gerard Rennick, who on Saturday hopped onto Twitter and said that childcare destroys the family unit. The truth is, it's units like that that destroy the Liberal Party's credibility. It's comments like that that make you think the modern Liberal Party thinks that women with little kids shouldn't go back to work, shouldn't have a paid job. If there were awards handed out for cookers, this bloke would win a Michelin star. And, Mr Speaker, if the opposition leader had any ticker, he would pull this bloke into line. And maybe he would pull the plug on his computer. And then he would back this pay rise for some of the lowest paid and important workers in this country. Because we want more kids to start school ready to learn. We want more kids to finish high school and then go on to TAFE and to university. We want a better and a fairer education system, and this is where it starts.
Before I call the member for Kooyong, I'm pleased to advise the House that present in the gallery today are representatives from Drug Arm, who are visiting Parliament House today in celebration of 175 years of service by the Drug Awareness and Relief Foundation. I'm also pleased to advise that Ms Dana Wortley MP, former Senator for South Australia and a current member of the House of Assembly, and also Mr Russell Wortley, a member of the Legislative Council of South Australia, and former member Leonie Short is with us today. Welcome to you all. Give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is for the Treasurer. Treasurer, 1 in 8 Australians live in poverty. Helping them helps all of us. It means that more Australians can afford to pay their rent and their bills, to get to interviews and get a job, to feed their kids and themselves. Eradicating poverty would transform their lives as well as our economy. Will you instruct the Productivity Commission to inquire into the economic cost of poverty to Australia?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thanks to the member for Kooyong for her question about an issue very near and dear, not just to her heart but mine and to everyone on this side of the House, and that is, how do we go about in the most responsible way that we can, making life easier for the most vulnerable people in our community? The honourable member who follows these things closely would know that the Productivity Commission has already, quite recently, put out what I thought was a really terrific piece of work about social mobility, intergenerational mobility in our communities. And for me, this goes really to the heart of the matter that the member for Kooyong raises for the House today, which is how do we make sure that people can not just get by but get ahead, and how can we make sure that this intergenerational disadvantage which exists in many of our communities, including, if we're honest about it, communities like the one that I represent, how do we prevent that from cascading through the generations? And that's the work that the PC did, and I wanted to thank the chair of the PC, Danielle Wood, and her colleagues for doing that important piece of work, because I think the PC has given us an important reminder about how much we cherish intergenerational mobility in this country, but also how we can't be complacent, particularly at the very bottom end of the income and wealth scale, and also when it comes to the very top as well. And so I know that the honourable member's question is well motivated, and I know it's well informed by that work that the PC has already done. We're not contemplating another study of that kind, in addition to the one that the PC has just released. But we are, as a government, as a Labor government, proudly very focused on the most vulnerable people in our society and on that question of intergenerational disadvantage. You know, it's why we increased job seeker and the working age payments, working closely with my colleagues here on the front bench. It's why energy bill relief has happened a couple of times. It's why we've made sure that everyone gets a tax cut and not just people who are already doing a bit better than others. It's why I work closely with the Minister on a whole program of addressing place-based disadvantage in our communities where that is the biggest challenge. It's why we've supported increases to the minimum wage. It's why we're supporting decent pay rises for early childhood educators and others as well. It's why we've expanded paid parental leave. There are a whole range of things, Mr Speaker, that we are doing. I could go on about those things that we are doing. We're proud of the progress that we've made for Australia's most vulnerable people, but we don't pretend that every challenge in our economy and, more importantly, in our society has been fixed. That's why the work of the PC about mobility is so important to us, and that's why in every single budget we do what we can to help the most vulnerable people in our country.
Call to the member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government helping to ensure childcare workers are valued and paid fairly, and what has been the response?
Give a call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Hasluck for her question and for welcoming me into a childcare centre in her electorate last Friday morning, where we were able to speak directly with the workers who do such an extraordinary job in looking after our youngest Australians, who are there not just to mind children, they're there to educate them. Both educate them in terms of early learning, but also in the social interaction that comes from that engagement. And that's why last week I was very proud that we announced the 15% increase in pay for these essential workers. 10% in December this year, 5% in December next year. A total increase of $155 extra money in their pocket, which is added to by the fact that all of them will benefit as well from tax cuts. Tax cuts that we've put in place, tax cuts of which they would have either got none if they were part-time workers or very little if they were working full-time. Early educators do an extraordinary job, and this wage increase will make sure that the system doesn't continue to see people leave it because they can't afford to stay there. This is good for workers, good for children, good for families and good for our national economy, because early learning also allows people to either re-enter the workforce after having a child, or to stay or to work 1 or 2 extra days extra that they would. Claire, at my electorate in Leica, where we launched the announcement last week, said this: it will help tremendously. It means that the teachers who are really passionate about the industry will stay. They don't have to leave. And indeed it will. But of course those opposite, of course refuse to embrace this change. They say they support workers, but there's always a but. There's always a but. I don't oppose helping families, but, and they go on to say why they're against it with their relentless negativity. And the minister's already spoken about our friend Senator Rennick, personally endorsed by the Leader of the Opposition earlier this term in a pre-selection battle in their LNP, where he spoke about institutionalised childcare as a sacred cow for the Labor Party. He said it destroyed the family unit, but he went on to say it brainwashed children early with the woke mind virus. I mean, this stuff is just extraordinary. It's from an elected senator, someone who actually gets to vote on legislation in this parliament.
Call to the member for Hume.
My question is to the Treasurer. Independent economist Chris Richardson said last week's RBA statement was about as clear as they can be. There is extra budget spending in the system which is fuelling inflation. But the Treasurer said last week, I don't think that's what the statement says. When will the Treasurer cut the spin and take responsibility for decisions that are driving up his homegrown inflation?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I take responsibility for the decisions that we've made in our budget, and I do that proudly, Mr Speaker. I take responsibility for the cost of living help that they don't support. I take responsibility for the responsible economic management which is completely foreign to them. I take responsibility for the surpluses that we have delivered that they weren't capable of delivering in 9 attempts, Mr Speaker. Now, if the Shadow Treasurer knew what he was talking about, he would know that the Governor of the Reserve Bank, as the Prime Minister said a moment ago, has said very clearly, my personal view is that they are doing what they can in this area, Mr Speaker. And I think with the Governor of the Reserve Bank saying that we're doing what we can with our surpluses and the way we've designed our cost of living help, I think that's an important thing to factor in, Mr Speaker. You can't believe a word that the Shadow Treasurer says about this. Now, Mr Speaker, to pick up the bizarre logic of the Shadow Treasurer. Now, first of all, obviously, a net additional spend this year of $10 billion is not the primary determinant of prices in a $2.6 trillion economy. I shouldn't have to explain that to the Shadow Treasurer, Mr Speaker. But even if we accepted that point, by the Shadow Treasurer's bizarre logic, that $10 billion additional spend, which is a fraction of the additional spend that they had in 2022, by his logic, he is taking responsibility when inflation was higher and rising faster. Those opposites spent more in their last budget.
Order.
And so, Mr Speaker,
the Treasurer will pause. The member for Hume on a point of order.
Relevance, Mr Speaker. The question was about the Treasurer's hopeless decisions that are driving up.
The Treasurer was asked about the RBA statement and about order. Don't talk over me when I'm dealing with your point of order. Trust me. You won't be here to hear the answer. The Treasurer was asked about taking responsibility regarding the issue of inflation. So he is being directly relevant. So I'm going to listen carefully to him to make sure that he is being relevant to the question. Treasurer has the call.
Mr Speaker, we've turned 2 big Liberal deficits into 2 big Labor surpluses. We've designed our cost of living relief to put downward pressure on inflation, not upward pressure on inflation, and we're providing the responsible economic management that they were incapable of delivering in 9 years in office. And we know what's really going on here, Mr Speaker. And what's really going on here is the Shadow Treasurer was disappointed and embarrassed last week because he desperately wants interest rates to go up, and they didn't. He desperately wanted underlying inflation the week before that to go up, and instead it went down. Now, while the rest of Australia was cheering for our Olympians, he was cheering for higher interest rates and more pain, Mr Speaker. And he wants higher inflation and he wants higher interest rates because he doesn't want anyone to notice that in the 3rd year of a 3-year term, he still doesn't have any costed or credible economic policies, Mr Speaker. He still won't come clean on the $315 billion in cuts that he says that the economy needs. He still won't tell people what that means for Medicare or for pensions or for the economy more broadly, Mr Speaker. On this side of the House, we acknowledge people are doing it tough. We're helping with the cost of living, we're repairing the budget, and we're making our economy more resilient at the same time. Those opposite did none of those things.
Concluded. Give the call to order. The member for Hume is warned. Give the call to the member for Gilmore.
My question is to the Treasurer. How is the Albanese Labor government's responsible economic management right for the conditions we confront, and what approaches have the government rejected?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and to the wonderful member for her question. Look, the 2 big influences on our economy, Mr Speaker, are global uncertainty and cost of living pressures, and they're combining to slow our economy at the same time. Our economic plan anticipated this balance of risks, and we're responding with cost of living relief and budget repair and investments to make our economy more resilient, as I said a moment ago. Now, the extreme volatility that we've seen on global markets in recent weeks is a real warning against complacency. Inflation is sticky and it's stubborn and it's more persistent than we'd like. We're seeing that around the world, including in Europe, where inflation has just gone up again, and in the US and Canada, where it zigged and zagged on the way down, Mr Speaker. Now, there's no shortage of challenges in our economy, but we've made some welcome progress in the last 2 years, as the Prime Minister said a moment ago. Inflation has halved on our watch. Wages growth has doubled. Almost 1 million jobs have been created, which is a record. There are tax cuts for every taxpayer. And then we've still turned, despite all of that, tax cuts, energy bill relief, we've still turned 2 big Liberal deficits into 2 big Labor surpluses. Now, Mr Speaker, those opposite don't want anyone in Australia to remember that when we came to office, inflation had a 6 in front of it. Now it has a 3 in front of it. Rates were already rising when we came to office. Wages were stagnant. The deficits were much bigger, and the budget was weighed down by rorts and waste and debt, and the Shadow Treasurer was a poster child for all that, Mr Speaker. That is their record. Now, the Shadow Treasurer, I said a moment ago, was disappointed and he was embarrassed last week because he desperately wanted interest rates to go up, and they didn't. He desperately wanted underlying inflation to go up the week before, and instead it went down. Same with the monthly read, same with the quarterly read on homegrown non-tradable inflation, Mr Speaker. And as I said, most people in Australia are cheering for the interest rates and for the cost of living pressures to be alleviated in the coming months. The Shadow Treasurer wants life to get harder for people. And that's because he doesn't want anyone to say, hang on a minute, Shadow Treasurer, you say there should be $315 billion worth of cuts. Well, what are they? What does it mean for pensions and indexation? What does it mean for Medicare? What does it mean for the broader economy as well? He still can't tell us why they oppose tax cuts for every taxpayer or energy bill relief and how they'll roll back the cost of living help. He still can't tell us how much the nuclear reactors will cost or how he'll pay to reinstate the old Stage 3 tax cuts. So, Mr Speaker, we acknowledge people are doing it tough. We're helping where we can in the most responsible way at the same time as we deliver these surpluses. If they had their way, inflation would be higher, interest rates would be higher, wages would be lower, and there'd be absolutely no help for people doing it tough.
Before I call the member for Durack, Shadow Treasurer interjected 8 times during that answer. We're starting this fortnight with a lesson to everyone. There's consequences for actions. You're on a warning. You'll now leave the chamber under 94A. The Treasurer is now warned. Give the call to the member for Durack.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Has the Prime Minister ruled out the creation of a Makarrata Commission to oversee truth-telling and treaty? If so, why is there still money in the budget to create one?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Durack for her ongoing commitment to Indigenous Australians and for her interest on these issues and the constructive role that she wishes to play. I indeed spoke at the Gama Festival. I attended the Gama Festival along with the Education Minister, the Social Services Minister, the Indigenous Affairs Minister, the member for Barton, the member for Lingari, the member for Solomon, and many other representatives of state governments. We were the only federal members who were there. It was an important gathering to discuss with First Nations people a way forward to close the gap. What we know is when it comes to closing the gap, we are not achieving the outcomes that I'm sure everyone here would want to see. We need to reduce the suicide rates. We need to reduce the incarceration rates. We need to reduce the rates between health and education that exist between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australia. The theme of this year's festival was Fire, Strength, Renewal. Fire, something that Yunupingu, who the Leader of the Opposition, attended his funeral. Really, at that point.
Order, members on my left. Members on my left. The manager is entitled to raise a point of order, and he shall do so.
You're a disgrace. Mr Speaker, on relevance, a very tight question. Has the Prime Minister ruled out the creation of a Makarrata Commission to oversee truth-telling and treaty? If so, why is there still money in the budget to create one? The Prime Minister should be directed to answer the question.
I'm listening carefully. I want to make sure the Prime Minister is on topic. He's talking about the visit to Gama. I'm hoping he will continue his answer regarding the question, which was about the Makarrata Commission for Truth-telling. So he has had a preamble. I'm going to invite him to return to the question.
Indeed, Mr Speaker. Makarrata is the Yolngu word. Yolngu, the people who host the Garma festival each year, for a coming together after struggle. No one can say there hasn't been a struggle in this country with Indigenous Australians when you have the closing the gap at that point. Coming together means actually sitting down and discussing the issues of how we move forward together. Now, those opposite might want to seek to continue to have division. What I'm seeking to do, and when I spoke at the Garma Festival about economic empowerment, is to search for ways, along with the new Minister for Indigenous Affairs, in which we can come together, which is what Makarrata is, coming together. Now, I seek for Australians to come together in order to advance the interests of Indigenous Australians, and I invite those opposite to actually stop with the attempts to divide and try to come together in order to close the gap, because that is our objectives. Now, during the referendum that was held last year, I was asked on multiple occasions a range of questions. I was asked about whether the voice would affect interest rates and defence bases and subs, nuclear-powered subs, and a whole range of issues. But I was also asked about treaty, and at that I indicated continually the same answer. I referred to the same answer before the referendum as afterwards, that is not the focus that we have.
Has concluded. Before I call the member for Boothby, I'd also like to acknowledge, as guests of the member for Lyons and the Minister for Agriculture, the Leader of the Opposition from Tasmania, the Deputy of the Opposition from Tasmania, Dean Winter, and Anita Dow. And I think he's just left, was advised by the member for Hinkler, the former member for Dawson is in the gallery today as well. The call to the honourable member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government investing in defence to keep Australians safe after a decade of mismanagement in defence?
Call to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence.
Mr Speaker, last Monday I signed on behalf of the government the AUKUS Naval Nuclear Propulsion Agreement with the United States and the United Kingdom at Australia's Embassy in Washington, DC. This is a foundational part of the legal underpinning of the announcement that was made by our three countries in San Diego last year, and it is another critical step forward in delivering AUKUS. When we came to power, AUKUS was really not much more than a thought bubble. But since then, we have been turning it into a reality. We have determined the actual pathway by which Australia will acquire a nuclear-powered submarine capability. We have now passed multiple tranches of legislation which have included the establishment of the Australian Submarine Agency, and along with legislation that was passed by the US Congress last year, we've created a seamless defence industrial base between our two countries, which is so critical to delivering this project. But most importantly, we have provided the funding, the increased funding in the budget to deliver AUKUS and much, much more, funding which those opposite did not provide. And all of this has happened because what the Albanese government says it does. And this stands in stark contrast to those opposite. Now, the Shadow Minister is reported in the media today saying that, on the one hand, he would like to see an increase in war stocks by 2026. But on the other, he is refusing to commit to an increase in defence spending against what those promised in the last election, which, to remind everyone, is $50 billion less over the decade than what this government has
in the budget right now. The difference between the rhetoric and the reality is profound, but it should not be a surprise, because this was the business model of the Leader of the Opposition when he was the Defence Minister. He oversaw $42 billion worth of unfunded defence announcements, in addition to 28 different projects which were running 97 years over time. The complete dysfunction in the defence delivery, combined with the historic over-programming of the defence budget, is the literal last will and testament of the worst defence government that this country has ever seen. They were terrible in government. Today we see they're no better in opposition. The Albanese government is doing the detailed work, making the difficult decisions to deliver AUKUS and keep Australians safe.
The Prime Minister's time has concluded. Give the call to the Leader of the Nationals.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Agriculture. Has the Minister's department modelled how much farmers will pay of the $2.3 billion Treasury has estimated in extra compliance costs for compulsory sustainability and Scope 3 reporting the government is introducing, and what will be the flow-on cost to families at the checkout?
Give the call to the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry and the Minister for Small Business.
I thank the member opposite for his question. What I'd say to the member opposite is he knows that we're working on a plan in terms of sustainability and climate change for the agriculture sector, and that plan has been working on for some time. And I'd say to the member opposite that also, when it comes to food prices and competition, we all know what their policy is: divestiture of supermarkets, Mr Speaker. They don't have anything over there. They don't have anything over there. Of course, we are investing in making sure that we put downward pressure on food prices. That's why we funded Choice. That's why we did the ACCC inquiry, and that's why Dr Craig Emerson has conducted a review of the Food and Grocery Code of Conduct.
The Leader of the Nationals will resume his seat. Order. The call to the honourable member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Industry. How is the Albanese Labor government's Future Made in Australia plan helping Australian families deal with cost of living pressures, and what are the consequences of opposing this plan?
The call to the Minister for Industry and Science.
Thank you, Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her question, because she knows an important way for Australians to deal with cost of living pressures is to hold down a secure, well-paying job. The bulk of manufacturing jobs being full-time, paying above average weekly earnings, and our Future Made in Australia plans champion Australian manufacturing, as does our $400 million Australian industry growth program. We got to back the efforts of small manufacturers to grow well-paying jobs with the announcement last week of the first grants from the IGP. And LIS Energy in the Corangamite electorate secured one of those grants to help the commercialisation of its development and production of its lithium-sulphur batteries. These batteries lighter, more powerful, targeted for use in aviation and defence. And LIS, they employ 25 people in Geelong and Brisbane, now looking to expand. And we set up the IGP to help emerging manufacturers to grow, be it LIS in Corangamite, be it Cauldron Molecules in Calare, be it Forager Robotics in Bonner, be it Brandsec in Melbourne, and be it Electrogenic Laboratories in Bradfield. So we're saying yes to Australian jobs, secure, well-paying jobs in manufacturing. We're saying yes to more Australian-made products made right here in this country, yes to workers earning more and keeping more of what they earn. Then the question is, what about those opposite? Always no, always negative. No to our $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund, no to energy price relief for Australian manufacturers, no to cost of living tax relief for workers. And when we announced, and here was the other one, when we announced our May budget, our Future Made in Australia initiatives, the Leader of the Opposition described
our plans to scale up more work onshore as corporate welfare. Billions for billionaires. Tough talk. Tough talk. But last week, on his way to Western Australia, it seemed like that courage evaporated over the Nullarbor. Because when he had to eyeball WA businesses keen to leverage off our announced production credits, the Leader of Opposition, he does what he normally does when he's under pressure. He says, we'll have more to say about that later. Tough guy, where did you go? Tough on the East Coast, and then it just diminishes. On the West Coast, disappears.
Order.
The tune changes.
Leader of the Nationals.
They have, their heart is not in it. They will not back Australian manufacturing, saw off 100,000 manufacturing jobs in office, chased out the car industry, and now only ever talk about manufacturing to talk it down.
Order. Give a call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
To the Prime Minister. Goldstein constituents and other Australians tell me they want all gambling ads banned, yet it's been reported that you're planning only a partial ban. Rod Glover, husband of the late Peter Murphy, said today, quote, her main argument is really simple. In a really hard trade-off, you've got to put people first and think about what kind of future we want to create. Prime Minister, will you reconsider your reported position and honour Peter's legacy by banning all gambling ads?
Give a call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Goldstein for her question. There's a fair bit of hypothetical in there about what our alleged position was. But we are working through these issues, and the government has made it very clear that the status quo regarding the saturation of gambling advertising, particularly where children are exposed to it, is untenable. The Minister for Communications and the Minister for Social Services are getting on with tackling gambling harm comprehensively. And we're doing that in a way that will ensure that there aren't unintended consequences of it. In today's world, where people have access to information instantaneously, including the member for Goldstein and others in this chamber here, on devices that they have, where things can just pop up and be received, we want to make sure that any measures do not have unintended consequences, and we're taking a comprehensive approach, recognising that this is a complex issue. The government has already delivered the most significant reform that has been done, more in 2 years than those opposite did in the previous 9. We have delivered the most significant online wagering harm reduction initiatives of the past decade. We've established mandatory custom ID verification for online wagering. We've banned the use of credit cards for online wagering. We've forced online wagering companies to send their customers monthly activity statements outlining wins and losses. We've introduced new evidence-based taglines that people will have seen, very different from just gamble responsibly that used to be there. We've provided direct funding for specialist financial counselling to support people affected by problem gambling. We've introduced nationally consistent staff training. We've introduced new minimum classifications for video games, and we've launched BetStop, the National Self-Exclusion Register. I have every respect for Rod Glover. He's been a friend of mine for a long period of time. He's a great Australian who has had to deal with the tragedy of losing his life partner, something that is felt by so many people in this chamber, not just on this side of the chamber, I acknowledge. I do note some people who, like John Howard, entering this debate, if only he'd been in a position to have some influence over public policy over this time. But the entire time that he occupied my seat, he did absolutely nothing about any of these issues.
Time has concluded. Order. The House comes to order. I'll hear from the member for Blair.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing and Homelessness. How is Labor's Homes for Australia plan helping address the housing pressures Australians face, and what is standing in the way?
Call to the Minister for Housing and the Minister for homelessness.
Thank you, Speaker. And the member for Blair is right. Australians are doing it tough right now, and housing is a big part of that story. Speaker, I've been the minister in this portfolio now for 2 weeks, and can I say I'm very honoured to progress the enormously important work of the member for Franklin in her time in this role. I have spent a lot of time since I became minister speaking to people directly affected by this problem. Speaker, I've spoken to a mum with a child with disability who has been forced to move house in the middle of her child's school year. I've spoken to renters whose landlords will not fix black mould in their homes, whose rents are rising too often and too fast. I've spoken to a lot of young people who are worried that they will be locked out of home ownership forever. And I've spoken to a woman who was a victim of long-term homelessness and talked to her about how housing is helping her rebuild her life. Now, Speaker, our country today is led by a Prime Minister whose entire life trajectory was reshaped by secure housing. And unsurprisingly, we have a bold and ambitious housing agenda. Speaker, for the first time in a decade, we have a Commonwealth government in this country saying we have responsibilities here and we can make a difference to this problem. The Commonwealth can't solve this problem alone, but it's not going to get solved without us. And Speaker, that is why our government, in just 2 years in office, has invested $32 billion in helping Australians with this crisis. In fact, Speaker, I hear some murmurs from those opposite, and I'll remind them that our government invested more just in our last budget than the entire 9 years that those opposite were in office. Now, Speaker, our government also recognises that we've got a good long-term solution to this problem, but we're in crisis right now. And that's why, Speaker, our government has made the biggest increase to Commonwealth rent assistance in 30 years. 2 back-to-back increases to Commonwealth rent assistance that will see Australians get up to 40% increases on those payments. Now, Speaker, we've got 2 really important initiatives that are part of the puzzle here sitting in the Senate. One which will help more low-income Australians get into the housing market, and one which will help build more rental homes for our country. Speaker, now, would you believe that both of these initiatives are being blocked by the Liberals and the Greens in the Senate? And I would say to the parliament, one of my observations is that there is a hell of a lot of politics being played in this debate by people who are seeking to get a political outcome. Our goal and our government's goal in this debate is to make sure that we focus not on the politics, not on the politicians, not on the personalities, but on the fact that we have a generations-long housing crisis in this country, and our government is here to help.
Give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Has the Prime Minister committed to anyone that he supports the establishment of a Makarrata Commission?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I'm pleased to see the Leader of the Opposition is focused on cost of living. What we've said on Makarrata is that we'll continue to engage. We held a referendum last year, which wasn't successful. That's right, it wasn't successful. And what happens is that you accept that, you accept responsibility for it, something foreign to those opposite. We can accept our responsibility, you accept your responsibility for saying that it would have an impact on interest rates and on nuclear subs.
Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? Order. Order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the member for Reid.
My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government acting to reduce the cost of energy? What policies leading to higher power prices has the government rejected?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for her question and, of course, her leadership when it comes to climate activism in her electorate. Now, Mr Speaker, since the parliament last sat, the $300 of energy bill relief for the Albanese government has been being applied to energy bills across the country. And, of course, that comes along with our tax cuts, which came into force on the 1st of July to provide cost of living relief to Australians today. when they need it, not in decades' time, but today, because that's when Australians are feeling the pressure. They're feeling the pressure right now, and so the relief is flowing right now. But of course, in the medium term, we're also continuing with the task of rolling out the cheapest form of energy, which is renewable energy, Mr Speaker. While both sides of the House agree that renewables play an important role in Australia's energy mix, we on this side of the House have faith in renewables, which now provide cheaper energy than non-renewables, Mr Speaker. Now, to be fair, that was a statement by the member for Fairfax in 2017, when the Liberal Party actually believed in renewable energy and recognised that it was the cheapest form of energy available. The member for Fairfax said that renewable energy is the cheapest form of energy. And it's not just the member for Fairfax who thinks that. Real experts do as well, Mr Speaker. We've seen from Daniel Westerman, the Chief Executive of AEMO, who has said renewable generation connected with transmission and distribution, supported by hydro, batteries and gas, is the lowest cost way to supply energy and electricity to homes and businesses. And that's exactly what this government is doing. Renewables, supported by gas, supported by storage and supported by transmission. Now, Mr Speaker, the honourable member asked me what policies we have rejected. Well, I use the term policy lightly because what we've seen from the opposition is the announcement of 7 sites. That's it. No costings, no details, no number of gigawatts, just 7 nuclear power sites, Mr Speaker. I've seen more details on the back of a cornflakes packet than we have in the opposition's nuclear policy. Now, to assist those opposite, though, we can provide some details for them. Now, they've said that the power that they will generate on these 7 nuclear sites will replace the power from the coal-fired power stations that are on those sites. That is 11 gigawatts, or 3.7% of Australia's energy needs, Mr Speaker. 3.7% at a cost somewhere between $116 billion would be the cheapest and $600 billion based on the experience in the United Kingdom. That is between $10.5 billion and $54.5 billion a gigawatt. Now, that's a lot of dollars for not many gigawatts, Mr Speaker. Well done to the Leader of the Opposition, who says his plan to reduce the cost of power is in decades' time to introduce a form of power which is $55 billion a gigawatt. That's $55 billion a gigawatt is their genius plan. Well, we are not going to be distracted by these plans. We are going to continue with real cost of living relief today.
Call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
My question is for the Minister representing the Minister for Workplace Relations. The construction industry is different. We've lived through 11,000 pages of Royal Commission reports, but once again shocking allegations of corruption and criminality and flatlining housing productivity over the last 20 years. The ABCC didn't stop some of these, but I believe, as many others do, that the industry is different and needs a different oversight mechanism. Will you consider a body or framework that brings together industry, unions and people across this parliament to truly clean up the industry?
Call to the Minister representing the Minister for Workplace Relations.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Wentworth for the question. And the oversight mechanism that the government is following through on is what we introduced to the Senate today, which is to place the CFMEU into administration. And the reasons for that are very strong. If you go through the 3 different options, which is to place the organisation in administration, to establish a watchdog of some sort, or to go down the path of deregistration, all involve fundamentally different outcomes. In going down the pathway of deregistration, in going down the pathway first of all of administration, it allows someone to be in charge to make sure that they can look at official by official and say that person should not be there, who can make sure that the union runs for its members, who can look at the money trail and say that money shouldn't be spent in a particular way. It is highly interventionist, which is only something that you do in extraordinary circumstances, which are the circumstances we face. The experience of a watchdog has been all the things we don't want. The first is the current leadership, who have caused the highest level of concern, in particular some from the Victorian branch, rose to power while the ABCC was there. That was when they came to power. Nigel Hadgkiss, as leader of it, it was admitted by Senator Cash in 2017 that she knew that he had been breaching the Fair Work Act while he was heading the watchdog. Labor productivity referred to in the question. Labor productivity fell in each of the years prior to the pandemic every year that the ABCC was there, productivity went down. You had an organisation, instead of trying to deliver on productivity, was obsessed with flags, was obsessed with stickers, would pull down a health and safety sign if it had a union sticker on it, was described by a judge of the federal court as saying, I hold the, this is a quote from the federal court, I hold the clear view that this is a case where the ABCC should be publicly exposed as having wasted public money without a proper basis for doing so. Since we abolished the ABCC, the number of days lost to industrial action fell by 30%. Fell by 30%. And when those opposite there start calling out now about wanting a cop on the beat, they forget that the ABCC was incapable of dealing with any criminal issues. It only dealt with civil issues. It was incapable of that. But instead, the third option is the one that is not being put forward by the crossbenchers, I understand it, but is put forward by those opposite, which is to say, why don't we have deregistration? And the answer is simple. Work choices changed who could turn up to the Commission to negotiate. Whether you are registered or not, you can still turn up to the Commission. Under their proposal, the full leadership of the CFMEU would stay in power, could still negotiate, nothing would be fixed. Concluded.
Order. The House comes to order. We'll hear from the member for Parramatta.
My question is to the Minister for Cyber Security. What was the government's role in the response to the CrowdStrike outage?
The call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Parramatta for the question and acknowledge the work that he himself is now doing in assisting me in the cyber area. The outage that took place on Friday the 19th of July, caused by an update published by CrowdStrike, has been described as the biggest IT outage of all time. It ricocheted all around the world, including in Australia. Now, it was not a cyber attack, but all the systems that had been put in place by my predecessor, the member for Hotham, were able to be tested and showed that Australia is far better prepared for cyber attacks than comparable nations. In establishing the National Cyber Security Coordinator, in establishing that this would be used for the National Coordination Mechanism, CrowdStrike brought down systems across the whole country and around the world. It left travellers stranded at airports. It posed issues for supermarkets, supply chains. It disrupted countless businesses. Every single one of us had people in our electorates unable to get money, unable to purchase goods because of the way this had interfered with the Australian systems. Within 3 hours of the CrowdStrike update being published, the government had convened the National Coordination Mechanism. Now, members will be familiar with the mechanism, but not historically with its involvement with cyber. Anyone who's held the emergency service portfolio is aware of the way the National Coordination Mechanism brings in who is relevant to each crisis when it happens, gets them all together and starts working it through together through the leadership of the government. It's what we use for natural disasters, cyber incidents since the change of government, and threats to critical infrastructure. The first meeting, as I said, was convened within 3 hours of CrowdStrike, the update going out. It was chaired by the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Home Affairs Cyber and Security Group. It included representatives from the company CrowdStrike itself, a wide range of Australian, state and territory government representatives and key industry representatives. 7 meetings like this continued over the following days. The process was led by staff from my department, including the National Cyber Security Coordinator, a position which did not exist before the change of government, led by Lieutenant General Michelle McGuinness. It found ways to deal with the long tail of consequences that stem from an outage of that scale. All of this was only possible. All of this was only possible because we changed the government. All of it was only possible because we changed the government. If they'd been still in, no cabinet minister to deal with cyber threats, no dedicated office within my department, and the National Coordination Mechanism not available for cyber.
The Minister's time has concluded. The call to the honourable member for Deakin.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing. Minister, has CFMEU corruption and lawless behaviour added to construction and housing costs for everyday Australians?
Call to the Minister for Housing and the Minister for Homelessness.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his question. Speaker, we have a construction union in our country which has become riddled with corruption and wrongdoing, and our government is taking the strongest possible action to reset that union. Speaker, today in the Senate, the government has introduced legislation that will allow the Minister for Industrial Relations to appoint an administrator who will have sweeping powers to do what is needed to be done to clean up this union.
The Minister will pause. The member for Deakin on a point of order.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question was very tight. It was just asking the Minister whether the CFMEU's corruption and lawless behaviour has added to housing costs for everyday Australians.
Order. It was a tight question, and the Minister has had 30 seconds as a preamble. She'll need to make sure her answer is directly relevant. I can appreciate the member wants a yes, no, perhaps a figure or something under the standing orders. I can't compel the Minister to answer it a certain way, but having some context given now, she's going to have to return to the question.
Of course.
Or resume her seat.
Thank you, Speaker. I've talked about the action that the government is taking, and I do want to make the point that this is stronger action than anything that was done by those opposite in the almost decade that they were in power, despite all of the complaining that went on. Now, Speaker, we have a housing crisis in our country which has been 40 years in the making, and for a long time the Commonwealth stepped right out of this policy area. This issue is too important for our citizens.
He's
already had a point of order, as I understand, Speaker.
Well, I was going to deal with this issue, but the Minister can pause. The member for Deakin is obviously raising on another point of order.
Yeah, the Minister's defying your ruling. She's
No,
not answering to answer the...
Resume your seat. Well, I'm trying to help the member. The Minister needs to return to the question, or she will be sat down to simply talk about what is happening in order. Order. So, order. Members on my left. The member is entitled to ask a question. It was a very tight question. A historical context, we're past that point. If the Minister can't answer the question or doesn't want to add extra information, that's okay, but she's got one final chance here, otherwise I'll ask her to resume her seat.
Speaker, I've talked about the strong action that the government is taking. There is analysis that shows impacts on residential construction. There are experts in industry that say that it has no impact on residential construction. The point I would make is that the policy fix is exactly the same, Speaker. The policy fix is exactly the same. What we need to do is take this union and clean it up. The activity in this union is dragging down not only the union itself, but in fact the reputation of the union movement in our country, and that is why our government takes this so seriously, Speaker. Now, I would say again, Speaker, the opposition had 10 years almost that they were in power to do something about this problem. Instead, it took until we came to government to make sure we clean up this union once and for all.
Order. 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 When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the order. We'll hear from the member for Macarthur. The member for Macarthur will resume his seat. The Leader of the Opposition on point of order.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Prime Minister made an unparliamentary remark and he should withdraw.
I didn't. Order. 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 Members on my right, the Minister for Social Services, the Minister for Education. If the Prime Minister has made an unparliamentary remark, okay. Order. The member for Macarthur was on his feet.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. What action is the Albanese Labor government taking to make medicines cheaper? Why is this action needed, and how are new listings on the PBS improving the health of Australians?
call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I thank the terrific member for his question. Australia, as he knows, has one of the best medicine systems in the world, underpinned by the PBS, which of course was another great Labor legacy, opposed at the time by the Liberal Party. The PBS, Mr Speaker, ensures that Australians get access to the best cutting-edge medicines available anywhere in the world at affordable prices, Mr Speaker. And in just 2 years, we have made 200 new or expanded listings to that PBS. This month, we expanded access to Trikafta to children under the age of 5 years who are living with cystic fibrosis, Mr Speaker. A new child is born in Australia with CF every 4 days, and as a long-time paediatrician, the member for Macarthur knows better than anyone in this chamber just how devastating that condition is for those kids and for their families. But Trikafta, Mr Speaker, is simply amazing, and its impact is almost immediate. Ashley, who's the mother of a 4-year-old boy, Heath, she said at the time we listed this, "A few people have said today, what does this mean to us? And in my family," she said, "it means hope. We just can't wait to keep planning the long life for Heath that we know he's now going to have." But it's also expensive, Mr Speaker. Indeed, without PBS listing, this medicine costs as much as $250,000 every year. From this month, though, an additional 330 kids every year will get access to this new medicine at affordable PBS prices, Mr Speaker. PBS prices that we have been making even cheaper in the 2 years that we've been in government. Slash the maximum amount that pensioners pay by 25%, the biggest cut to the price of medicines in the 75-year history of the PBS, Mr Speaker, and finally allowing doctors to issue 60 days' supply of common medicines for ongoing health conditions, Mr Speaker. And of course, in May, the Treasurer froze the price of PBS medicines for up to 5 years, a measure which, just in and of itself, will save patients as much as $500 million over the coming 5 years. But, Mr Speaker, we are determined to keep making medicines cheaper because it's good for the hip pocket, obviously, but it's also good for Australians' health. Now, the Leader of the Opposition has always taken a different view of this, as Australians will very well remember. He was a member of the government which, back in 2005, under John Howard, jacked up the price of medicines by almost $5 a script. He then tried to do the same again when he was the Health Minister in 2014 by another $5 a script, and of course in this term of parliament he has opposed all of our cheaper medicines policies. Well, that's what you would get again from this man, Mr Speaker. Services always going down, prices always going up.
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I ask further questions placed on the notice paper.
If members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible, I present the Auditor-General's Performance Audit Report number 1 of 2024-2025, entitled Defence Procurement and Implementation of My Clearance System, Department of Defence. And the Leader of the House.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
Order, if members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. And I give the call to the Minister for Social Services.
And Speaker, I ask leave of the House to make a ministerial statement relating to the Australian Government response to the final report on the Royal Commission into Violence, Abuse, Neglect and Exploitation of People with Disability.
Give the call to the member for Deakin.
Leave's granted.
I thank the member for Deakin. The Minister may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. And I present the Australian Government's response to the final report into the Royal Commission into Violence, Abuse, Neglect, Exploitation of People with Disability, and a copy of my ministerial statement. Thank you, Speaker. Today I rise to table and acknowledge the release of the Australian Government's response to the final report of the Royal Commission into Violence, Abuse, Neglect and Exploitation of People with Disability. The Disability Royal Commission was the most comprehensive examination of disability policy and services in Australian history. The Disability Royal Commission held 32 substantive public hearings with close to 10,000 people sharing the experiences. The evidence presented to the Royal Commission was confronting, shocking and disturbing, behaviour that has no place in Australia. And I wish to acknowledge the determined efforts of people with disability, their families and their advocates who have worked tirelessly and continue to work tirelessly for a more inclusive Australia. I'd also like to acknowledge and thank the Chair of the Disability Royal Commission, the Honourable Ronald Saxville, AOKC, and the Commissioners Barbara Bennett, PSM, Dr Rhonda Galby, AC, Andrea Mason, OAM, Dr Alistair McEwen, AM, and the Honourable John Ryan, AM, as well as the Honourable Rosalind Atkinson, AO, who was appointed for the first 15 months, for their diligence, respect and care in how they conducted their inquiries. The final report of the Royal Commission comprised of 12 volumes, 6,788 pages and 222 recommendations. Of these, 172 recommendations are the sole or joint responsibility of the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth Government has accepted or accepted in principle 130 in our initial response to the Disability Royal Commission released just under a fortnight ago. For many of the recommendations accepted in principle by the Commonwealth, work has already commenced or will be commencing shortly, and we've made investments to support this work. I want to be very clear that accept in principle is a commitment to the policy intent of the recommendations, along with the commitment to those recommendations we have accepted. Throughout the Royal Commission, we heard countless experiences of people with disability who have experienced violence, abuse, neglect and exploitation, as it was for Kylie, a First Nations woman in her 50s, who shared her experience of failing for 20 years to receive the right diagnosis and support for her disability. Or Jerome, an autistic man in his 30s, has Down syndrome and post-traumatic stress disorder, who was abused when he was in high school by a staff member at a respite home but was not believed. And Jaden, who is in his 50s and lives with an intellectual disability, who is subject to inappropriate use of restrictive practices by disability service providers. There was also Charmaine, who was told by a staff member at a disability employment service, if you look blind, people won't employ you. The staff told Charmaine she needed to present as though she could see. As a government, we thank each and every person who came forward and contributed to this important inquiry. Reliving trauma and your experiences of violence, abuse, neglect and exploitation to pave a clear path forward towards a safer and more inclusive Australia for people with disability was not an easy thing to do, but it will make a difference. I want to assure the disability community that we have listened. We are taking action. We're absolutely committed to driving progress and real change across all aspects of society. Our government accepts and is committed to the vision set out by the Disability Royal Commission, and we are committed to enabling policy and delivering services that realise the vision of an Australian community where people with disability live free from violence, abuse, neglect and exploitation, where human rights are protected and individuals live with dignity, equality and respect and can fulfil their potential. This includes a future where people with and without disability can live, learn, play, work, create and engage together in safe and diverse communities, have the power of choice, independence and the dignity to take risks, make significant contributions to communities that value their presence and treat them with respect, and are culturally safe and belong in families, communities and peer networks. The Commonwealth and States and Territories jointly established the Disability Royal Commission through letters patents, and its final report holds all governments accountable with a comprehensive and compelling call to action. The 222 recommendations of the Royal Commission are comprehensive and far-reaching across all aspects of society, from safety and human rights to inclusion and access to mainstream services like health and education. The final report made it clear that our response requires a coordinated approach across multiple portfolios and all levels of government. The recommendations can be divided into those that are clearly the sole responsibility of the Commonwealth, clearly the sole responsibility of states and territories, and others where the Commonwealth and states and territories share a joint responsibility. Since the release of the Royal Commission's final report in September, we have consulted with people with disability, their families, carers and the disability sector, and we have worked collaboratively across the Commonwealth with 16 of my ministerial colleagues and with states and territories across 8 different ministerial councils to form initial positions against the 172 recommendations that fall within the sole or joint responsibility of the Commonwealth. And just under 2 weeks ago, the Australian Government released its initial response to the Disability Royal Commission. Of course, fully responding to the Disability Royal Commission requires ongoing work, and there will be further positions taken by the Commonwealth against recommendations that fall within our sole or joint areas of responsibility with states and territories as we progress this important work. Given the breadth and scope of the final report, this is the first stage of our government's response. We will need to take a considered and staged approach to our program of reform activity, which will be aligned with broader reforms to the disability ecosystem, as well as mainstream system reforms in health, education and housing, as this supports the ongoing involvement and inclusion of people with disability and enables lasting change. Our joint response between the Commonwealth and states and territories provide a clear commitment to the disability community that all levels of government are committed to working together to make progress against the recommendations of the Royal Commission. Volume 12 of the Disability Royal Commission's final report emphasises the importance of putting the voices of people with disability at the heart of policy making, from designing initiatives through to delivery, monitoring and evaluation. We are determined to do just that. The government is committed to implementing all of the recommendations that we've accepted, as well as those we accept in principle. Many of the recommendations are multifaceted and can be implemented in a variety of ways. And of course, for some recommendations, the commissioners were split in their views, providing alternative options for governments to consider. That is why we'll work in partnership with people with disability to determine the most appropriate, impactful way to implement reform in response to these recommendations. Now, just for an example, recommendations 6.1 and 6.2 relate to improving national approaches to accessible information and communications and developing a strategy to increase the number of Auslan interpreters. These 2 recommendations are multifaceted, with 14 distinct subcomponents. They also involve all levels of government, and in the case of Auslan, will require collaboration and cooperation with industry. The government has accepted these recommendations in principle to enable proper engagement with people with disability, state, territory and local governments, industry and other stakeholders on the design and implementation of effective reform. And we've committed $12.3 million to support this important work. There are also several recommendations that are contingent on other work or required sequencing with states and territories. For example, recommendation 11.4 is about the Australian Government establishing a national complaint pathway to direct people to independent complaint mechanism in their state or territory. This relies on states and territories first implementing recommendation 11.3 to establish a one-stop shop complaint mechanism in each jurisdiction. We therefore accepted in principle the recommendation of 11.4 and committed an extra $2.6 million to continue the National Disability Abuse and Neglect Hotline and Complaints Resolution and Referral Service to ensure continuity of service while we work together with states and territories to improve the accessibility and availability of complaint referral and resolution services right across the country. For many of the recommendations accepted in principle by the Commonwealth, work has already commenced or will be commencing shortly, and we've made investments to support this work. There are also 36 recommendations that require further consideration as they relate to ongoing or recently concluded inquiries or negotiations that require further consideration in consultation with people with disability, states and territory governments and other stakeholders. And there are 6 recommendations that are noted. A further 50 recommendations are clearly fall within the responsibility of state and territory governments, and it would not be appropriate for the Commonwealth to respond to these. All governments, Commonwealth and state and territory, have worked together to reach a common position in most cases on recommendations of joint responsibility. This will ensure that there's continued open and transparent work, working in partnership with people with disability. And the Commonwealth will remain accountable for progressing recommendations within our sole or joint responsibility through 6 monthly reporting on implementation progress. We will also be coordinating progress, updates on recommendations we are jointly responsible with states and territories. Through public reporting, the Commonwealth will provide updates to the positions against recommendations within our sole or joint responsibility with states and territories. And it is understood that states and territories will undertake a similar process to provide updates on the 50 recommendations that clearly fall within the sole responsibility of states and territories. As a government, we have not waited for the final report of the Disability Royal Commission to take action to improve the lives of Australians with disability. Our government's $371 million commitment towards the first phase of its response to the Disability Royal Commission builds on over $3 billion of investment over the last 3 budgets to improve the lives and safety of people with disability in Australia. We are taking action through 4 key pillars that reflect areas the disability community have told us are important to them, including better safeguarding, promoting inclusion and accessibility, upholding human rights, and recognising the unique perspectives and experiences of First Nations people with disability. These pillars will continue to drive the focus of our government as we progress reform toward a more inclusive Australia. The Albanese Labor government is committed to a national effort and working in partnership with the disability community to implement the necessary reforms to make Australia more inclusive, accessible and safe. The program of reform activity will be staged over several years and is aligned with broader reforms to the disability ecosystem, as well as the mainstream system reforms in health, education, housing, as this supports the ongoing involvement of people with disability and enables lasting change. Implementing and embedding our shared vision for an inclusive Australia requires a sustained national effort from all Australian governments. And the Australian Government commits to strengthening safeguards, independent oversight and complaint mechanisms that will help to reduce the unacceptable levels of violence, abuse and neglect experienced by people with disability. In many instances, this will require working together with states and territory governments to enhance protections and service systems nationally. The Australian Government commits to listening to the diverse voices of people with disability and working in partnership with the disability community to design, implement and evaluate policies and programs that drive reforms to make Australia more inclusive, accessible and safe for people with disability. The Australian Government commits to upholding the human rights of people with disability to enable them to live with dignity, equality and respect. And the Australian Government commits to promoting a more inclusive society where people with disability feel they belong, are respected, valued and able to fully contribute. Australia's Disability Strategy 2021 to 2031 remains the key national policy mechanism we will use to drive reform at a national level. Our government's response is not just about fixing problems, it's about creating a better future where people with disability are valued, respected and supported to live their lives with dignity. Our initial response marks the beginning of a renewed commitment by all levels of government, across areas of government, to working with people with disability to achieve the vision of the Disability Royal Commission and end the experiences of violence, abuse, neglect and exploitation that have no place in Australia or anywhere, and I commend the response to the House.
Thank you, and I call on the honourable member for Deakin to speak in response to the minister's statement.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Deputy, and I thank the minister for that ministerial statement. And as was outlined in that statement, more than 5 years ago, on the 4th of April 2019, a monumental decision was made to finally take action in response to community concern about widespread reports of violence, neglect, abuse and exploitation of people with disability. The establishment of the Royal Commission into Violence, Abuse, Neglect and Exploitation of People with Disability by the former coalition government marked a significant milestone in addressing the long-standing issue of violence, abuse, neglect and exploitation. The Commission began accepting public submissions shortly after that decision in July 2019, and the former coalition government put in place extensive measures to support those affected. Recognising the complexity of the issues, the coalition also agreed at a later date to extend the Commission's work by 17 months until September 2023 and committed $527.9 million over 5 years for its operation. This funding also supported the provision of counselling and other services to those participating in the Commission. The Disability Royal Commission took a very deep dive into a range of crucial public policy areas. It looked into how we can prevent and better protect people with disabilities from facing, as the title suggests, the violence, abuse, neglect and exploitation. And it represented a pivotal moment in this parliament and our nation's history to tackle the serious issues faced by individuals with disabilities in a really head-on fashion. The Royal Commission's work was thorough and far-reaching, focusing on a broad spectrum of behaviours that impacted people with disabilities. These behaviours range from physical and sexual assault to the use of restraints, forced treatments, harassment, financial abuse and severe violations of privacy and dignity, all contributing to an overarching pattern of neglect, areas that no vulnerable person should ever have to battle. The Commission worked tirelessly for several years, culminating in its final report on the 29th of September 2023. And that report, as the Minister outlined and is well known to members in this House, includes 222 recommendations aimed at improving laws, policies, structures and practices for people with disabilities, and aimed to achieve several goals: preventing and better protecting people with disabilities from harm, improving the systems for reporting and investigating incidents, and fostering a more inclusive society where individuals with disabilities can live independently and free from violence, abuse, neglect and exploitation. It focused on how we can improve the system, aiming for best practices across the sector, and importantly, it explored ways to build a more inclusive society, one where people with disabilities can live independently and free from harm. As an indication of the complexity of the recommendations, which the Minister has touched on in part in her statement, it came to light that even the Commissioners could not agree on a number of the key recommendations. Of the 222 recommendations, 172 fell to the responsibility of the federal government and many others fell to the states. We should note, in a moment like this, that disability advocates were disappointed to find out last week that only 13 recommendations were fully accepted, notwithstanding the fact that 117 were accepted in principle. 36 were set aside for further consideration and 6 were simply noted. The disappointment has been widespread. Some of the key recommendations, as I've outlined, focused on ending segregation, including phasing out group homes, segregated employment and segregated education, such as special schools. Some commissioners, and many in this House and many on our side of the chamber, had some differing views on these issues. Other important recommendations included introducing a Disability Rights Act to incorporate international human rights into Australian law, creating a new complaints mechanism and establishing a federal government portfolio for disability with a dedicated minister. Along the way, leading up to the final report, the Royal Commission released a series of reports covering public hearings, research and policy themes. The interim report came out on the 30th of October 2020, and throughout the Commissioner's work, as the Minister has touched on, 7 progress reports were published roughly every 6 months to keep Australians updated on the important findings. To build its findings, the Commission used a wide range of methods. This included conducting research, holding public hearings, collecting personal testimonies, many of those quite harrowing, receiving submissions from stakeholder organisations and organising private sessions to provide a safe space for survivors to share many of those difficult experiences. The Commission's extensive efforts, which the large funding provided by the former coalition government enabled, resulted in the gathering of 7,944 submissions, nearly 18,000 phone inquiries, the publication of 14 issues papers and the holding of nearly 1,800 private sessions. This thorough process was ultimately, in our view, essential in shaping the Commission's comprehensive assessment and resulting recommendations. Importantly, the Commission didn't confine its investigation to just specific settings. It sought to uncover and address these issues across all contexts, wherever they could have occurred and had historically occurred: schools, workplaces, jails, secure disability and mental health facilities, group homes, family homes, hospitals, and of course day programs. This approach allowed the Commission to gain a comprehensive understanding of the varied challenges faced by people with disability and identify the necessary solutions to ensure their future safety and well-being. The Coalition will now closely consider the Government's response to the Royal Commission's findings and recommendations, and we ultimately remain focused on ensuring that the recommendations lead to real and lasting change for people with disabilities in Australia. Now it's crucial that the Government responds to the 222 recommendations comprehensively and promptly to ensure that the progress made translate into real and meaningful change, improving supports for health, housing, education, employment and legal systems for people with disabilities. We want to emphasise the importance of a timely and thorough response, and it seems obvious but can be difficult, but encourage the Government to collaborate as closely as possible with states and territories to implement the necessary changes that will ultimately, I think, safeguard the most vulnerable members of our society. We all know that people with disability in Australia are one of the most vulnerable cohorts of Australians, and they're ultimately susceptible to greater risks of violence, catastrophic health expenses, workforce challenges and hardships that could go on and on. Addressing these obstacles is ultimately within our grasp, and we acknowledge the work of the Royal Commission. Most importantly, tackling these barriers will unleash, we know, the potential of so many individuals with disability, and we simply can't afford to overlook the millions of Australians with disability who've been denied access to healthcare, rehabilitation, support, education, employment and equality, which has held them back from making the full contribution to this country, which we know they can. The United Nations estimates that over 1 billion people globally live with some form of disability, and in Australia it's more than 1 in 5 of us. Most of us will at some point experience impairment, or care for someone or know someone who does. So it's imperative that the recommendations of the Royal Commission are seriously and thoroughly considered by the government. We take the Minister at her word and know that she will do what she can to deliver that. Finally, for all of the Australians, many of whom participated in the comprehensive Royal Commission and who have suffered injustices along the way, and for many that we have lost, our thoughts are with you and your families. Now's the time for us as Australians to make things right. As a nation, we're committed to supporting all those who've been affected, and we continue to focus on protecting and prioritising your rights to be cared for, to be supported and to be loved.
And I call on the Minister.
I move that the House take note of the ministerial statement on the Australian Government's response to the final report, the Royal Commission into Violence, Abuse, Neglect and Exploitation of People with Disability.
Thank you. So the question is that the House take note of the document, and I will put that question, and all those that opinion say aye, to contrary no. Ayes have it. Are we seeking adjournment?
I ask the House to refer the matter to the Federation Chamber for debate.
Thank you. And I should have noted above that whilst the House has noted the document, we've also, the question before the House really should have been that the debate be adjourned and resumption of the debate be made for an order for the next sitting. So I'm just going to put that question before we move on. So all those that opinion say aye, to the contrary no, the ayes have it. And then, Minister, you've just referred already for this matter to go to the Federation Chamber. I'm going to check if leave is granted for that to happen.
Leave is granted, Deputy Speaker.
Excellent. And the call to the Minister again.
Thank you. I move that the resumption of the debate on the motion to take note of the Minister's statement on the Australian Government's response to the final report of the Royal Commission into Violence, Abuse, Neglect and Exploitation of People with Disability be referred to the Federation Chamber.
So that's the question that I will put now. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary no, the ayes have it. And I am going to call on, just a moment, sorry. Thank you. So, in accordance with the Intelligence Services Act of 2001, the honourable members for Bruce and Fremantle ceased to be members of the Committee on their appointments to the Ministry. I have received advice from the Honourable the Prime Minister nominating members to be members of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, and I give the call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of members to serve on the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security.
Thanks. Is leave granted? Thank you. Attorney-General.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Intelligence Services Act 2001, Ms Clayton and Mr O'Connor be appointed members of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security.
Thank you. I will put that question to the House. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. And Attorney-General.
Can I offer my congratulations to you, Deputy Speaker, on your appointment. I ask leave of the House to make a statement regarding the explanatory statement for the National Health Chairperson of the Pharmaceutical Benefits Remuneration Tribunal Appointment 2024, deemed to have been presented to the House on the 14th of May 2024.
Is leave granted, please?
Leave granted.
Thank you. Attorney-General.
The original explanatory statement inadvertently contained personal information which is omitted in the replacement explanatory statement. I ask leave of the House to present a replacement explanatory statement for the National Health Chairperson of the Pharmaceutical Benefits Remuneration Tribunal Appointment 2024.
And is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank you, Attorney General.
I present the document.
Thank you. And I call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business order of the day number 2, Education Services for Overseas Students Amendment, Quality and Integrity Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Bradfield.
Thank you. So just before we begin, the original question was that this bill be now read a second time, and to this the honourable member for Bradfield has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. So the question before the House is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Forrest.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Australia certainly needs a sensible and practical approach to international education. However, I'm greatly concerned by the government's narrative characterising this bill as a response to the shonks and crooks in the sector. Now, there are over 1,400 private education and vet providers, many of which are actually high-quality providers. However, the Labor government itself is far more responsible than these high-quality providers for the majority of the international education challenges. Because it is an indictment on the Labor government during a cost of living crisis here in Australia, a cost of living and inflation crisis caused directly by Labor's $315 billion excessive increase in spending that has driven up the cost of everything, including mortgages, housing, rent and accommodation. And at a time of critical housing shortages, Labor has made this situation so much worse by simply opening the floodgates to record numbers and levels of international students. Labor has actually doubled the number of foreign students studying in Australia from 336,845 in March of 2022 to 713,144 in February of 2024. Now, there's no doubt that this has created a mess entirely of Labor's own making, even worse as a regional MP, at the same time that Labor has allowed record numbers of international students into major city university. What was confirmed at recent Senate inquiry hearings was that regional and smaller universities and private education providers have had their student visa approvals reduced by 73,000 this year. Now that I see as discriminatory against the regional universities. Once again, or as we see in so many of Labor's policies, the regions are bearing the brunt of Labor's discrimination. It's all about those inner city elites and the big end of town for Labor. Just compare the numbers. At the University of Sydney, almost half of all students enrolled in semester 1 this year were the 32,800 international students who were granted visas. Keep in mind that the University of Sydney already receives the majority of taxpayer funding of all our universities, around $1 billion every year. Actually, it's 47% of federal taxpayer university funding. And in considering the social licence with the Australian people needed to keep supporting higher education, this is the same university that facilitated anti-Semitic hate, incitement and vilification on its campus, where the UK prescribed extremist terrorist organisation Hizb ut-Tahrir infiltrated the pro-Palestinian camp at the university campus itself. And the same university gave the Muslim Students Association a dedicated seat on the university's working group with access to defence and security-related industries and research. And last week, hundreds of students voted to support anti-Israel motions, including support for a single Palestine state from the river to the sea, effectively supporting the destruction of Israel and its people. Appalling, disgusting and discriminatory treatment of students who did not support the motions is what we saw. How on earth can Jewish students and staff be safe on the University of Sydney campus? The Shadow Minister is entirely correct when she said freedom of speech and academic freedom are vitally important, but this does not include the right to trample on the rights of others. Equally, I expect all research and business entities, particularly those engaged in AUKUS or other defence-related industries, to reconsider their involvement with the University of Sydney as a result. All of these instances bring into question the social licence compact the university has with the Australian people and Australian taxpayers. And this is the university that government granted 32,800 international student visas to, at the same time, regional and smaller universities and private education providers have had their student visa approvals slashed by that 73,000 this year alone. In fact, Australia's most prestigious universities have had a 16% increase in their numbers of foreign students. Now, not only has this affected our regional universities, what this does very directly is to decrease the accommodation and rental properties available, particularly for our regional students who have no choice but to study at city universities. And the reasons for this is that those courses are not available. Either there are no universities in their regions, or because the courses they need to study, such as medicine, law, pharmacy or engineering, are not available in those regional universities. But the knock-on effect of the Labor's doubling of overseas student numbers in a practical sense is that our regional students not only have to compete for the accommodation, and I talk to these families all of the time, often totally unaffordable accommodation if they can find it, but also for the jobs they desperately need to help support themselves when they have to live in the city and away from their home and family. Many of our regional students cannot and do not receive youth allowance or any other form of government support to help with the ever-increasing accommodation and other costs they've had to bear by having to live away from home and the significant inflation issues. And I strongly believe these same city-based universities need to do far more in supporting our regional and remote students. I've looked for the reporting of numbers of regional and remote students in various city-based university annual reports. Statistics were provided for international students, onshore, offshore and research training programs, but there were no statistics on the numbers of regional and remote students. In one I read, the international student experience was detailed, but not the regional and remote student experience. Well, why on earth not? Every university should not only be providing this information, but actively targeting and supporting the enrolment of these Australian students from our regions. I read in the university's Accord document where regional and remote students make up only 11% of the group of 8 university cohorts. Now, our students in the regions deserve the right to a higher education. Surely this, in great part, is why our universities receive federal taxpayers' funding, to actually educate Australians, our domestic students and those who come from regional and remote Australia, who find it so hard to even get to university. I hope these same institutions respect the fact that our students come from regional Australia, where the majority of the wealth of this nation is actually produced. The contribution to the economy from resources, mining and agriculture that underpin Australia's economy, and in a large part pays for the education, health, infrastructure and general government services that we all rely on. Our students from the regional areas absolutely deserve a fair go from our higher education system. Now, another problem with the combination of Labor's record number of general immigration, that's almost 1 million people Labor has brought into Australia, is the really serious shortage of broader housing across the board. And it's not just a housing shortage, it's actually a housing crisis. Now, I see and hear about it every day in my electorate of Forest in the southwest of WA. That nearly 1 million extra people is adding massive pressure, as I said, on health, education, transport and other infrastructure and services. Now, all of this may suit the government's political agenda, but it actually puts at risk the social licence that's needed from the Australian people, the social licence that ensures ongoing public support, not only for the international student business model, but also for our skilled migration program. Now, part of this social licence is based on ensuring that the students who are accepted are genuinely students, not those people who are simply using the student visa system and process for an entirely alternative reason. It actually concerns me greatly that there's been a threefold increase in the number of international students who come to Australia on a student visa, but once here have sought asylum. To see these numbers increase threefold should be of major concern for the government. These people are clearly coming to Australia under false pretences, and once here are using our courts, our systems, to seek and claim asylum. And I note, added to this, Chinese students are not only having their visas granted at the highest level, but are also the top nationality making asylum claims once they're here in Australia. Unfortunately, overall, Labor has misled Australians by claiming the number of migrants will actually go down. However, actual figures, not projected figures, actual figures versus projected figures shows an increase in these numbers. And the government certainly needs to take this issue seriously. There is no doubt, as the Reserve Bank has acknowledged, that Labor's massive additional $315 billion in additional spending is not only driving inflation but keeping the basic costs of living for Australians much higher for longer. Hard-working Australians struggling to make ends meet are having to deal with the cost of housing up by 14%. And I see that recent ABS figures and statistics showed that the average Australian mortgage increased by $56,000 last financial year. In my home state of Western Australia, average mortgages are at a record high, increasing by 20% to $100,000 over the 12 months. South Australia and Queensland have seen similar increases. In general, these same mortgage holders who are paying at least an extra $1,000 every week are seeing their basic costs of living increasing as well. And when you consider that for a rural and regional family trying to send their young people to a city university because they have no choice, this simply adds to not only the cost of their family and the cost of living, but reduces the ability of that family to be able to send their kids to a university. The cost of education is up 10.9%, and it's actually even more for regional students having to study at city university. Food is up 11.4% and electricity 21.5%, and insurances are going through the roof. But with this legislation, the Minister will set caps on the number of international students who can study in Australia at any one time, but we haven't had any details in how the Minister will actually apply these caps in this legislation. We do know that the caps will come into force on the 1st of January, and there have been widespread concerns raised about these bills. So on that basis, Deputy Speaker, I conclude my remarks.
I thank the member for Forrest, and the question, as I said, is that the amendments be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Australians understand the importance of education, the power of it, and we value it. What it can do to open the doors of opportunities for Australians and for friends overseas. But the power of education to change lives. So we invest in it. You see evidence of that in this year's budget as we not only lift the education standards of Australians but export our world-class education to the world. And it is a big export. The biggest one that we don't dig out of the ground, our fourth largest export overall. In the last decade, we have helped to educate more than 3 million people from around the world. It's a $48 billion industry, and it doesn't just make us money, it also makes us friends. Because when a student comes to Australia to study, they don't just get an education, a bit of Australia rubs off on them. They fall in love with the place. And when they go home, they take that love and affection for us and that connectivity back home with them. And they use the knowledge and the qualifications they've gained in Australia to become leaders and scientists, teachers, and entrepreneurs in our neighbouring countries. So that makes this no ordinary export industry, because it's so important to our economy while they're here and also when they return. And it's important to Australia. It's important to the people in my electorate of Darwin and Palmerston and other regional areas of Australia. It's particularly important because we want more, not less, international students. And that's why this bill matters. It ensures the integrity and quality of the overall system underpinning that social licence. And it provides long-term certainty for the sector and sustainable growth over time. Deputy Speaker, the pandemic kneecapped international education. Of course, it didn't help that the former government, those opposite, told students to go home. So of course they did. And almost overnight, an industry worth $40 billion was effectively halved to $22 billion. But the students are now back, but unfortunately so are the shonks. The shonks and crooks looking to take advantage of students and make a quick buck at the expense of this critical national asset. Unscrupulous actors who are a threat to our good name as a place where the best and brightest from around the world can come and get the best education in the world. But since we were elected a little over 2 years ago, we've been working hard on this. In September 2022, we announced the Parkinson review of the migration system, and in January 2023, the Nixon rapid review into the exploitation of Australia's visa system. These reviews brought urgent attention to integrity issues in international education. We moved quickly on the recommendations of those reviews. In July last year, we got rid of unlimited work rights for international students by reintroducing a working hours cap at 24 hours per week. And this allowed students to support themselves, but not at the expense of their studies. And it was the first step in reducing the lure of getting a student visa as a backdoor entry to work in Australia. In August last year, Minister Jason Clare, the member for Blaxland, closed the concurrent enrolment loophole that allowed agents and providers to shift international students who had been here for less than 6 months from one course to another to a cheaper one, and from genuine study to no study at all. Another backdoor way just to work here. In October last year, we boosted the capacity of the vet regulator, ASQA, through a $38 million investment and establishing an integrity unit. The same month, we increased the amount of savings that international students now required to get a student visa to over $24,000, from $24,000 to now $29,000, almost $30,000. In March of this year, we increased the English language requirements for students, introduced a new genuine student requirement, and increased the number of no further stay conditions on certain cohorts of visa students. Deputy Speaker, I want to emphasise that many of these measures are in response not only to the Parkinson and Nixon reviews, but to feedback directly from the sector, because they know that dodgy education agents and providers create problems for the whole industry, and they are a threat to the reputations of the universities and providers who are doing the right thing. It's very important that this important part of our economy maintains its social licence to operate. And not only are the students back, Deputy Speaker, but they're back faster than anyone had expected, here and in other countries. At the University's Australia Gala dinner in February last year, Minister Clare spoke about how the trajectory of the total number of international students enrolled in our universities wouldn't get back to pre-pandemic levels until the end of 2025. Well, they are back already, and that's a vote of confidence in our institutions, it's a vote of confidence in our providers, and in Australia as a place where the best and brightest come to study. But it's also something we need to manage carefully and protect from the bad actors that I mentioned, and that's what this bill does. Deputy Speaker, this legislation does a number of things to bolster the social licence as we manage the international education industry in a way that delivers the greatest benefit to Australia whilst maintaining the social licence that the Australian people provide any Australian government. We will continue to use a responsible approach in setting enrolment limits, for example, that are appropriate. The Minister for Education will take into account the relevance of courses to Australia's skill needs, of course. But he is working through this in a very diligent and common sense way. It was fantastic to have Minister Clare in Darwin, and he visited some remote communities recently. He not only visited our university, Charles Darwin University, but schools, met with parents, talked with teachers, and of course the students, the university and other higher education students of the future. At the Australian and International Education Conference in October last year, he said that the government wanted to work with the international education industry to make sure we get these reforms right. And it was fantastic, as I said, to have him in Darwin recently. We've done a number of consultations with the sector around the implementation of the powers set out in this bill. It will be through broad and continued engagement with the Council for International Education and, of course, with the sector. Stakeholders, including the Group of Eight and many others, including regional universities like Charles Darwin in my electorate. Now, I do note that the Chancellor of Charles Darwin University, Paul Henderson, has said that the Northern Territory faces a unique operating context, and it certainly does. The Vice-Chancellor of Charles Darwin University, Professor Scott Bowman, said, and I quote, "International students bring a vibrancy to Darwin and are warmly welcomed into the community. They help to fix skills gaps while studying and upon graduation, of course, as well. In the context of some of our dire skill shortages and lower than national average rental vacancies, the social licence for international education in the NT is distinct from that in major metropolitan cities," end quote. And that's something that I know that honourable members representing regional electorates with universities will relate to. These consultations have been taking place for some time and will through until the start date of 1st of January 2025. One thing that the framework makes clear is that international education is not a one-way street. In the last couple of years, we've made great strides in taking Australian education overseas, teaching in international branch campuses where students can get the benefit of an Australian education without having to leave home. Deputy Speaker, we are a global leader here in terms of international education and the education we provide our own citizens. When it comes to the caps on enrolments, I know from speaking to the Minister that we will be taking into account the vital role that international education plays in regional areas of Australia, such as with Charles Darwin University in my electorate. We will get the balance right. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Coalition will not be opposing the Education Services for Overseas Students Amendment Quality and Integrity Bill 2024, but I do suggest that the government supports the very reasonable and thought-out amendment put forward by the member for Bradfield. I agree with the member for Solomon when he talks about how important international education is to regional universities, regional communities per se. And recently I have been on a fact-finding tour, indeed an inquiry into Australia's tourism and international education sectors, particularly post-COVID, and appreciating the fact that we are not out of the woods when it comes to COVID-19 by any stretch of the imagination. People are still being afflicted with COVID and indeed passing away from COVID. But the conditions have changed. The economy is back open, and very much this inquiry has looked into how the situation is being handled with Australia's tourism and tertiary education sectors in mind. And I participated with the chair, Labor Senator Deb O'Neill from New South Wales, in hearings in Sydney, Gold Coast, Orange, Cairns, Broome, Fremantle, Great Ocean Road, Ballarat, Adelaide, and they were very good hearings, and I commend those who gave evidence to those hearings, particularly on the 2nd of March last year in Sydney, and just want to place on record what was said by students who would know, because they are experiencing it firsthand. Inuli Subasing, who studies at UNSW, who told the inquiry that the cost of rent has been at an all-time high recently, and with a lot more international students coming into the country, it has been difficult for students to find accommodation. A lot of students are paying insanely high prices right now. They are only staying in a place for 3 months and then have to move again. So it has been difficult. For university courses, we pay a really high amount, but I do not think we get the support that we need for the courses. She was very frank, very raw. I thank her for her honesty, and it is, they are sentiments which are being echoed right throughout the university sector, not just by visiting students, but by many students who are Australians who reside in this country. Katja Strel from Western Sydney University backed up the comments, but I really liked what she said when, and she's a fourth-year PhD student at Western Sydney University in sociology. She said, "I personally, for example, would like to give back to the community because there has been a lot of economic investment in me and my research. I would not like to just leave Australia without giving back." And I think those sentiments are admirable. I think they are reflected in many students who come to Australia to learn. They do want to contribute. They do want to, as Katja has said, want to give back. And I thank the students who gave evidence at that inquiry for being so upfront. And the inquiry heard some alarming reports about the unavailability, the lack of accommodation, both in capital cities and also in regional areas. And when I discussed this bill with the Government Relations Officer at Charles Sturt University at Wagga Wagga, Samantha Beresford, she was concerned, as she has a right to be, because we want our universities, and from my own point of view, our regional universities being the best they can be. I am concerned that this government, this Labor federal government, has mismanaged Australia's immigration system. It has led to more than double the number of international students in Australia, from 336,845 in March 2022, a couple of months prior to the election of the Albanese government, to a peak of 713,144 in February 2024, and they are the figures from 6 months ago. Goodness knows what it is now. Under Labor, there are 80,000 student visa holders who are onto their third student visa or more. Some are on an 8th, 9th or 10th student visa as a backdoor way to stay in Australia to work. And I know, coming from a regional area, and I'm sure the member for Barker would agree with me, that there are so many job vacancies in regional Australia at the moment, and not just in agriculture, but in all areas of endeavour. blue collar, white collar, that cannot be filled. And yes, our students, our international students, our residential students are filling the void in many cases. But the accommodation crisis is real, and it's hurting, particularly in regional communities, and particularly in regional communities where there are universities. And I appreciate, if we're inviting students to our country, if we say, and we know that education is one of the big pillars that provides generous benefits to our balance of payments, we need to be able to accommodate those students properly. The government's failure to manage Australia's international education sector with requisite certainty and fairness, and I have to say this did come out from some of the students who gave evidence at that inquiry, is causing economic harm to Australian universities, private higher education providers, and I know the member for Bruce made some comments about this, and I don't disagree with the member for Bruce as far as some providers abusing the privilege of having international students. And anyway, I'll leave that for another day. But English language course providers in the vocation, education and training or VET sector. And I listened to the member for Solomon when he talked about rejigging the English test and other parameters. Could you just imagine, could you just consider what would have been said by those opposite had we done the same in government? There would have been cries of discrimination, cries of what are you doing to our education sector, but we don't hear any of that now. And as I say, we won't be opposing this legislation. But the government's narrative in this, in the remarkable growth in international students numbers, on its watch, mind you, has been driven by the Minister for Education describing it as shonks and crooks. That's what he contended in his second reading speech to this bill. Now, like the member for Bruce and to a degree to the Education Minister, the member for Blaxland, I know that some international students have been lured here by people, by providers who are just trying to make a fast buck and using the various visa schemes to do just that. But visa arrangements under this government are out of control. Interestingly, overall, not just education, but in the Howard years, there were about 100,000 people migrating to Australia. Well, that number was exceeded this January and this February in those individual months alone. There were more people who came to Australia in January, there were more people who came to Australia in February than there were in the entire year in the Howard era. And we have to say, eventually we're going to have to say enough. We're going to have to draw a line, but this Labor government just doesn't seem to be able to have the capacity to do that. This bill introduces new ministerial powers for the Minister for Education to set caps on the number of international students studying in Australia at any one time, not just for each educational institution but for each campus location and course. And a bit has been said about the regions. The Regional Universities Network, or RUN, is a national collaborative group of 7 regional Australian universities: Charles Sturt, CQ University Australia, Federation University Australia, Southern Cross University, University of New England, University of Southern Queensland and the University of the Sunshine Coast. It's really interesting to hear what RUN has had to say about this bill. And the group has actually said it tends to leave the social missions of RUN universities more exposed, though they argue, to unintended consequences. It is RUN's concern that the universities most likely to be impacted by the changes introduced will be regionally based institutions. And they say this, it will be that those regionally based institutions do not only host the sector's highest concentrations of domestic equity enrolments, but whose ongoing viability in regional areas is directly linked to international enrolments at both regional and metropolitan campuses. Run universities have witnessed the highest proportional declines in international student revenue since COVID, the largest reduction in international student enrolments, the slowest post-COVID recovery in international students, and are among the least able public institutions to absorb any further reductions in international student revenue. That's what RUN says. But it continues. RUN universities enrol just 4% of all international students studying at Australian universities, accept that. But they are still an important component of those regional campuses. Between 2019 to 2022, RUN universities saw a 61% reduction in international student revenue linked to the pandemic compared to the sector average of just a 16% reduction during the same period. So they're hurting. They say that, however, this must be supported by a visa regime that positively discriminates towards regional study settlement to assist the growth of international students at regional campuses, to end that quote. RUN believes there should be no capped impediment but by location provider or course for international students enrolling at regional universities. But I would contend that this government doesn't really have an ear to what's important in regional communities. And you see that right across the spectrum. You see that right across the board. And it wouldn't matter whether it's transport, it wouldn't matter whether it's agriculture, doesn't matter that it's education in this instance. And it was regional areas which, like most times, kept this nation going during COVID, when many city folk were pulling up the doona over their head and feeling sorry for themselves because we had a global pandemic. It was our farmers and our miners who are getting out and helping put food and fibre on tables and backs, who were helping dig things up out of the ground to help our exports, and who kept this country going. And when you get legislation, when you get the city-centric nonsense that we so often hear spouted by members opposite in legislation and interviews and all the rest, it does make it hard to stomach. It truly does. And I can see the member for Barker nodding because he knows exactly what I'm saying is true. And again, RUN says the new student accommodation requirements of the proposed managed growth policy, if applied to regional higher education providers, would also place disproportionate burdens upon regional universities and regional communities. Firstly, regional universities have less financial capacity and or borrowing capacity to take on major capital expenditure projects compared to metropolitan universities. It goes on. Or who can leverage robust balance sheets derived from scaled operations in dense urban markets. And secondly, the costs of construction, maintenance, equipment and supply chains are higher in regional Australia. They ought not be, but they are. That's why this bill amendments are commended that have been put forward by the member for Bradfield. We need to make sure that our regional universities are as strong as can be.
The member for Bean.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I also rise to speak on the Education Services for Overseas Students Amendment Quality and Integrity Bill 2024. Deputy Speaker, the Australian Government is committed to lifting quality and ensuring the integrity of our international education sector. This legislation continues this critical work. Australia is known globally for its high-quality tertiary education, with well-respected institutions conducting vital research and offering students opportunities and experiences that they cannot get in their home country. Deputy Speaker, you don't have to look far from this building to see evidence of this. Across the lake, Australia's National University continues to provide world-class education and world-leading research. Further west, the University of Canberra punches above its weight in global rankings despite its relative youth as an institution. And the Australian Catholic University and the incoming University of New South Wales Reid campus will provide students with plenty of opportunities to study what they want and to gain the skills they need to succeed. And Deputy Speaker, down the road in my electorate of Bean, the new CIT campus in Woden will offer a variety of courses and encourage more students to consider vocational education as an equal to university, not an alternative. An EV Centre of Excellence has been established in Fyshwick as well. It's easy to see why over 15,000 international students from more than 100 countries come here to study, and that's just in the ACT. Deputy Speaker, overseas students contribute $30 billion to the Australian economy per annum, and international education is Australia's fourth largest export. The number of international student enrolments in the year to date to March has increased from 246,000 in 2005 to 741,000 in 2024. Deputy Speaker, as other speakers have noted, the pandemic crippled international education. The former government told students to go home, and they did. Almost overnight, a multi-billion-dollar industry was effectively halved. Those students are now back, but so are the dodgy operators. The dodgy operators looking to take advantage of students and make a quick dollar at the expense of this critical national asset. They are unscrupulous actors who are a threat to our good name as a place where the best and brightest from around the world can come and get the best education in the world. Deputy Speaker, since coming to government, we have been working on this. The release of the rapid review into the exploitation of Australia's visa system, or the Nixon Review, and the review of the migration system, the Migration Review, brought urgent attention to integrity issues in international education. In September 2022, we announced the Parkinson Review of the migration system, which found that the migration system creates incentives for non-genuine students and unscrupulous profit-seeking education providers. And that profit motives mean some institutions prioritise enrolment numbers over learning outcomes, or to sell student visas as a way to work in Australia. Additionally, the review found clear evidence of systemic exploitation and the risk of an emerging permanently temporary underclass, which included both overseas students and graduates. In January 2023, the Nixon Rapid Review into the exploitation of Australia's visa system revealed further weaknesses and failures. The review found systemic integrity issues within the international education sector, including collusive and unscrupulous business practices between education providers, their agents and non-genuine students. Additionally, the 2023 Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade report on International Education Interim Report, titled Quality and Integrity, The Quest for Sustainable Growth, Interim Report into International Education, found instances of active collusion between non-genuine students, agents and education providers, as well as instances of education agents directing genuine students to take up unsuitable courses that are profitable for the agent in commissions and the provider in recruitment numbers. The report also noted that providers were facing difficulty managing agents because the student recruitment market was hyper-competitive, and that providers, sometimes in collusion with agents, were enrolling non-genuine students into courses that they do not attend and offering courses to overseas students only, which may be of poor quality. Deputy Speaker, these reviews did bring urgent attention to integrity issues in the international education sector, and this government moved quickly on the recommendations of those reviews. In July last year, the Albanese government got rid of unlimited work rights for international students by reintroducing a working hours cap at 24 hours per week. This allowed students to support themselves, but not at the expense of their studies. And it was the first step in reducing the lure of getting a student visa as a backdoor to work here. Deputy Speaker, in August last year, the Minister for Education closed the concurrent enrolment loophole that allowed agents and providers to shift international students who'd been here for less than 6 months from one course to another, a cheaper one, from genuine study to no study at all, another backdoor way just to work here. In October last year, we boosted the capacity of the vet regulator, ASQA, through a $38 million investment and establishing an integrity unit. Deputy Speaker, that very same month, this government increased the amount of savings that international students now are required to get a student visa to $24,505. From $24,505 to $29,710. In March of this year, we increased the English language requirement for students, introduced a new genuine student requirement, and increased the number of no further stay conditions on certain cohorts of visa students. Many of these measures are in response not only to the Parkinson and Nixon reviews, but to feedback from the sector. The higher education sector knows that these operators exist and that they are a real threat to quality and integrity. Stakeholders have told the government that we need to respond in stronger terms, and this legislation will do that. Deputy Speaker, the bill was comprised of one schedule with 8 parts. Parts 1 and 2 introduced new considerations for education services for overseas students, or ESOS, agencies in determining whether a provider is fit and proper, such as if they control or own or are controlled or owned by an education agent or associate. The provisions in Part 1 will also require providers to give information about education agent commissions upon request from the Secretary of the Department of Education, who in turn will have the power to give information to providers on student transfers by and commissions made to specific education agents. Part 3 will provide the Minister for Education with the power to determine via legislative instruments how initial applications for the registration of providers and for registration of courses by registered providers are to be managed by ESOS agencies. It also allows the Minister to pause the registration of new providers and new courses by registered providers. Part 4 will require providers to deliver one or more courses exclusively to domestic students for 2 consecutive years to be eligible to apply for registration under the ESOS Act. Providers that are listed in Table A of the Higher Education Support Act 2003 and providers that are seeking registration as standalone English language intensive courses for overseas students or standalone foundation program providers will be exempt from the new registration requirement. Part 5 will enable the automatic cancellation of a provider's registration under the ESOS Act where a course has not been delivered to overseas students in a period of 12 consecutive months. Part 6 provides for the automatic suspension of a provider's registration when an ESOS agency or designated state authority determines that a provider does not meet the fit and proper test because it is under investigation for a specified offence. Parts 7 and 8 introduce new ministerial powers to regulate the provision of education to overseas students. They include allowing the Minister, via legislative instrument and with the agreement of the Minister responsible for vocational education and training to 1. Limit the enrolments of overseas students by provider, course or location over a year, and 2. Automatically suspend and cancel specified courses on the basis of systemic issues, their value to Australia's skills and training needs and priorities, or if it's in the public interest. Deputy Speaker, this legislation is about restoring quality and integrity to the education services that overseas students come to Australia for, and will support management of the sector for sustainable growth over time. The bill will support this by empowering the Minister to determine limits on overseas student enrolments at a class or classes of registered providers for 1 or more years, or on overseas student enrolments in individual courses or classes of courses at the provider. In addition, the bill also allows the Minister to give separate notice to individual providers to enable unique enrolment limits. The limit can be expressed as a specific number or worked out in accordance with a specified method. Deputy Speaker, the Minister has the flexibility to exclude courses or providers from limits. The bill also enables the automatic suspension and cancellation of courses that the Minister is satisfied have systemic quality issues in relation to the standard of delivery, have a limited value to Australia's critical skill needs, or where it's in the public interest to do so. Following consultation, the final International Education and Skills Strategic Framework will outline government's approach to implementing these limits. Deputy Speaker, we cannot proudly promote our education sector to the world if it's undermined by poor integrity and poor quality. We cannot have students coming to Australia and being ripped off, and we cannot have operators in the shadows whose business model is based on providing low-quality courses at Sandstone University prices, trying to profit off the name and brand recognition of this high-quality sector. Deputy Speaker, we are a government focused on welcoming the world's students to share in and experience the Australian quality of education that is internationally recognised. But it must be sustainable. It must be sustainable so that only education providers that are committed to investing the time and resources to provide students with a genuine education are not undermined by scammers trying to get rich quick and take advantage of vulnerable students coming to Australia under the banner of providing an Australian education. Deputy Speaker, under this Albanese Labor government and the work of this Minister for Education, we are restoring quality and integrity while ensuring that an Australian tertiary education remains synonymous with high quality and good value and continues to be one of our nation's most valuable exports. Deputy Speaker, the important measures in this bill are the next steps in strengthening our international education sector, shutting out the dodgy operators, giving our providers long-term certainty, whether they're in the bush or in the city, and setting this national asset up for future success. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Griffith.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. We welcome the changes introduced in the bill to reduce exploitation of international students and weed out non-genuine education providers and agents. Nevertheless, the introduction of international student caps and broad ministerial powers to interfere in the tertiary education sector is something the Greens cannot support. The government is attempting to write extraordinary powers for itself into legislation, allowing the Education Minister to set limits on uni enrolments down to specific providers, courses or locations. This is an extraordinarily heavy-handed approach. The bill demonstrates unprecedented government intervention in the university sector and has the possibility of government simply using the legislation to take aim at providers or courses that it does not like. There are no safeguard mechanisms in the bill, no avenues for providers to review decisions, no guidance on what or how the minister will be guided in making the legislative instruments that are possible under these expansive powers. Capping international student numbers is shockingly bad policy. It meddles with the independence of higher education institutions and totally disregards the needs and welfare or interests of international students. International students play a vital role in this country, and this bill sends a message that they are no longer welcome here. Attempting to silo international students towards particular degrees or locations will not improve their uptake. It means international students will simply look elsewhere. Students should be able to choose what they study and where they study. It is not for the government to decide. Lots of the talk around international students' caps, though, has stemmed from one of the more disgraceful bits of rhetoric that goes on in this place, conflating migration with the housing crisis. And international students far too often are demonised and targeted and singled out as somehow a cause or a contributor to the housing crisis, with very little, essentially no evidence to back that up. We know that, for instance, since COVID, there have been a net increase in migrant households in this country of 375,000 migrant households since COVID. At that same time, the Australian private housing sector has built over 600,000 homes, almost double the rate of new migrant households in this country, and that includes international students. In that same time period, though, who has actually purchased more homes than have been built in this country are property investors. In that same period, property investors purchased over 600,000 or just under 600,000 homes. And far too often, in the middle of cost of living and housing crisis, the rich and powerful and the political establishment will attempt to demonise and single out the weak and defenceless, or people who don't have a big voice in this country, in an attempt to protect the financial interests that do cause this housing crisis and benefit from it. It's no coincidence that the Commonwealth Bank can make a record $10 billion profit in 2023, just as mortgage and housing stress is reaching a peak disgraceful limit. It's no coincidence that at the same time as the government wants to avoid responsibility for building enough public housing for people in this country, that they and the opposition and the Liberals and Nationals decide to team up to partially blame migrants for this housing crisis. It's no coincidence that as the Property Council, property developers and the banks and property investors want to avoid any responsibility for this housing crisis, that we hear more and more talk of migrants and singling out and demonising of migrants, whether it be international students or people fleeing wars and conflict and coming to this country for a safe haven. What we know about that sort of rhetoric is it is designed to distract from the real causes of this housing crisis, whether it be the fact that the government chronically underinvests in public housing, whether it be that property investors will pocket over the next 10 years $165 billion in tax handouts from this government, whether it's the fact that neither a federal nor any state or territory government outside of the ACT, where the Greens are in government, will even contemplating capping rent increases. There are a variety of causes of this housing crisis, but one of them isn't international students or migrants. And the more that they are targeted, the more likely it is that the rich and powerful and the real culprits of this housing crisis will be able to get away with continuing to profit from a housing crisis that they have caused, while they get to turn around and single out migrants and international students as a culprit when they've had nothing to do with it.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Fraser has the call.
Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to support this bill, and by way of introduction I might say that in this place there have been so many comments over recent days, and rightly so, about how Australia was fourth on the medal tally at the Olympics and how we punched so high above our weight. And indeed that's a common refrain when it comes to sport, and I think it's something all of us in this place celebrate, including myself. I was glued to the TV at some very unhealthy hours over the last fortnight. But I think today we talk about another area where Australia punches well above its weight, which is international education, which is research, which is an area that is critically important to our economy and our society. And I think this is also something that we should celebrate, but what this bill today recognises is that we can only celebrate it if it's undertaken in a way where it's properly regulated and if it's undertaken with integrity. Now, I'll start with a couple of statistics, and of course statistics often can get rather sterile, but I think in this case it is important to provide some context in that the international education sector in Australia is so massive. In 22-23, there were that sector contributed over $35 billion to the economy, and as previous speakers have indicated, it was the fourth largest export earner. And there were many significant components to that, including higher education at over $24 billion and the vet sector at $8.5 billion. Coming from Victoria, I know how important this is, and for many years, education exports, the international education sector has been Victoria's largest services export. And when you look at the international ranking of countries with international students studying in them, we're routinely in the top 5, and depending on the measure that you use, sometimes ranked even higher than that. So these are huge numbers, and they don't just represent dollars of exports. For me, they also represent something more substantial around the numbers of people being trained, around the vitality of our economy. But of course, there's also the human side to this, and I raise that because I feel as though I've experienced being an international student from almost every dimension of the experience. I was an international student 25 odd years ago over in the US, and I spent a number of years doing that. And I was in a class where 21 of 28 students were foreign, and it wasn't always easy to navigate the system as a foreign student, particularly, of course, for those with language issues or cultural issues. But the 21 out of the 28 students in that cohort added a great deal of vitality, brought people from all around the world who I believe then studied with each other, researched with each other, and added greatly, not just to each other's experience, but to each other's education and to the final outcome, and indeed strengthened the institution which we were studying in. Before that, I'd studied a master's at Sydney University, where half of my class was foreign. Roughly 10 out of the 20 master's students were foreign students. And so there I didn't just see the interaction between foreign students and domestic students, but I got to see how the foreign students who graduated from that class went on to contribute, in many cases, to Australia. Now, some of those foreign students who completed the masters went back to their home country, or indeed went to other countries. But many of them stayed in Australia. Some went on to undertake PhDs in Australia, but some went on to work in Australia. Some went on to become permanent residents. Some went on to work for Australian institutions, the Treasury, ASIC, the Reserve Bank. And so I saw directly how these people added greatly to our economy and to our society. And finally, I taught international students when I was at Monash University. So taught a number of undergraduate foreign students, taught PhD students macroeconomics. And again, I saw the challenges they had often in navigating the system, in navigating society. But then I saw them grow. I saw them complete their qualifications. Some of them, as with the masters, some of them went home, but many of them stayed in Australia. Some of them are still teaching at Monash to this day, and now they're teaching the next generation of students. They're undertaking research. They're contributing. So I've seen how much foreign students can create, how much foreign students can contribute. And I think if we think about all the different ways that foreign students add, I mean, there's the creation of skills that are dedicated after the completion of the degree, both here and abroad. There are the personal connections, of course, and the massive alumni network that has been generated over decades of people who have studied here and then either stayed or gone overseas has created an incredible asset for Australia. And not an asset that is measured in dollars and cents, but something very valuable and something important. There's also the research, of course, and research is an area that I've seen that is that is benefited greatly from a diverse range of skills and backgrounds and perspectives. And I believe Australian research is all the better for having not just foreign students here and those who then graduate and continue researching here, but all of those connections that undoubtedly continue on many years after those students study here. And then, of course, there's all the benefits that are financial, the export dollars, but also, of course, the fact that so many people who complete these degrees then fill skills gaps in Australia and contribute in those ways. So there are so many benefits. But of course, you get the benefits of that system not through volume, but through the quality of the interaction, through the quality of the training, the quality of the education, the quality of the skills that people come out with, the quality of the research. And for that to be the focus, you need to have a system that is built on integrity. Now, there have been a number of reviews into this sector. The Nixon review is one of the more recent reviews. It found systemic integrity issues within the international education sector, including collusive and unscrupulous business practices between education providers, their agents and non-genuine students. So that's agents and sometimes providers ripping off students. That's sometimes perhaps students coming here without any intention to study. It can be all sorts of different situations. But what was most pertinent out of the Nixon review is that there was something systemic at play. Not everywhere, of course, because I think the majority of the sector, the vast majority of the sector, has high integrity and adds a great deal to our education system, to our research, to our society. But it did find there were systemic integrity issues that needed to be addressed. And in relation to the vet sector, the Nixon review looked at recent operations and investigations that had exposed that non-genuine providers are colluding with disreputable agents to facilitate student visas. So it's in that context that we need to strengthen the system, and that's why this bill that's been brought forward is so important. The international education sector is adding greatly to our economy, greatly to our education system, greatly to our society, but we need to make sure that we strengthen it. We need to make sure that it continues to do so. So of the key elements in this bill, one of the key ones is that the bill will strengthen the fit and proper provider test applied to providers to limit cross-ownership and collusive behaviours behind providers and education agents. And as I just mentioned, that was an issue which had been identified by the Nixon review. It had also been identified by other reviews, including reviews of the Parliament. So that's a very important step that this bill will put into place. There are also a number of measures in relation to agents. One of which is that the Secretary of the Department of Education will be given the power to collect Education Agent Commission information. And this is critical because we know that effective regulation relies upon effective data. It is not possible in almost all cases to effectively regulate a sector if you don't have clear visibility of what's going on. There will also be an expansion of the ability of the Secretary of the Department of Education or the relevant regulator to provide information to registered providers about education agents. So that's another critical element of not just collecting critically important information and data, but making sure that it goes to those members of the education ecosystem that need it in order to protect student interests and protect the overall integrity of the scheme. And then it will also permit the Minister for Education to direct via legislative instrument how ESOS agencies manage initial applications for the registration of providers and applications for the registration of courses by registered providers by directing the suspension of lodgement or processing of applications and or that an ESOS agency is not required or is not permitted to process existing applications for a period of up to 12 months. So those three elements of this bill all go to the way in which the role of agents will be regulated more effectively. And then there are also measures which go to providers. So that's obviously another or the other main key element of this system when it comes to student interaction. So the bill will require providers to deliver a course to domestic students for 2 years before applying to register to deliver courses for overseas students. And this is to obviously reflect the fact that we want bona fide courses, and we want courses that have been offered to domestic students for a reasonable period of time. We don't want courses that are set up entirely for foreign students in a way that isn't rigorous, that isn't for the right purposes. And in a related sense, that the bill will allow for the automatic cancellation of a provider's registration where they have not delivered a course to overseas students for 12 consecutive months. So it will require continuity in the provision of services to foreign students. It will also permit the automatic cancellation of a provider's registration where they are deemed not to be fit and proper as a result of being under investigation for serious offences. And of course this will relate to the very first element that I talked about, which is a strengthening of the fit and proper test itself. And it will provide additional powers to the Minister for Education in relation to limiting or cancelling providers' ability to provide courses or to deliver courses that have systemic quality or standard of delivery issues, and to set limits on enrolments at a provider level. And it's critical that the Minister has those additional powers in order to ensure integrity of the system. And so we have a raft of integrity measures. And importantly, underpinning this is strengthening of the fit and proper test, the fit and proper provider test. But as I mentioned, there are a series of measures which relate to agents and their role in the system, and it's absolutely critical that the regulation in relation to agents is strengthened, because in so many instances it's possible for vulnerable international students to fall prey to an unscrupulous agent. And then, of course, it's also critical that providers are also held subject to stronger regulation. And this is going to be achieved through strengthening of the framework, through providing additional powers to the Secretary of the Department of Education, and through providing additional powers to the Minister for Education to act in that central role. So, as I said, I started with a summary of the significant economic contribution of international education to Australia. The fact that this doesn't just reflect dollars and cents in terms of exports, but what it really means is that it reflects huge provision of services and training and education to so many thousands of people, that those people gain massively, that our students gain from learning and researching with the international students, and that Australia benefits from so many of those students staying here and researching or working after they've finished. It contributes so much, and I've seen that firsthand. But a system as big and complex as our international education sector can only work if it's not about volume, but if it's about quality. And that's why integrity has to be at the heart of the way in which this sector sees services provided to international students, but also about the way in which the government provides oversight and regulation. So I'm very pleased to support this bill.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As I've said publicly, this legislation is a sledgehammer to crack a walnut, and the wrong walnut. I do not quibble with the integrity measures contained in parts 1 to 6 of this bill, but I would argue that it's compromised by its approach to reducing the number of overseas students and short-term holiday makers to make a show of doing something about a housing shortage which has little to do with either cohort. We should welcome overseas students to Australia, as we've been doing since the heyday of the Colombo Plan in the 50s, 60s and 70s. What we should not be doing is encouraging young people to come to Australia on false pretences that the sham or questionable courses being offered them are really a pathway to residency. It's meant that there are thousands of people now living in Australia in a kind of limbo with reduced economic opportunities and no real road to citizenship. Visa factories ought to be run out of business. The extent to which this bill leads to that result, so much the better. If rorting were the real concern, this legislation would focus specifically on providers of concern and simply introduce measures to ensure more effective regulation of their practices. Some privately owned vet providers are clearly not of high integrity and quality. They should be the focus, not universities and other quality government providers. Nor should this be an avenue to pit quality institutions against each other or to create a city-country divide. Once again, we're presented with legislation about two very separate and distinct issues. It's becoming a habit with this government, and a bad one. As the government knows, and the Minister has come close to saying publicly, the rest of this legislation, parts 7 and 8, is not primarily about education, but about fixing the net overseas migration number for the next year and using the tertiary sector to do most of the heavy lifting. There are also TAFEs and other respectable providers which would be adversely affected by these measures, not to mention the impact on Australia's reputation as a reliable provider of quality overseas education and on the ability of universities to support the research we need if we are indeed to be a clean, green superpower. It's not that long ago that assaults on Indian students in Australia resulted in a sharp downturn in young people from the subcontinent signing up to come here to study. In fact, it took a specific visit by Julia Gillard to India to get under the hood and start the repairs. Reputation, Deputy Speaker, is hard won, easily lost, and a real battle to regain. Overseas education may indeed be our third largest overseas earner, but we are not unique. We do not have the field to ourselves. We do not have a monopoly. And we're reliant on the cross-subsidisation that international students provide to support domestic students and research. Already, the tertiary sector tells me that the uncertainty surrounding this legislation is leading to prospective students going to other countries, including the United States. Not surprising, given that Home Affairs is already deliberately slowing down the time it takes to process visas for prospective students. Create uncertainty and people will reconsider their options. By reducing the number of overseas students in this preemptory way, we'll be creating reputational and business risk for the tertiary sector, as well as broader problems for an already troubled economy as unintended consequences. International students have played a large role in underpinning economic growth since COVID. I accept that not every university thinks the same way on this bill. Some, like La Trobe, and I've met with the Vice-Chancellor, argue they will benefit. But I've also met Vice-Chancellors from Melbourne and Monash universities, which many Goldstein students attend, and they entirely disagree. I do not want to be involved in creating a situation where students in Goldstein cannot get a place at a university anywhere near them where they live because of arbitrary course caps that could be imposed under this legislation. If there's a perceived temporary issue with a number of people entering the country, and I'm still not convinced this is the way to solve it, make sure the legislation only operates for a temporary period. I've been in discussions with the Minister to add a sunset clause to the legislation so it will lapse once it's achieved the government's short-term goal. Unfortunately, it appears the government has ultimately decided not to support my amendment despite support from the tertiary sector and other respectable providers. Yes, the government sympathises with the concept, but it's just too difficult. That's an inadequate response, especially when the legislation as it stands grants extraordinary powers to the Minister. For example, to impose total enrolment limits by legislative instrument and to impose total enrolment limits by notice to the provider. And the real sledgehammer comes with additional provisions to allow the Minister to impose enrolment limits on individual courses by legislative instrument or by notice to the provider. This is an overreach, and I wholeheartedly support the amendment from my colleague, the member for North Sydney, to remove that provision. Meanwhile, I continue to offer a sunset clause of 2 years to enable the government to get over what it sees as an immediate but one-off problem. It would also give the sector certainty that the extraordinary powers granted to the Minister would not be used for even less acceptable reasons by a future incumbent. The government acknowledged to me that it might have been a different story if the Australian Tertiary Education Authority had been up and running. I offered suggestions to address this that were considered but ultimately rejected. I do suspect, Deputy Speaker, that if the Minister had been the ultimate decision-maker, a sunset would have seen the light of day, to mix a metaphor. But he is not, and there are other priorities at play in other offices in this building. It appears that the proposal to cap the number of international students was thrown into the budget at the last minute to make it appear that the government was doing something about the housing shortage. In his budget address, the Treasurer went so far as to blame international students for putting pressure on prices and rents and making finding housing harder for everyone. The government has repeatedly shown itself to be willing to bow to the politics of fear propagated by others in this chamber on immigration. Now, a housing crisis, which has been decades in the making, is being tied to international students. I would argue that the housing crisis has multiple causes which are bipartisan and will take decades to repair. This needs to be done in a considered way and creating another problem in a knee-jerk attempt to solve it is not the way to go. There is a real danger that in trying to resolve one perceived issue, that this legislation, if it remains unamended, would damage the broader economy, especially by reducing the supply of part-time workers at a time of a labour shortage and with inflation remaining uncomfortably strong. As the Treasurer has pointed out, it is services rather than goods that are driving inflation now. Reducing the supply of labour can only make matters worse, and blaming overseas students for the housing crisis is at best simplistic. As the Property Council has pointed out, between 2019 and 2023, median weekly rent increased by 30%. Over the same period, student visa arrivals decreased by 13%. Reports suggest that overseas students occupy a mere 4% of rentals. There are more domestic students in rental homes than international students. Yet, as the Student Accommodation Council puts it, quote, "No one is suggesting we ban share houses for local university students." The fact is, we've simply not been building enough purpose-built student accommodation. The Property Council estimates 7,770 new beds are due to come online by 2026, still not enough to alleviate demand in the private rental market. It's still not quite clear to me how increasing requirements on universities to add to student accommodation works when this legislation will reduce their income and one would have thought, therefore, their ability to borrow to build. On top of that, last financial year, when growth was an anaemic 1.5%, the National Australia Bank estimates that spending by international students was responsible for 0.8% of the increase, more than half of the total for the year. And growth remains around the same level right now. So any cut in international student numbers is likely to have a further direct impact on growth. The Group of 8 universities suggest that if the number of international students were capped at the pre-COVID level of 2019, the immediate impact would cost the economy more than $5 billion and more than 22,000 jobs. In my own city, the estimate is that international students at Monash and Melbourne contribute nearly $6 billion in economic output, and the impact would reduce economic output by more than $1 billion and 4,500 jobs. Now, I know the universities are talking their own book, but clearly the impact would at least be substantial and damaging. This bill is a sledgehammer and not in a good way. I do not support it in its current form. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Laylaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on the Education Services for Overseas Students Amendment Quality and Integrity Bill 2024. And I do so as someone who represents a community where an enormous number of international students have gone through the processes of studying in Australia and now call Australia home as citizens. Many of them parents of children, many of them owners owners of homes in my electorate. And I also come to this bill, Deputy Speaker, having visited India last year and spent a lot of time talking to people there about international students in Australia. Obviously, there are a lot of people in my community who want to talk to me about their experience as international students here and their wishes and hopes to have family members or other people from home come and join them here for that. And I have to say that we all know the power of the international education program for the Australian economy, but we must also be able to say, hand on heart, that what we are offering as a country to students from other parts of the world who wish to come here is absolute quality. Absolute quality. That when you put your hand up to say that you want to come to Australia to study, you do so expecting the Australian education experience, whether that be in the vocational education training sector or in the higher education sector. And Deputy Speaker, I cannot, hand on heart, knowing people who've been educated in Australia through these programs, say that that is the case for everyone, and I would like to be able to do so. And I think it is incumbent on everybody in this place to want to be able to say the same. like to be able to say that every student from overseas who comes here seeking an education, paying for an Australian education, receives the quality that we expect as parliamentarians, receives the training that is international standard, and that is able to therefore apply for positions globally with an Australian qualification in your hand and have the world say that that's a quality certification and that you have met international standards. This legislation goes some way to ensuring that that is the case in the future. It goes some way to undoing some of the exploitation that we have seen in our suburbs, in our communities, of those international students. And I know firsthand cases where those things have occurred, tragically, to people who've come here for an education. Similarly, people who can tell us that they came for an education, paid for an education and received less than what we would all like to say was an Australian education. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I support the bill.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Mitchell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to address the Government's Education Services for Overseas Student Amendment Quality Integrity Bill 2024. The Coalition has reserved our position in relation to this until we see this Senate inquiry, and we want to know a lot more about the impact of this bill. However, I can say after extensive years of experience inside the student system and administering it in the executive for some period of time, I am concerned about many measures that the government is putting forward in relation to this bill. There is too much arbitrary power for the minister, for example, over caps and the caps on international students that the government's proposing. It is hard to run an international college if you're in the private sector, or a university dealing with volumes of student numbers, visa approvals, revenue streams, all of the variables that come with bringing in humans, and that the fact that people do change their minds. Students are no different to any other group of humans. They may well change their minds. It's hard enough without the government setting arbitrarily limits every 12 months unreasonably by fiat, whatever the minister feels like. And generally we have a scepticism that this will be because of the government's mismanagement of the immigration system more broadly, taking it out on the student sector and using the cap to somehow reduce the amount of people in the country arbitrarily, I think without any good evidence and with too much ministerial power. I do want to point out that the demonisation of students through COVID I think is particularly poor from the Labor Party. The speeches we've heard, they make the same point, oh, you told students to leave. Well, of course, when 2019, when COVID came about, the government sensibly advised students to return home while we faced a pretty unprecedented worldwide crisis, that nobody was certain about the horizon. Borders were shutting around the world. In some countries, like China, people were being locked in to houses and boarded in. It was a very fragile environment. And of course, sending people home in that period was a good choice for that time. Now, of course, they want to rail against it and say they would have said, stay in Australia with uncertain prospects of returning to your family and slave away working, even though most businesses were making them redundant. Therefore, the government would have paid for students to be here doing nothing and not able to work, not able to function, not able to study. So, the faux outrage from members opposite about this issue is actually a complete misappreciation and a misunderstanding of basic humanity and the responsibility of a government in a crisis. The government made the right call. It told students to go home, and a lot of students did go home. That wasn't for fun or because the government felt like it. That was an emergency situation that had come up. We don't have to go into what that was. I'm sure all members understand and accept the basic premises there. It was a one-off event and it had to happen. And so railing against that as some sort of argument for this bill is complete and utter nonsense. Complete and utter nonsense. And Labor supported those measures at the time, indeed, with the students. And of course they understood why. So did all the Labor premiers. Everybody understood why. And we all went through that very sad situation. Many students who stayed here couldn't feed themselves. And communities came forward and fed students. And then the government, of course, extended its payments to students in recognition of that. Keeping everybody locked in the country doesn't, to me, seem a very humane response. So the Labor Party really needs to wake up and maybe edit their talking points that they're giving out to their backbenchers. They probably don't really appreciate what they're saying or how stupid it really is, the position that they're adopting. with massive hindsight, it is massively stupid to make this argument and massively foolish and wouldn't have been done by them or anybody else in government. When we get to the core of this bill, the overreach, of course, has come because of the government's fundamental mismanagement of numbers of people coming into the country through their own migration settings and their lack of experience at managing it. I think the housing crisis, of course, has added fuel to this fire. But I agree with the member for Griffiths, I'll say it. To blame students, particularly for housing or rental affordability, is, I think, an odd instinct of this government, and this bill as a hard response to that won't fix anybody's housing or rental crisis, and at the same time risks a very big export industry, and one that brings in a lot of workers to Australia. The truth is, and I don't invite members here who are not from major capitals like Melbourne or Sydney, you go into any restaurant in Sydney, any time of the day or night, you'll find students working in the kitchen. A lot of Australians don't want to work in kitchens anymore. A lot of Australians simply won't do it for the wages there. It's done by international students. You go into many businesses now and security guards, all kinds of things. People are doing work from their international student visas. They're not filled by Australians, and they're not taking Australian jobs either. They're simply doing a lot of heavy lifting inside the economy, in a lot of sectors, hospitality, all through the economy, that we cannot get people to fill these roles. So the government dramatically reducing student numbers is not about addressing the shonks and the dodgy operators. They've always been there and they always have to be continually managed out of the system. International education is heavily regulated by ASQA and TEXA, state and federal, regular reviews. The vast bulk of the sector is doing the right thing, and the vast bulk of the sector spends all day, every day in compliance, year in and year out. And that includes our major universities, who do a very good job on this. And so for the government now to say that this is a bill about shonks and dodgy operators is counterintuitive. It is not about those things. In fact, I've just received an email from the University of Western Sydney University, and the new Chancellor and Vice-Chancellor and all the people there, explaining their position about this bill and explaining why it won't work. And I want to say to members here from Western Sydney, and there are plenty of Labor ones as well as people in the coalition, we should read very carefully the view of the Western Sydney University, one of Australia's most modern and internationally competitive universities, that does a great job managing international students in Western Sydney, to the benefit of Western Sydney and to the benefit of our life in Sydney, about their objections to this bill. And they make the great point, this is a major university funded by the taxpayer, funded by the Commonwealth, that they are worried about the minister's caps on international students, the arbitrary ability to change it. They're more than worried. They think it threatens their viability. And for the government to say that this is somehow a bad model for universities to have, it's the model worldwide now. We're in a global competition for the international student. We know of the volumes that come from China, India, Nepal. Most students come here for an education, and the vast bulk of students return home to their home country educated and have a good experience in Australia, and we have a good experience with them. So it is a profitable industry for Australia. It makes a lot of money. It also provides a lot of workforce for where we couldn't provide those workers, and our universities are able to fund themselves. I mean, when you look at the gap, if they get their student numbers caps in funding for universities, the government has no intention of replacing that money. The government couldn't possibly afford to replace that money. And it couldn't possibly, in 100 years of trying, raise enough tax to replace the revenues that would be lost by just our major universities. So why is the government really embarking down this path when you think they're being warned, not by shonky operators, not by even private sector colleges that have been around a long time, but they're being warned by all the major universities about this? Surely that would cause the Education Minister food for thought. The changes that do come in here about education agents, some of them can make some sense, and we don't disagree with many of the changes in definition, and tightening is always welcome. Most of this can be tightened through the immigration side function rather than the education side function. And I want to also allude to some of the other changes in the bill that the Coalition does find could be very reasonable. However, the false narrative about shonks and crooks really sets the sector up when most of the sector is an internationally renowned sector, doing a great job, and also providing that great cultural and diplomatic function for Australia and educating our region. It's been an objective of multiple governments for many times. Happily, I'm old enough here to remember the last time Labor was in government, and this tends to happen in Labor governments. The last time when Minister Kim Carr was in place, they had the vet fee help scheme, one of the most disastrous Commonwealth policies in terms of wasted money, where there were shonks and cowboys who took advantage of the government and made a fortune in relation to money. And then the government cracked down so hard on the sector, they virtually crippled the international education sector because of their own policy, which opened up a Wild West cabinet of funding under vet fee help. So I see that situation emerging again, where because of the Labor government's ineptitude in managing migration, managing the student sector, understanding the intersection of both and understanding how to manage it properly, they are now pulling the lever as hard as they can on the sector, rejecting all visa applications. So many rejections coming through now. You don't have to be too smart to work that out. In every private sector and public sector, internationally exposed college getting mostly rejections, they're pulling the lever so hard that they really threaten, I think, the viability of the sector, again cruelling a big industry for Australia. Does the government have any replacement income or industry for this fourth largest export sector? Fourth in our entire economy? And the answer is, of course, they don't. And that's why the Western Sydney University's letter intrigued me as well. They already have a system in place where every student they bring has accommodation and they're prepared to guarantee and sustain it. The government hasn't even looked at allowing universities to make their own use of housing, share housing, build more housing fast on their campuses, more student accommodation. There is no attempt to actually deal with the fundamental driver of this bill, which is their incompetence in relation to the migration portfolio and their mismanagement of the volumes of people. And the Western Sydney University is right that they can do this sustainably, that they promise and could get it all done in a way that wouldn't put pressure on rents and housing, and indeed they do that pretty well at the moment. So we are looking forward to the Senate inquiry and the review. There is much more that I could say about this bill, but I will certainly be watching it with interest as well. But I want to signal to the sector that this is not the first time this has happened. The last time Labor was in government, they crippled international education, and here we are again. I actually believe that a few years of this regime and this reduction in student numbers will be so bad for our economy, it will add further pressure to an already difficult economic environment, a shortage of labour, inflationary pressures, no replacement income from the international education sector for our universities. This could really be very damaging for the sector. So if this is brought in the way that the government is intending, I believe that it will cause some very significant issues in this sector that may lead to further economic harm to our economy at a time where we should be doing no harm to the economy in general. And so it couldn't be worse timed. But I suppose the silver lining is, just like it did last time, I think a new government, if elected, would have to come in and look at fixing this fairly quickly and establishing certainty for the sector, certainty for our universities, to be able to continue to operate at the peak level that they operate at. And have those revenues back. And I know it to be a priority, restoring confidence to the sector, regardless of what this government's able to do. So, Deputy Speaker, I've expressed my concerns. I do want to endorse clearly all our major universities' concerns. They have grave concerns. And so any capable minister, any responsible government, we're not dealing with shonks or crooks when we're talking about our major universities in our country. They are the ones saying, government, listen to us. This will not work. This will damage our operation. This will damage our revenue. This will damage our international reputation as well, for no benefit. I think that's a sober warning. I think the government should really rethink this bill, and I look forward to the Senate inquiry.
I thank the member. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Spence.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak in favour of the Education Services for Overseas Students Amendment, Quality and Integrity Bill 2024. Education is not just a pillar of our economy, but a cornerstone of our society, changes lives and builds bridges across the globe. As Paul Keating, as well as the more contemporary member for Blaxland, the Minister for Education, has said on a number of occasions, education is the key to the keys to the kingdom, and with a great education, it's a master key that opens every door. This bill is crucial for ensuring the continued integrity and quality of our international education sector. Over the past decade, Australia's international education sector has become a vital component of our economic and social fabric, contributing $48 billion annually and educating over 3 million students from around the globe. This sector not only fuels our economy, but also fosters international goodwill, as students who study here carry a piece of Australia back to their home countries. Australia's reputation as a premier destination for education is built on the quality and integrity of these institutions. This reputation has been meticulously cultivated over decades, with our universities, vocational education institutions and schools earning accolades for their academic excellence and innovative teaching methods. However, by way of a number of recent reviews, including the Nixon Review and the Migration Review, have highlighted significant issues that threaten this reputation. These reviews revealed exploitation within the visa system and underscored the need for stringent measures to protect students and ensure the sustainability of the sector. This bill addresses those concerns head-on by implementing comprehensive reforms aimed at enhancing transparency, accountability and quality within the sector. The Nixon Review, in particular, brought urgent attention to integrity issues in international education, exposing how some providers and agents were exploiting the system for financial gain. The Migration Review further highlighted the vulnerabilities in our visa system that allowed such exploitation to occur. These findings made it clear that without decisive action, the trust that international students and their families place in Australia's education system could be eroded. The bill before us today is designed to close those loopholes and restore confidence in our international education sector. The primary objective of the bill is to safeguard the integrity and quality of Australia's international education sector. It introduces several measures designed to prevent unscrupulous behaviour and ensure that only genuine providers operate within a sector known throughout the world for its high quality and high standards. By expanding the fit and proper test for education providers, the bill ensures that those with cross-ownership and control interests are thoroughly vetted to prevent collusion and exploitation of students. The bill also empowers the Minister for Education to take decisive action against providers that fail to meet these standards. For example, the Minister can now suspend or cancel the registration of providers under investigation for serious regulatory offences, such as human trafficking or slavery-like practices. This provision ensures that providers cannot continue to enrol new students while under investigation, protecting students from potential harm and preserving the integrity of our education system. Furthermore, the bill mandates that new providers must demonstrate a commitment to domestic education by delivering courses to domestic students for at least 2 years before applying to register for international students. This requirement prevents the establishment of ghost colleges, which unfortunately are not a fictional place where Casper attends in order to upskill himself as a scarier ghost. Instead, these colleges are institutions that exist solely to exploit the visa system for financial gain. One of the central provisions of the bill is the enhancement of transparency and accountability among education agents. Under the new regulations, education providers will have greater access to performance data of education agents, including information on student transfers and commissions. This measure aims to curb the practice of agents exploiting students by shifting them from one course to another, often of lower quality, to maximise commissions. By making this information accessible, providers can make more informed decisions about which agents to engage, thus protecting students from being misled. Additionally, the bill empowers the Secretary of the Department of Education to collect detailed information on education agent commissions and their activities. This increased scrutiny ensures that the agents act in the best interest of the students and uphold the standards expected of them. The inclusion of a new definition for education agent within the bill provides a clearer framework for regulating their activities, further strengthening the oversight of this crucial aspect of international education. The transparency provisions also require education providers to report any commissions paid to agents, particularly for offshore student transfers. This measure addresses a significant loophole that has been exploited by some agents to poach students from their original courses and enrol them in cheaper, less rigorous programs. By banning such commissions, the bill ensures that agents are incentivised to act in the best interest of students, rather than pursuing financial gain through unethical practices. This change is expected to have a significant impact on the quality of education that international students receive, as it discourages the enrolment in substandard courses. Another significant aspect of the bill is the introduction of enrolment limits to manage the growth and quality of the international education sector. The Minister for Education is granted the authority to set limits on overseas student enrolments at both the provider and course levels. By carefully regulating the number of international students, the government can ensure that educational institutions are not overstretched and that students receive the high-quality education they expect. Furthermore, the bill includes provisions for the automatic suspension and cancellation of registrations for providers that fail to deliver courses to international students for 12 consecutive months. This measure targets dormant providers that pose a risk to the sector's integrity by potentially being used as fronts for fraudulent activity. The automatic cancellation provisions for providers who have not delivered courses to international students for 12 months further strengthens this regulatory framework. By removing dormant or inactive providers from the system, the bill helps to maintain a high standard of education and protects students from being enrolled in institutions that may not be committed to their educational needs. Additionally, the Minister will have the flexibility to exclude certain courses or providers from these limits if they demonstrate exceptional quality and alignment with Australia's strategic educational goals. This approach ensures that the system remains both dynamic and responsive to the needs of the sector, while maintaining high standards of quality and integrity. The bill also introduces a more robust fit and proper test to assess the suitability of education providers. Regulators are now required to consider factors such as cross-ownership and control of education agents and providers. This expanded scrutiny is crucial in preventing collusion and ensuring that providers and agents operate with the highest standards of integrity. The bill also empowers the Minister to take immediate action against providers that engage in systemic quality issues or deliver courses that do not meet Australia's critical skills needs. This power includes the ability to suspend or cancel courses that are found to have persistent quality problems or that are deemed to provide limited value to Australia's strategic objectives. These measures collectively ensure the international education sector remains a high-quality and trustworthy environment for students. They also protect the reputation of Australian education providers, ensuring that they continue to be seen as leaders in delivering world-class education. By maintaining rigorous standards and taking swift action against non-compliant providers, the government demonstrates to upholding the integrity of the sector. And to that end, this bill brings significant benefit to all stakeholders within the international education sector. For students, it ensures us access to high-quality education and protects them from the exploitation and fraud by enhancing the transparency and accountability of education agents. Students and their families can have greater confidence in the choices they make regarding their education. The bill's provisions create a safer and more reliable environment for international students who can focus on their studies without fear of being misled or exploited. Education providers, while facing stricter compliance requirements, will also benefit from a more level playing field and the removal of unscrupulous competitors. This, in turn, enhances the overall reputation of Australia's education sector. Providers that adhere to the highest standards will be recognised and rewarded, attracting more students and building stronger international partnerships. The bill also addresses the concerns of various stakeholder groups, including universities, vocational education providers and private training organisations. By setting clear and consistent standards, the bill helps maintain the trust and confidence of these stakeholders, ensuring their continued support and participation in the international education sector. This collaborative effort will ultimately lead to a more resilient and sustainable education system that benefits all involved. Since the release of the Nixon Review, many other reviews have helped our government formulate a view toward legislating for a number of measures within this bill. The Albanese Labor government has taken swift and decisive action to address the integrity issues identified. Measures such as reintroducing working hours caps for international students and closing the concurrent enrolment loophole demonstrate our commitment to protecting the sector. These actions are complemented by the provisions in the bill which build on these initial steps to create a comprehensive framework for ensuring quality and integrity in the international education. The government's collaboration with the education sector has played a key part in crafting this bill. Continuous engagement with stakeholders, including universities, vocational education providers and industry associations, has ensured that the reforms are both practical and aligned with the sector's needs. This approach will continue as our government works with the sector to implement new measures and monitor their impact. Furthermore, our government has invested significantly in enhancing the capability of regulatory bodies, such as the Australian Skills Quality Authority, to enforce the new standards. This investment includes establishing an integrity unit within ASQA and providing additional resources to support their regulatory frameworks. These efforts ensure that the regulatory framework is not only fit for purpose, but also adequately resourced to handle the increased oversight and enforcement responsibilities. The Albanese Labor government has also committed to ongoing reviews and assessments to the impact of these reforms. The approach allows for continuous improvement and adaptation to emerging challenges, ensuring that the education sector remains resilient and responsive to changing circumstances at home and abroad. By maintaining an open dialogue with stakeholders and adapting policies as needed, the government demonstrates its commitment to sustaining the high standards of Australia's education system. Providers will have access to comprehensive data on agents, allowing them to identify and avoid those with poor track records. This transparency protects students and ensures they receive the quality education they were promised. Many Australian universities have built and fostered a reputation for excellence, attracting students from around the world. By maintaining stringent quality controls, they ensure that their students receive a world-class education, because that is, after all, what so many have travelled great lengths and at great personal cost to seek out in our country. The bill supports these institutions by creating a regulatory environment that rewards integrity and penalises bad actors. This is not just a response to current challenges, but a proactive step towards ensuring the long-term sustainability of Australia's international education sector. By aligning with Australia's strategic goals in education and skills development, the bill sets out the foundation for continued growth and excellence, ensuring that our education system remains robust, transparent and accountable. By implementing stringent measures to achieve this outcome, we are protecting the interests of students and maintaining Australia's reputation as a leading education provider. We are fostering a fair and level playing field to benefit students, education providers and the broader community alike. We are ensuring that Australia remains and continues to be a preferred destination for those abroad who are seeking to obtain a quality education in their chosen fields and disciplines, and in doing so, contributing significantly to our economy and enhancing our global standing. The Albanese Labor government has indeed already introduced similar legislation through the Parliament earlier this year to ensure that our vet sector can reach the high standards needed of a sector we are depending on to train a workforce in one of the many jobs of high need in our workforce. We can do the same across higher education, ensuring that when someone looks at travelling all the way to Australia to study, they do so with a sense of surety, along with the knowledge that the quality of the education they receive and the standards of the institution they engage with are world-class. In this multi-billion-dollar market, some institutions may more closely identify as being in the education business rather than being at their core operating as educators within the sector. But if some clearly have no business educating anyone at all, we now have a framework by way of this bill that will bring probity and integrity back into something that provides billions of dollars into our economy and provides for thousands of jobs across the country. I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the member for Spence, and the question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Latrobe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I also rise to speak on the Education Services for Overseas Students Amendment Quality and Integrity Bill 2024. And first of all, Deputy Chair, can I congratulate you for your service to Parliament, and we work very closely. One of the inquiries I was chair and you were deputy chair was the efficacy and integrity of immigration agents, and I know how hard you fought when it came to, I think it was Spanish international students who'd been Colombian, sorry, my apologies, who'd been ripped off, which was very sad to see. And one thing can I just say to make it very clear for people who may not know, when it comes to immigration agents and giving immigration advice. That can only be done by a practising lawyer and also a immigration qualified agent who's registered in Australia under OMARA, the Office of Migration Advice Registration Authority. When it comes to education agents, that is separate. They cannot give immigration advice. The bill amends the Education Services for Overseas Students Act 2000 ESOS Act to make changes which the government says will improve the quality, integrity of international student sector. And it is important to note Australians are not misled by the primary purpose of this bill, and it's sadly to highlight and hide, or sorry, I should say to hide the government's mess when it comes to immigration. We've seen the government's management immigration system has led to more than doubling the numbers of international students in Australia from 336,845 in March 2022 to a peak of 713,144 in February 2024. And can I say, when it came to this huge increase, I must admit, immigration agents and who are also looking after the education sector and also education of international students, they were very excited about what the government was doing because they were basically increasing all these numbers and let more people in, and they were very excited about it, I must say, until they started receiving notices. And I think 700 went out to immigration agents to please explain why you've allowed this person to come into the country with false documentation, or education agencies running schools where Home Affairs would walk in and I've been told actually remove students kind of mid-class. And this has all come about, and this is what the immigration agents and education agents have told me, under the previous coalition governments, we had very, very strict controls when it came to the security checks of people coming to this country. So we weren't putting the burden onto education agents or immigration agents to make sure all the documents were bona fide. We were having that as Home Affairs. So that's why we had this kind of open door policy. Now, this has put huge pressure when it comes to universities around Australia, and several top universities have decided, because they're getting concerned about the situation of repercussions on them when it comes to allowing students in who may have false documentation. So several universities in Australia have decided to place restrictions on applications such as those from Punjab, Haryana, Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat, Jammu and Kashmir. And instead of scrutiny and doing the due diligence, the universities have basically now had to put a blanket ban in. I must say too that it's not the university's responsibility to be able to, and also have the know-how to check and have all the due diligence when it comes to the scrutiny of false documentation. And under Labor, there have been 80,000 student visa holders who are now on the third student visa or more. Some are on an 8th or 9th or 10th student visa and the backdoor way of staying in Australia. Can I say also, Madam Deputy Speaker, this huge increase is obviously putting great pressure when it comes to rentals, and I know this firsthand, even in my own electorate of Latrobe, where I visited the Casey Hospital talking to the nurses, and they were saying when it comes to bringing nurses into the country, they actually find it most difficult to find the accommodation for them. And you're finding right across not only Victoria but Australia that international students who have come in these huge numbers, and we love the international students, but this policy of having an open door, anyone can come in without being scrutinised, has just put a huge pressure when it comes to immigration agents, education agents, universities, and also when it comes to rentals. And can I say, the government's deeply offensive and divisive false narrative that the growth in international students is basically driven by shonks or crooks. It is not that at all. Yes, there are people in that industry, like all industries, who take advantage of innocent people, and they must be and should be punished. And one thing I've pushed for a long time, and I know Deputy Chair, it was one of our recommendations, is giving the Australian Border Force more powers when it comes to actually search and seizure provisions. They don't have those search and seizure provisions. Basically, when it comes to these sort of issues, they need to call in the Australian Federal Police. Australian Federal Police have the search warrants and basically go in there and search for the evidence and put the case together, even though the Australian Border Force have the necessary skills. Now, while we acknowledge this bill contains some integrity measures, and I can recognise those, the government's amendments to ESOS Act primarily concern with the imposition of a cap on number of foreigners who can study in Australia. So we're now having a big cap in place simply because the doors have been opened. And sadly, as I was saying, Deputy Speaker, there's immigration agents and education agents who've come to me who have been put under great stress, been threatened to actually have their business closed down. So, and it's proposed that the methodology for the Minister's decision will be set out in legislation interim to be tabled in Parliament by the 31st of December 2024, supposedly after consultation with stakeholders. Can I also congratulate Senator Sarah Henderson, the Shadow Education Minister, who went in really hard to back the Indian students and those others from Nepal and Pakistan who've been targeted, unfortunately, by the decisions made by this Labor government. However, that decision, which has to be made by the 31st of December 2024, the supposed consultation with stakeholders, the sector will be required to put in place the new caps from the 1st of January 2025. So if the government moves very slowly, which I assume they will do, and its decisions made in December, it's going to put an awful lot of pressure on education agents, forward planning when it comes to the staff and university, because it has to be turned around so quickly. And the international student market is a huge market in Australia, $36.4 billion in revenue, Australia's fourth largest export in 2022-2023. Now, on the 22nd of April, an article entitled "Unis Ban Indian Students Applications of Visa Rejected in High Record Numbers," the Sydney Morning Herald reported, universities are blocking applications from students from entire countries as the federal government's latest stage in its migration crackdown makes it even tougher for some institutions to recruit foreign pupils. Some universities, including at least one prestigious group of the 8 institutions, have taken the drastic step of banning or limiting application from countries deemed to be high risk, such as India and Nepal. And can we just say we have Nepal, when it comes to international students and India, they are fantastic overall international students and they should not be targeted. Vice-chancellors from smaller universities say the processing visas have been highly unpredictable and has targeted them unfairly. Now, this is interesting too because this flies in the face of Prime Minister's joint commitment with Prime Minister Modi made at the first Australian-Indian Annual Summit in March 2023, and I quote that the efficient and timely processing of student visa applications for Indian nationals will be facilitated. It says nothing, Deputy Chair, about banning them altogether. It actually says it will be made in an efficient and timely manner. That hasn't been the case. And why I'm at it, at the same event, I know Prime Minister Modi put the pressure on Prime Minister Albanese to change the situation when it came to funding for safer community funding for Hindu temples and other temples, because sadly they had been targeted. So we did have a reverse face when it came to that position. But all this goes when these international students come here, they actually are, many of them do go to places of worship, and that it was sad that they were targeted in such a way. In 2023, there were around 5,800 education agencies and more than 23,000 individual education agents facilitating overseas student enrolments with Australia providers, reflecting the sheer size of this market. So 23,000 people, you imagine how many jobs are also in this sector. Now, providers typically pay a commission to these agents per student. The exact amount is not disclosed, but could be up to 15%. And I must say too, it's very important, a message for Australia to let countries, no overseas, and this is something we did put in place in the previous government when it came to those applying, that they couldn't, you get these unscrupulous, I won't call them agents because they weren't agents, but people lodging international students or visa applications and putting them through the system. Under OMARA, we now make sure if a person is putting it through the one computer, they must be registered with OMARA. They can't, unless it's an individual, they can't just get kind of group applications going, which is something we put in place. While the Coalition Government supports sensible and constructive improvements to the quality and integrity of the education offered to international students, we are disappointed about the Minister's false narratives, which again is, as I said, characterise this industry as shonks and crooks. It is just not the case. Yes, like any industry, they have some criminal elements in there. It's always when there's money to be made. But most of the education agents I've met and dealt with are very hard-working, very dedicated, and just want to see people come to Australia, get a great education and enjoy the Australian lifestyle as they stay here. After 2 years, the Minister for Home Affairs has only issued letters to 34 providers just a few weeks ago. No provider has been shut down, so if it's all shonks and crooks, it sounds like they're getting away with it. And ghost colleges, which are providing a backdoor to foreigners to come to Australian work, should be weeded out. So we await the outcome of a Senate inquiry into this, and are looking forward to that. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and again, congratulations for your service.
And I give the floor to the member for Macquarie.
Yeah.
Speaker, we do want to get rid of the shonks, and I completely agree with many speakers that that is not the majority of the providers, and it certainly isn't the way I describe providers in my electorate of Macquarie. And in fact, I want to start by talking about what quality looks like. What a quality vocational education training organisation looking after the educational needs of international students, what that actually looks like. Because I see it in my community and have known it in my community for many, many years. Through the Torrens University Australia's Blue Mountains International Hotel Management School. And I want to describe this quality because it's streets away from the sorts of providers that this legislation will focus on. It's the #1 ranked hotel school in Oceania, based on the QS World University Rankings 2022 to 23. It offers a world-class education with really practical training and hands-on experience at Lura in the Blue Mountains. It's an undergraduate program, and as part of that program, students are actually required to reside on campus. So they live on campus, and all the accommodation and meal and recreational requirements are provided by the school. And when it's full, it's about 250 students there for around about a 2.5-year program, of which 12 months is actually in a paid placement, industry placement. This is the other part of overseas students in Australia. In local communities, they can play a really key role in helping to tackle the skills shortage, and that's certainly the case in the Blue Mountains tourism industry. And this school has been operating since 1991, and over that time it has developed very strong relationships with our local hotel sector, predominantly in the accommodation sector. But it also employs its own people. Around 100 staff are employed, and I'm told around 90% of them are locals from the Blue Mountains who live in the Blue Mountains and, thanks to the hotel school, work in the Blue Mountains, as well as at any time around between 40 and 60% of the local suppliers that are used are sourced in our local region. I want to give this picture to show what quality looks like as we discuss this quality and integrity bill. The General Manager of the Fairmont Resort, which is the largest hotel resort in the Blue Mountains, which I must add hosted the Blues ahead of the State of Origin match, and it was thanks to being accommodated at the Fairmont Resort that they were able to take in the fresh air of the Blue Mountains and deliver victory. So Charlie Young, the General Manager of the Fairmont, describes the business's reliance on the students from the Blue Mountains International Hotel Management School. He says they employ a lot of students while they're at the campus. They provide them with much needed real-world experience in multiple departments as part of their curriculum during their required industry placement. And he said their brand is one of service excellence. That's what he sees in the students. He points out that finding qualified, engaged, positive and skilled employees is difficult. And he's talking about the Blue Mountains, where we really have quite a serious skills shortage in our hospitality industry. And I want people to keep in mind that tourism is our the prime part of our economic drive up there. We're talking about Blue Mountains World Heritage, the Three Sisters, all the bushwalks that surround it, plus all our amazing local businesses. And so tourism is absolutely key to our local economy staying alive and healthy. And what he says is that knowing we have a hospitality school around the corner with students eager to learn and test their skills and knowledge helps to reduce our employment challenges and reduces our staff turnover, enabling us to retain qualified, engaged employees. So I want people to have that picture when we think about this, Deputy Speaker, about this bill and what it aims to achieve, because this is the sort of quality provider we want overseas students to experience when they come to Australia. And I've been to many functions there over the years, talked to many of the students who take great pride in being able to cater to local events and to learn their craft. So that's why this legislation is here. It's targeting quality and integrity. And we are really committed to lifting the standards across the board. While I have been informed by my own experiences of quality training of overseas students, this is not standing in isolation, this piece of legislation, Deputy Speaker. It comes from evidence that has been captured by inquiries like the rapid review into the exploitation of Australians' visa system, what we call the Nixon Review, and the review of the migration system, which both brought really urgent integrity issues to our attention. It's also informed by the interim report last year of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, which was called Quality and Integrity, the Quest for Sustainable Growth, interim report into international education. Now, I'm a member of that committee and have been looking into these issues since we came to government in 2022. And there is no doubt that integrity is absolutely essential, but the evidence showed it is absent in certain circumstances and certain providers. So one of the issues this bill addresses is the activities of education agents and the way they interact with providers in Australia. We know there's a really important role for international education agents overseas to be helping students to navigate their move from another country to Australia, to help them identify the courses, the institutions that will help them. But what the reviews and the feedback from the sector and the story from students told us is that there is a problem and that there has been collusion, there's been unscrupulous practices between some agents and providers, and that is not good enough. That is not the way we want to start the experience for an overseas student coming to Australia. I mean, for a start, we know that when students come to Australia and have a good experience, that builds their love of Australia and their relationship with Australia for many years to come. One of the great benefits of having overseas students is that they come and experience what it is like to be in Australia. And we want that to be a positive experience. We don't want them to go home and in years to come, when they move into roles of responsibility, to not think well of Australia. We really want them to have the best possible experience. So our response to these concerns in this bill is to insert a definition of education agent, which is better at capturing their activities. And this is about strengthening the fit and proper requirement used by regulators to apply increased scrutiny to any cross-ownership of businesses, including those between an education agent and an education provider. There's also a definition of education agent commission, and that will really allow for complementary amendments to be made to our National Code of Practice for Providers of Education and Training to Overseas Students 2018, so that we ban commissions from being paid to education agents for onshore student transfers. So, technical things that will limit the ability for the wrong thing to happen. These are things the sector has asked for, and will certainly help address one of the issues that was revealed, and that is the poaching of students, newly arrived students, so they shift from their original course into a cheaper, more limited course at a different provider. And this bill is full of practical things that will ensure better experiences. As well as the fit and proper considerations, it does empower the Minister for Education to pause the application to register providers or courses for the provision to overseas students if there are issues raised. And it gives greater access to agent performance data, including information on transfers and completions. A lack of data, without data, we can't really know what's going on. The bill, under the bill, providers will have to deliver one or more courses to domestic students in Australia who are not overseas students for consecutive study periods, totalling at least 2 years, before they deliver courses to overseas students. And this is to deter those seeking to enter the sector purely for the purpose of facilitating migration outcomes or for trafficking people into bonded labour, because that is the seriousness of some of the concerns that have been raised and the examples that have been raised. The bill also prevents education providers using their business operations as a cover for fraudulent activity. Those who have not delivered courses to overseas students for a period of 12 consecutive months will have their registration automatically cancelled. And it also allows for providers being investigated for serious regulatory offences to be automatically suspended from enrolling new international students. So, Deputy Speaker, there are many other elements to this bill, but for me, the primary focus and what I'm so pleased to be here supporting is the quality and integrity measures, which mean that we can be proud when we meet an international student studying in Australia, we can be proud to know that they are getting a quality education, one that is value for them. One that allows them to return to their home with a set of skills that is world class. That's what it should be. And that's what this legislation will help us deliver as part of a range of measures that we have introduced since we've come to government. So I commend the bill to the House.
Member for Wentworth has the call.
Deputy Speaker. International education is an Australian industry success story of the last 2 decades. Since the opening of Australian institutions to international students in the 1980s, the education sector has innovated their business models and leveraged their strengths and reputations to grow Australia's higher education sector into our largest non-mining export industry and our 4th biggest export earner. This is a huge achievement. International education provides value first and foremost through the fees that are paid to our universities. For universities, these fees that the international students pay allow an important cross-subsidisation that helps our universities deliver comparatively affordable education to Australian students. These fees are also critical for research funding over time, contributing to a tripling in research funding since 2000. This has enabled world-class research that helps attract foreign students and employees and has propelled innovative Australian industries such as quantum computing. It is also, as a second-order benefit, the Australian international education sector has increased our soft diplomacy in the region and beyond. in 2023, QS ranking survey of higher education found Australia has the third highest concentration of high-quality universities in the world, behind only the US and UK. This acts as an enormous pool for international talent and is directly and indirectly responsible for almost 70% of Australia's international tourism. Since 2005, 3.7 million international students have studied in Australia, fallen in love with our cities and regions, experience our unique landscape, culture and way of life, and they have taken it back home for those who have returned to their own countries and increased Australia's soft power across the region in particular. And finally, as we think for the future of Australian industry and businesses, the international education sector is an area that Australia should continue and should want to expand and grow. And this is because this export earner really plays to Australia's enormous strengths, our incredibly strong education system, our welcoming way of life. This is actually an education sector that is high value and provides high value jobs, for highly educated Australian people. This should be an area that as a country we want to continue to grow and to develop. But I appreciate there are some concerns over the growth in the sector, particularly since the COVID-19 pandemic. As at February this year, there were almost 700,000 international students enrolled to study in Australia, a 20% increase on 2019. This is partly due to a long backlog caused by COVID, but the unavoidable truth is that it is also the fault of loopholes in the migration system. The rapid review into the exploitation of Australia's visa system, known as the Nixon Review, presented in 2023, identified that generous visa provisions to enable our education system have led to a proliferation of unscrupulous operators gaming the system in two key ways. Firstly, education agents seeking to extract commissions from international students for transfers that are not necessarily in their best interests. Secondly, so-called ghost institutions that offer vague courses targeting non-genuine students that are looking for a backdoor into Australia for work. While not exclusively, the majority of these practices and behaviours are accounted for in the vocational sector. These operators do not reflect the whole sector, but they represent a significant enough share of the sector to be a danger to the integrity and reputation of Australia's international education sector. The Nixon Review, as well as last year's migration strategy, suggested significant crackdowns on these operations. But unless you were a student or an education policy wonk, many of these various reviews into the system went unnoticed. These concerns have found new life more recently because of the impact of the education system has had on net overseas migration, and particularly rental affordability. Well, the Grand Institute estimates that for every 100,000 unanticipated migrants that come to Australia, rents rise approximately 1%. And feeling the pressure, the government is seeking to kill two birds, cleaning up the sector while implementing a speedy cut to the net overseas migration. Unfortunately, students are the lowest hanging fruit. Half of this bill is quite sensible and goes to some of the major concerns and subsequent recommendations of the Nixon and migration reviews. This includes introducing increased transparency over agent commissions and associations to providers, as well as stricter requirements on providers to demonstrate genuineness. Parts 7 to 8, however, are problematic. Problematic in the powers delegated to the Minister of Education to impose hard caps on courses, as well as providers, and potential penalties imposed for exceeding these caps. While I understand the concerns with the migration, international students and education institutions are not to blame for our housing crisis, despite the rhetoric surrounding this bill. Instead, it is decades of inaction from coalition and Labor governments at all levels of government in state, federal and local governments to put forth adequate housing policies to provide for future generations. They have been missing in action, and we have now a housing crisis. But now that we're in this mess, the government would risk causing irreparable damage to the education sector. Meanwhile, the coalition seems to be broadly supportive. If not disappointed, it doesn't go further. I find this baffling, Deputy Speaker. Consider the comparison here with the mining sector. For decades, the overwhelming weight of local and international evidence has pointed to the need to address climate change produced by our fossil fuel industry. Yet both governments have, at various times, been swayed by the argument that this would come at an unacceptable cost to the Australian economy. Yet, when shown 1 year of migration numbers that highlight their collective inaction on housing over decades, both parties are ready to put shackles on our largest non-mining export that we have. An export that last year contributed half of our GDP growth and supports employment for around 250,000 Australians. Am I missing something here? Or is it just that the education system needs more lobbyists? As I've said, I am really sympathetic to the arguments surrounding quality of our international education system and not ignorant of the pressures on the cost of housing that Australians are facing right now. But I think this needs to be done carefully, and I think that there are other ways that the government's broad objectives can be achieved without killing the goose. As is so often the case, the Grattan Institute provided some considered proposals that would be fairer, less disruptive and work better than implementing student caps. And to their credit, the government has implemented some of these. Raising the student fee from $710 to $2,500 would raise an additional $1 billion a year, enough to fund the government's crisis accommodation measures for women and children experiencing domestic violence outlined in this year's budget. The government's increase to $1,600, which came into effect this week, will discourage some students from participating in low-value programs. Additionally, the government introduced a genuine student test and lifted English language requirements, as well as cracking down on visa hopping for those who've completed their studies. Both these measures will make it harder for low-value studies or unskilled professions being used as a visa backdoor. Restrictions in visa hopping alone is expected to lower the number of international students and graduates by around 140,000 students by 2030. But the problem with these measures is that they wouldn't necessarily work fast enough for the government. I get it. Housing is a huge issue for my community as well, and I'm on the record absolutely across this Parliament and really since before the last election on the need for action. But this bill represents a kind of short-term political thinking that has landed us in the housing crisis to begin with, and once again offers no long-term solution for getting us out of it either. I've run businesses, and I know that businesses can't turn on a dime. You can't turn your customers on for 1 week and then say 3 weeks later I'll turn you off, and don't worry, I'll come back to you in a couple more months when I feel like I'm ready to have you again. This, the industry, the education industry has taken many years to build up in Australia. We should respect the work that has gone into building this industry and the enormous contribution that it actually makes to this country. And we shouldn't expect that we can then turn it off, with a flick of a switch and then expect it to restart again when we think that we need some more export earnings. Business doesn't work like that, then the real world doesn't work like that. And if we do follow through with what the government wants and what the opposition seems to want even more, then we will pay for this over the long term in our export earnings and in our universities. And that is entirely serious. We do have other options, and I've outlined a couple of them in terms of how to make a more measured approach to addressing this migration problem. And I think we should be looking carefully at what happened to Canada, who imposed similar kind of visa caps and ended up with a much stronger response from students who now are not choosing Canada at all. And so there has been a much more significant reduction in earnings for those overseas students. So I know we need to change the education system for overseas students. I think we, as speaking to people and young people I know in the community, I know that there are some genuine concerns about, how integrated some courses are, particularly for overseas students, and how to make it a better experience both for the overseas students but also for the Australian students studying alongside them. There are real challenges here. But flat caps, and particularly governments controlling courses, completely stands against the entrepreneurial spirit, which has actually given us this export industry. Businesses, again, will not evolve and actually grow and in the way that they have if government is constantly dictating the details, because that's not the nature of government, to actually build and grow these sorts of industries which have added enormous value to this country. So we need to fix the housing crisis, but we need to do this in other ways. That is the appropriate thing to do, rather than to once again, use migrants, and particularly, overseas student migrants, as a sort of punching bag in this issue. And if nothing else, we need to make sure that all of our actions focus on ensuring that we retain the highest value students, the ones that contribute most to the economy, both in terms of their fees, but also into their other contributions to the economy. That is the other way to do this well, and that is where the increase in fees for the migration for the visa application would weed out many of those students who are not here really to study, who are here really to work. And I think that is a much more effective way of continuing to raise that fee so that only genuine students here genuinely to get a degree and a degree that, it costs a fair amount of money and provides a fair amount of return to the Australian government and to the Australian people should be taking. I feel like the crossbench has tried to be the voice of reason in this debate and has put forward some sensible amendments that will mitigate the potential damage of this bill. This includes a sunset clause for 2 years, moved by Ms Daniels, that will prevent these dramatic powers being used by future governments. Ms Tink has moved to exclude course caps that I see as egregious overreach from a government into the running of private organisations and actually giving our universities the ability to respond to the needs of the markets, because we know that government is not in touch with the needs of the markets, and so most likely will actually just once again kill the goose that laid the golden egg. Ms Ryan has requested a review to be conducted on the validity of the caps. And finally, Ms Chaney has sought to push back the start of this legislation by 1 year to give students and universities certainty, given that the enrolment processes for 2025 is already well underway, and as well as cut out sections 7 and 8 entirely. These are reasonable and thoughtful admissions and additions, to the bill. These would mitigate some of the worst effects of this bill. But I urge the government to reconsider this course of action and look for other ways that it can manage the education system without this draconian impact and the likely impact on the broader strength of this export industry that we have built up, the universities have built up in particular, as well as the vocational community has built up over many years. I will be supporting the amendments from the crossbench, but I will not be supporting this bill. I believe it is a step too far by government, and I'm genuinely concerned about the economic and reputational damage these powers present, if not now, then later under future governments. And I particularly urge the coalition to consider that they used to be the party of free enterprise, of trying to build and grow businesses and really, letting these sorts of success stories grow. And I've again find it unfathomable that the coalition is once again leading the charge on trying to destroy one of Australia's most successful export industries, and one that is a credit to all of us and all the people who have built it up over time. Thank you.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, the bill that's before us is measured, and it's about saving a sector from itself. And I say that because I've worked with the university sector for a long time, not just in this role, but in previous roles. The federal member for Bendigo, we have La Trobe University campus on my electorate. My engagement with that campus has been since the day that I was elected. But I say that it's a sector that needs to be saved from itself because I disagree that we should be viewing higher education as an export industry. I disagree with that statement. Education is a fundamental right, and the first role of our universities should be providing a world-class education to Australian domestic students first and foremost. They are publicly funded universities. And at some point, about a decade ago, they reached a tipping point. They reached a tipping point when our universities went from having majority of academic and academic support staff tipped into more general and marketing staff. It is a sector which has grown out of its original purpose, which is to offer quality higher education for Australian and domestic students, and tipped into this marketing area to the extent that I don't believe that the university sector fully understands what's going on their campuses and their courses. And I say that with the experience that has been shared with me, both as a federal member, but as somebody who has family members that work in higher education. Can I start first with the people that we've called the dodgy providers and the reforms there? And it does feel like there is broad support across our parliament to crack down on the dodgy providers. Absolutely. And it's been, quite frankly, it's frustrating that it has taken so long to see reforms come before this parliament. It's taken a Labor government to bring forward reforms to shut down these dodgy providers, the visa hopping that occurs, and the exploitation to those international students that occurs. And it's this terrible kind of everybody knows secret. Warehouses where they're supposed to be, higher education institutions, shop fronts where nobody actually studies. But the paperwork is done, people are churned through. The fact that we have people who are here as international students on their 3rd and 4th visa, meaning that they've been studying, technically studying in this country for 15 years. The point of a higher education, the point of being an international student, what we need to step back to in this debate is international students are here for an educational experience. Some along the way may meet someone that they love and want to settle here in Australia. Some may get a job after it and be recruited to work. But for a huge chunk of them, what we now know, because the data tells us, is they go to the next provider. And quite often that international student is the one that's being exploited. People who cut hair in Melbourne are, in some cases, working here on the international student visa, but they're not studying to be a hairdresser. They're studying accountancy or they're studying something else. They're paying somebody or somebody else is doing the bookwork. Their mum might be doing it because they no longer qualify for that visa, so the student is the person who they are all anchored to. We've seen report after report table in this parliament about how international student education is being exploited for people who are looking for those work rights. And that has to stop, and this bill looks to address that. But as I said at the beginning, we actually need to go further, because not even our universities understand or accept what is happening within their own university. It isn't just the dodgy RTOs or the shonky providers. It is also to institutions that we say are world-class and deeply respectful. I'm talking about Melbourne University. I'm talking about UNSW. I'm talking about Sydney Uni. I'm talking about some of our big universities where this is happening in their own courses. There are courses being delivered through Melbourne University which are 95% international student and above and beyond. They've got students who are struggling to be able to complete the work because they don't have the English capability. Now, one of the comments that was raised by those opposite was if they had introduced an English proficiency test, we would have got upset about it. Depending on the visa. If you choose to study at Melbourne University in the Graduate Department of Education, there should be an expectation that you have a high level of English proficiency. There should be that standard. And yet we have students right now in that course at Melbourne Uni who don't meet that standard. They're putting their coursework through translators to submit it. The problem that we have with higher education in our country is it's got away from that original image. It's got away from the original purpose, which is about delivering a quality of education. And the marketers have taken over. So when the sector has got to that stage where it is out of control, it is up to government to intervene. It is up to government to look at caps. It is up to saying to those universities who are lobbyists, who are some of the most successful lobbyists, who are very well paid, who spend a lot of money engaging with all of us in here. They're probably right up there with the AMA when it comes to their ability to lobby. The G8 is incredibly powerful and incredibly influential. They've got to take ownership of what is happening in their courses and in their subjects. Now, one of the other things that is really important in this bill, it is about trying to encourage international students to think about studying at a regional campus. And I've met with my local campus, Bendigo La Trobe, who were a bit concerned with this bill. But they've only got about 200 international students on their campus who are genuinely engaged in subjects and study. They are the 1 and 2, the 3 and 4 within a class. They have a support network that is around them. They have support in finding education. Quite often, they are, when they are in a housing arrangement, it is purpose student accommodation that is found. That is a good example. That is the example that we would assume would be there to support international students when they come. This isn't about the campuses where it is a small proportion of their overall student population. This is about the campuses where it is the majority of their students. This is about the courses where it is the majority of their students, where the universities are not providing the quality of support that is required for that many students. The University of Central Queensland has a campus in Melbourne CBD that does not have one domestic student at it. Now, what purpose is that set up for? What purpose? And this idea that our higher education institutions should be about making money in enterprise, that's the debate we need to be having. Should they? Should our higher education, our universities, be about making money and enterprise, marketing courses, attracting students in no matter what, giving them a false bill of hopes that they may one day become an Australian citizen? That's what some of the big G8 universities got caught out doing. Marketing, do this course, come to Australia, it leads to Australian citizenship. That is not right. We want people to study in Australia as international students because of the cultural exchange, because of the education experience that they will get. And that's what this bill aims to do, restore that integrity. Unfortunately, our university sector, the growth of international students and what has happened, it has got out of control. Support isn't being offered to the people being invited here to study. And quite often, they are the victims of exploitation. And the universities just churn through. And one of the areas, in fact, I met more international students before I became a Member of Parliament. And then I did when I was actually working in the university sector. And whilst I worked in the university sector a long time ago, in 2002, 2003, I met a lot in the previous role I had before entering this parliament. And I didn't work for a university. I worked for the United Workers Union, and back then, United Voice. And I met a lot of international students that were working in cleaning and hospitality. Some of them were being treated incredibly badly. They were here to technically study, but working as many hours as they could, trying to do what they could to pay their course fees and to try their very best to stay in Australia. And I can remember house visiting people living in horrible conditions. Every spare piece of floor, there was a mattress. 5 would be squeezed into a room, 10 or 15 into a house. Unsafe. I'll be honest with you, I don't think that's the housing crisis that people in Australia are talking about. Squashing 5 people into a bedroom, that's completely unacceptable, that's unsafe. But this is the world of what it's like to be for some international students. So I don't conflate the two, because I think that the housing experience of many international students is quite shocking, and most Australians would say that's just appalling, it shouldn't be happening in our country, but it is. And when I would speak to these international students, I went in there with these basic assumptions that maybe they worked for a dodgy provider or maybe that's who they were doing the university courses for. But I was shocked to learn that for a lot of these international students, they were actually studying at our universities, the ones that we try and hold up in great lights to say these amazing institutions. They have to take more responsibility for international students. And I believe that means we do have to get control of the numbers and bring it down so we can properly support the ones that are here. Make sure that they aren't being exploited, both in terms of their housing, in terms of their work experience, and in terms of the support around them. But with CAPS, we also need to make sure that the education experience is a genuine experience, that they are able to do the work and they're able to do it and get that proper educational experience. The CAPS are critical because that's about saying to the sector, you need to reform, you need to step back and think about what your purpose is. Are you about providing education to Students who are brought here by marketing, who may not have the English capability, who may not have the commitment to study, who are here because they want the work rights, or are you here to provide a genuine education? When it comes to this issue, we need to start listening to a broader academic experience. People who are living the experience of having to try and teach people where their classes are, as I've said, up to 96%, in some cases 100% international students, and ask, is that the purpose of Australian universities here in this country? We are experiencing a downturn in domestic students wanting to go to universities after having decades of an upturn. And we have to start, and that's on the universities and on us, to start to talk about the student experience. Now, domestic students are more likely to say, maybe I'll wait, maybe I'll do TAFE, it's not quite my thing, there's a debt that I'm concerned about, but there's more to unpack with why people aren't going to university. Perhaps it's the educational experience. It's hard to participate in a TUTE when you're the one domestic student with a proportion of international students whose cameras are off, whose people aren't engaging, who are simply there to tick the box because they're here not for the educational experience, but for the work rights. It's something, again, I say again, I don't believe the universities are being genuine and honest about what's happening on their campus and what's happening in their courses. And that is why this bill, talking about the caps, has become so necessary, so we can rebuild our higher education sector to be something of what it was originally visioned to be, making sure that it is about the education, quality education, making sure that the academic jobs are able to be about teaching, not about compliance, not about making sure that people hit all these criteria. We need to get back to a place where our universities are employing more academics and support staff than marketing staff. That is our problem with where we're at with higher education. We hit a tipping point about a decade ago, and fast forward to where we are today. Caps are critical to making sure that we have oversight into what's happening on our campus. And I wish we didn't have to be here, but the sector is where the sector is at. This bill is about ensuring integrity. It is about restoring and ensuring that we are getting universities to focus on what they're here to do, quality higher education. Yeah. And this idea that caps somehow interfere with that is nonsense.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Look, let's be clear. As a nation, we should be proud to be recognised as a leading provider of international education, with students from over 140 countries educated here in the past 12 months alone. And whilst this success confers significant economic benefits across the board, it also ensures our society is enriched by the exchange of ideas and strengthens our diplomatic ties. Yet rather than celebrating these truths, it would seem there are those that wish to use the sector's success as a launching pad for a shallow political debate around immigration, with the end result being a potentially devastating outcome for our country's reputation and ultimately the ongoing viability of what is currently our most profitable export sector behind mining. More than 3 million people from overseas have benefited from at least part of their education being completed in Australia in the last decade. And contrary to widespread commentary, the vast majority, 80%, the vast majority go home. The ones that stay add significant value to our country. They are the emergency doctors who got us through COVID, the nurses who care for our elderly, and the engineers who shore up our cybersecurity. From a bigger picture perspective, international education generated $48 billion in export revenue in just the last year, second only to the mining sector. Yet we stand here tonight having a debate about removing that export income. I would ask this government, without that income, how will you fund it? How will you provide university services to the domestic students you keep citing? The sector supports 250,000 jobs nationally across the education, retail, hospitality and tourism industry environments. And after years of reform and diminishing government investment, the truth is our current domestic education sector relies on international students to remain economically viable and to be able to offer the courses domestic students wish to pursue. Meanwhile, in terms of productivity, international students are an invaluable resource for small businesses, helping fill skill gaps across the economy. And this is particularly true in North Sydney, which with over 28,000 small to medium-sized businesses is the third largest business centre in the country. Fascinatingly, nearly half of the owners of the businesses in North Sydney were born overseas, which is significantly more than the average across New South Wales and Australia. Beyond the economic upside, however, is the fact that, as recognised in the Foreign Policy White Paper, international education is also a powerful tool for foreign policy soft power. The changes in this bill then seeks to make the international education sector will not only limit the operation of several tertiary education providers in my electorate, but would also negatively impact our small business community as labour supply would dry up and demand would diminish. Specifically, businesses offering accommodation services, insurance companies, restaurants, bars and cafes have all reached out to me to express their fears that this reform would affect the livelihood of small business owners. Certainly, quality, integrity and a sustainable growth for the sector are all desirable. But the question is, will this bill produce those outcomes? Or would this bill, with its unchecked powers that it confers to the Minister of the Day, risk the sector's ability to operate effectively and within a free market frame? The Nixon Review identified systemic integrity issues within the international education sector that we do need to deal with. These included collusive business practices between education providers, their agents and non-genuine students who seek to abuse the system for personal gain. And the North Sydney community agrees these issues must be addressed. The community also accepts that international student numbers have returned faster than expected to pre-COVID levels and that the sustainable growth of the sector is genuinely desirable. The bill seeks to address these issues in part by introducing measures around student recruitment and creating a provision that education of domestic students be prioritised ahead of international students. And these measures are broadly welcomed by both providers and my community. But these efforts are overshadowed by the government's overreach when it comes to the unprecedented new ministerial powers being proposed. Ultimately, many in my community are concerned this legislation just simply goes too far, under the guise of quality and integrity, and the necessary checks and balances to ensure effectiveness are conspicuously absent. This then leads them to question whether this legislation is in fact a thinly veiled response to a larger political debate around immigration more generally. For it seems the two major political parties are intent on targeting international students in a bid to slash migration in a poll-driven war on cost of living and housing. With that frame in mind, then, this legislation fails to strike a balance between improving the quality and integrity of the scheme whilst ensuring sustainable growth for the sector. While the ministerial powers are being presented as a mechanism for managing temporary migration and alleviating the fallout of unsustainable growth, my community is unconvinced they will deliver the desired outcome and is concerned any benefit will be outweighed by damage to Australia's largest service export. As the CEO of International Education Association of Australia said, while stakeholder consultations are being offered, this latest measure will send all the wrong messages yet again of Australia's reliability as a welcoming study destination country. Coming on top of the recently announced changes to financial capability requirements, visa processing slowdowns and backlogs, prospective students and our education agents will feel incredibly let down. I will be arguing there is real danger of government overreach in this new policy approach. If implemented, the new ministerial powers to unilaterally limit enrolments across entire sectors, institutions, courses and locations create an unprecedented level of government intervention in what is currently essentially a free enterprise sector. Given this, I share the sector's concerns that these powers lack accountability and will be largely unchecked. The fact there's no requirement for the Minister to consult before issuing a notice to limit international students at a particular institution is unacceptable, as is the fact the government has offered no indication of how it will calculate enrolment caps for each course or situation. Ultimately, providers are being asked to blindly trust the government on these matters, and unsurprisingly, education providers, including those in my electorate, are concerned. Given the Minister of the Day power to suspend providers who exceed their international student cap by even one student for up to 12 months is an extraordinary and many would argue completely disproportionate measure, given the application and enrolment journey for an international student typically takes 12 months or longer. Meanwhile, the Minister's new powers to arbitrarily suspend or cancel courses deemed not to align with Australia's skill sets, needs and priorities ignores the fact that most international students are educating themselves for a career in their own home country rather than in ours, and creating yet again a circumstance that seems incongruent. Recognising that a government hell-bent on action is difficult to forestall, some in the sector have suggested the setting of caps should only be allowed at the provider level, removing the ministerial power to set caps at the course level. Yet I remain unconvinced that this really is a space and place where ministerial discretion is warranted. Universities already deliver education under strict and mature regulatory and funding arrangements and are increasingly asked to deliver graduates in line with Australia's skill needs based on advice from agencies including Jobs and Skills Australia. Given this, it would seem self-evident that giving a minister the power to intervene at the course level is a dangerous overreach, which would have serious consequences for institutional autonomy, existing regulations and student choices. Beyond that, for me, it's simply bureaucracy on roids and risks creating a legislative framework that flies in the face of basic free market principles. Why is it that this government believes an education minister will be better placed to anticipate the needs of those seeking and willing to pay to be educated? Capping overall student numbers is one thing. Setting them with respect to specific courses is a completely different scenario and is one that neither my community nor I am comfortable with. Beyond this, many providers also lament that the potential impact of this legislation has been seriously underestimated. They cite the fact that international students commencing in 2025 academic year are already in the pipeline and receiving offers. They argue it will be politically and diplomatically difficult to influence the 2025 academic year intake, as suggested by this bill, even if it's passed in this current parliamentary session. In addition to this, economically speaking, international student fees account for over a fifth of total university funding, and consequently universities have come to depend on international student revenue to subsidise their teaching and research efforts, because government funding, under both the current and the previous governments, has simply not been there. A cap on international student numbers then will place these activities at risk, unless additional government funding is found for the sector. Watering down a major source of revenue at a time when universities are being asked to produce more knowledge, skills, opportunities and research will significantly reduce the sector's ability to perform the functions being relied on by the government and all Australians. The proposed reform may also have consequences beyond university campuses, as a reduction in export revenue from international education contributes to weaker economic growth, lower employment rates, less investment in essential services and ultimately damage to other sectors of the economy. According to Universities Australia, severely curtailing student numbers will see the operating margins of Australia's top-tier institutions quickly compress or flip into small deficits. It's clear then that there is more work to do on this legislation to ensure the right settings are in place to bring certainty, stability and growth to this critically important sector. Consistent with the Universities Accord, under this legislation, tertiary education providers will be able to enrol additional students above their initial international student profile, where they establish additional newly built supply of purpose-built student accommodation. Yet it's unrealistic to expect universities to boost supply of student accommodation on such a short runway, particularly in the circumstances where land is simply not available, as is the case in many urban centres. You only need to look as far as the debacle unfolding with NIDA and the University of New South Wales student accommodation to understand that building new accommodation is more difficult than it's being made out to be. Labour shortages to build new housing are already at an all-time low, and onerous local council planning rules are a major impediment. This is not to say this measure shouldn't be pursued, but it does need to be better considered, with timelines agreed in consultation with education providers and across all levels of government. As part of initial announcements expressing the intention to introduce this legislation, the government stated they will, and I quote, "work closely with the sector to implement this policy and establish transitional arrangements that support the sector to manage this change effectively." Yet the fact that the sector is already expressing significant concerns about the lack of consultation does not bode well. Attempts to push this legislation through Parliament may have significant unintended consequences at the detriment of our students, our culture, diplomacy and productivity. And that is why I asked the Minister to wait. Wait for the completion of the Senate Standing Committee on Education and Employment's inquiry into the bill, which is due to report this week on the 15th of August, so those recommendations can be considered accordingly. Drilling further into the issues related to accommodation, a number of key stakeholders have raised concerns that the provisions in this bill have been proposed before a suite of well-targeted integrity reforms outlined in last year's migration strategy have even had an opportunity to be implemented. In this way, the bill imposes additional level of regulation before the effectiveness of the initial reforms are even understood. Surely a better approach would be to allow those early reforms to take time to come into effect before considering additional interventions. The government is committed to halving net overseas migration to 260,000 by July 25 and then to 235,000 in 2027, while the opposition has said it would cut the numbers from 260,000 to 160,000 in 1 year. This would mean that for the government to reach its target, only 95,000 international students would be allowed into the country each year. This is a drop from pre-pandemic levels of 240,000. Under the Coalition's proposed cuts, the international student intake would fall even further to between, wait for it, 10 and 15,000 students per year. Ultimately, we have to ask ourselves, are international students being used as an easy target in a political battlefield? Seeking to link high migration to housing supply and affordability ignores several realities which the Treasurer himself acknowledged recently when he stated the impact of international students on housing crisis is marginal. International students make up just 4% of the rental market. Rising rents are not attributed to migration, especially international students, as rents have been rising since 2020 during the pandemic. Between 2019 and 2023, median weekly rent increased by 30%, while student visa arrivals decreased by 13%. And the Reserve Bank itself has said the cause of high house prices was not an increase in migration, but a shortage of housing supply made worse by the pandemic and rampant inflation driving up construction costs. Given everything I've just said, it's clear the claims that international students are a primal causal factor in rental stress and housing affordability are just not true. Yet the argument is being used to justify this legislation. In closing, I suggest the powers contained in this bill are a gross overreach and a dangerous precedent. This legislation poses an unjustifiable risk to the sector's future, not to mention our productivity and culture. We don't need our government to run what is already Australia's second most profitable export sector behind mining. We need a government that's prepared to enable the industry to continue to grow, supported by target legislation that helps those in the sector meet broader community expectations. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australians understand the power and importance of education. We value what it can do to open the doors of opportunity and change lives. This year's budget demonstrates the Albanese Labor government's commitment to Australian education with strong investments in building a better and fairer education system from early education to school education and through to tertiary education. We also take pride in being a global leader in education exports. Our education sector is valued at $48 billion, making it our fourth largest export. However, international education is not just an economic asset. It fosters friendships and cultural exchange, as students who come to study here often develop a deep affection for our country. They return to their home countries with not only new knowledge and qualifications, but also a positive impression of Australia. Unfortunately, the pandemic severely impacted our international education sector, reducing its value from $40 billion to $22 billion. The students are now returning, but so are unscrupulous operators looking to exploit them. This bill is a critical response to protect the sector and maintain Australia's reputation as a premier education destination. The Albanese Labor government is deeply committed to lifting the quality and assuring the integrity of our international education sector. This commitment is not just about maintaining our reputation on the global stage, but about ensuring that every student who comes to Australia receives a world-class education delivered with the highest standards of integrity. The Education Services for Overseas Students Amendment Quality and Integrity Bill 2024 is a testament to this commitment.
It continues the critical work of enhancing our education services, aligning with the policy directions outlined in the draft International Education and Skills Strategic Framework, which is currently under consultation with the sector. The bill draws on the findings of the 2023 interim report of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade. This inquiry solicited input from a wide range of stakeholders, including education agents, regarding integrity concerns within the international education sector. The committee discovered serious cases of active collusion between non-genuine students, agents and education providers. This included instances where education agents steered genuine students toward unsuitable courses that were financially beneficial for both the agent in terms of commissions and the provider in terms of recruitment figures. The inquiry recommended targeted measures to eliminate disreputable providers and to demonstrate Australia's commitment to maintaining the integrity of international education. The evidence gathered also revealed that the highly competitive student recruitment market puts providers at a disadvantage and encourages the payment of large commissions to agents. The committee found a compelling case to mandate that providers disclose any commission paid to their agents. The committee also learned that some education providers are complicit in funneling non-genuine students into ghost schools, where agents collaborate with providers to enrol students in courses they never attend. In some cases, courses are exclusively offered to overseas students, which may be a sign of poor quality. In particular, the inquiry identified persistent and significant issues within the private vet sector. Despite these problems, data shows that vet sector growth has significantly outpaced other sectors. The vet sector's growth rate from December 2019 to December 2023 was 16.6%, compared to a 2.4% growth rate for all enrolments. This report underscores the need for sustainable growth in our international education sector, coupled with stringent quality and integrity measures. This bill also addresses urgent integrity issues highlighted by the recent rapid review into the exploitation of Australia's visa system, known as the Nixon Review, and the review of the migration system. These reviews brought to light significant concerns regarding the exploitation within our visa and education systems. The Nixon Review found that some providers were facilitating student movements for the sole purpose of maximising profit, rather than in the best interests of the student. Others sought to profit from non-genuine students using student visas to gain access to Australia for work instead of study. In some cases, education agents were even found to be involved in visa exploitation and human trafficking. Allegations of sex trafficking and foreign worker exploitation were also reported, including against overseas students. In developing its recommendations, the Nixon Review relied on findings from Operation Inglenook, which was launched in November 2022 following investigations by 60 Minutes, The Age and the Sydney Morning Herald as part of the Joint Trafficked series. Operation Inglenook's mandate was to examine the systemic misuse of Australia's visa system for exploitative purposes. As of March 31, 2023, Operation Inglenook had investigated over 175 persons of interest related to exploitation of the temporary visa program, leading to more than 57 border alerts. Of these, 93 were foreign nationals under scrutiny, and the Department of Home Affairs had flagged 87 high-risk visa applications. By July 2023, the Australian Border Force reported that the investigations had resulted in 22 visa cancellations, the identification of unlawful non-citizens, and the denial of immigration clearances. Education agents and international education providers were among those targeted. While the figures from Operation Inglenook are relatively small compared to the more than 500,000 student visa holders in Australia, the seriousness of the identified cases is very clear. The situation is further complicated by the vulnerabilities faced by international students, including language barriers, financial instability, limited knowledge of Australian law, and fear of deportation. Estimating the number of overseas students who are vulnerable to or victims of exploitation is challenging due to the hidden and illegal nature of trafficking. The Australian Institute of Criminology estimates that for every victim detected in Australia, there are about 4 who remain undetected. Factors such as mistrust of authorities, fear of deportation, failure of individuals to recognise themselves as victims, and professionals' inability to properly identify victims contribute to the difficulty in assessing the extent of trafficking in Australia. Likewise, the Migration Review found clear evidence of systemic exploitation of the visa system involving overseas students. Education agents and complicit education providers were found to have systemically moved students from temporary visa to temporary visa without any realistic hope of meeting requirements to gain permanent residency. Often, private providers in the vet sector would offer lower fees to deliberately incentivise non-genuine students to apply for a student visa solely to gain access to the Australian labour market. These revelations demand an immediate and robust response. At the heart of this bill is a comprehensive framework designed to bolster quality and integrity across the sector. Some of these key provisions include the expanding fit and proper considerations. Regulators will now have to consider cross-ownership and control of providers and agents to prevent collusion and exploitation of students. Regulators must also take into account whether a provider is under investigation for a specific offence, such as human trafficking, slavery or slavery-like practices. This measure is crucial in ensuring that only those with the highest standards of integrity can operate in this sector. Another is access to agent performance data. Providers will have greater access to data on agent performance, including information on student transfers and education agent commissions. The transparency is essential in holding agents accountable and ensuring they act in the best interests of students. A further example, ministerial powers to pause registrations. The Minister for Education will have the authority to pause applications for registering providers or courses for overseas students. This provision allows for swift action in response to any emerging concerns. Requirements for domestic course delivery. Providers will need to deliver courses to domestic students in Australia for at least 2 consecutive years before offering courses to overseas students. This amendment aims to deter non-genuine providers from entering the international education sector purely to facilitate migration outcomes by requiring that they demonstrate a genuine intention to deliver educational outcomes for students. Providers that are seeking registration to provide English language intensive courses for overseas students or standalone foundation programs will be exempt from the new registration requirement. Automatic cancellation of inactive providers. Providers that have not delivered courses to overseas students for 12 consecutive months will have their registration automatically cancelled. This measure prevents the misuse of education provider status as a cover for fraudulent activities. Suspension of providers under investigation. Providers being investigated for serious regulatory offences can be automatically suspended from enrolling new international students. This provision ensures that students are not exposed to potential risks while investigations are ongoing. Broadening the definition of education agents. The bill also sets out a new definition of education agent to prevent people or organisations from falling through the cracks. Education agents are defined by the activities they engage in rather than their relationship to a provider, as many agents do not have formal agreements with specific providers. Notably, permanent officers or employees of a provider are not captured in the definition, as they receive a salary and employment benefits from the provider. For example, a permanent employee of a university who works in a university's student recruitment team will not be treated as an education agent. Sustainable growth in the international education sector is a key objective of this bill. To this end, the legislation grants the Minister several powers to ensure that the number and distribution of overseas student enrolments aligns with government objectives. These powers include setting enrolment limits. The Minister can determine limits on overseas student enrolments for specific classes of providers or individual courses. These limits can be expressed as specific numbers or calculated through specific methods, providing flexibility to address varying needs and circumstances. In setting enrolment limits, the Minister for Education will take into account the relevance of the courses to Australia's skills needs and the supply of purpose-built student accommodation. To ensure compliance, providers that exceed their enrolment limit will have their registration automatically suspended. Exemptions and special notices. The Minister can exclude certain courses or providers from these limits and issue unique enrolment limits to individual providers as needed. Schools with a smaller number of overseas students are also exempt, and applications for extensions may be made to ensure that genuine providers are not affected or inconvenienced. Automatic suspension and cancellation of courses. The bill allows for the automatic suspension or cancellation of courses that have systemic quality issues, offer limited value to Australia's critical skill needs, or where it is in the public interest to do so. This includes where the provider has not delivered a course to overseas students in a period of 12 consecutive months. This amendment will address integrity issues posed by dormant providers who are using their registration for fraudulent purposes, and providers that are not just demonstrating a genuine commitment to the delivery of courses to overseas students. Following the consultation process, The final International Education and Skills Strategic Framework will outline the government's approach to implementing these enrolment limits, ensuring that our international education sector continues to grow sustainably and with integrity. Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, this bill protects and strengthens the right of education and recognises its important personal, societal, economic and intellectual benefits across the world. This bill enhances student rights by implementing safeguards for educational institutions to guarantee the delivery of high-quality education to international students. The bill implements changes to the fit and proper test to specifically target those providers and agents who might seek to exploit overseas students and introduces more effective penalties for misconduct, including automatic suspension of registrations when warranted. The requirement for providers to disclose any commissions paid to education agents for student recruitment, coupled with improved transparency measures, helps identify and address poor agent performance early on. Additionally, these amendments support the right to education by restricting the recruitment of non-genuine students and ensuring that students seeking education in Australia receive top quality instruction and protection. The Education Services for Overseas Students Amendment, Equality and Integrity Bill 2024 is a robust and necessary piece of legislation. It not only addresses current issues within our international education sector, but also sets the foundation for sustainable, high-quality growth in the future. By enhancing regulatory oversight, increasing transparency and ensuring rigorous quality standards, this bill will help maintain Australia's reputation as a premier destination for international students. It will ensure that every student who chooses Australia can be confident in receiving an education that is not only world-class, but delivered with integrity and care. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Presenting this bill as an education bill is a misrepresentation. This bill reflects the fact that the sector has become an unwilling and unfortunate victim of the major parties' race to the bottom on immigration numbers. It is indeed a very sad day when we see our major political parties competing to damage an important Australian growth sector and export industry. The education sector drove half of Australia's economic growth in 2023. It contributed $48 billion to our economy. The sector supports 250,000 jobs nationally, but its benefits are not just economic. They include students' cultural and social contributions, their role in our workforce, and the soft power imbued in the sector's contribution to our global engagement and to our foreign policy. There have, for years, let's face it, been issues with the integrity of the education sector. It has been subverted by low-calibre colleges and by visa shopping and hopping by students who have sought to remain in this country indefinitely. We do need better oversight of agents and providers, and we need better protection of students entering tertiary and secondary overseas student pathways in Australia. In amending the Education Services for Overseas Students Act of 2000, this bill does go some way to improving the integrity of our international education system. However, the bill also proposes a number of other measures which could damage that system. Arbitrary enrolment caps for individual courses and providers, and extraordinary new powers for the Minister to suspend or cancel courses for international students without consultation. It gives the Minister the power to cap student numbers down to a course level, with no requirement to consult or provide reasons for limiting international student numbers in any one particular institution or course. There are limited accountability provisions and limited avenues for appeal of these decisions. Institutions will have no right to a merits review. If providers exceed their caps, their registration will be automatically suspended for that course or for the whole institution for the rest of the year. These consequences of automatic suspension are draconian and they are profound. Equally, the deadline of 1st of September of the preceding year for allocation of places, which aligns with neither institutions nor students' timetables, is a confounding aspect of this legislation. The uncertainties around timing and number of visas for students compound the institution's difficulties. It's going to be very, very difficult for providers to know how close they are to their cap for each course in accepting applications.
They may well exceed their cap for a single semester, with attrition and completions then bringing numbers down during the year. But the proposed penalties are so severe that providers will likely under-enrol, so that they can be sure not to exceed their limits. This will lead to stranded places and to total enrolments falling well under caps. We're told that the Minister will only exercise these extraordinary powers in extraordinary circumstances, and that might be well true of this Minister, but we have no guarantees regarding his successors. The government proposes giving itself powers which would also put education providers at both legal and financial risk, with limited means of recourse. These powers could harm the institution's investment in quality programs and delivery assets. The potential impact on capital investment in the industry is clear. The measures fly in the face of the Higher Education Support Act, which defines Australian universities as being autonomous in relation to their academic courses and offerings, how they teach and what research they conduct. The legislation negates 4 decades of effort by Australian governments to actively develop our international education sector. Reflecting the excellence of many of our institutions, Australia has become a leading destination for international students. Those numbers increased by less than 6% a year between 2005 and 2019. Of late, they have overshot targets as students have returned after the pandemic. But let's remember that that rebound was accentuated by the Morrison government's active encouragement of their return, with such policies as unrestricted work rights, fee-free visa applications and expedited visas. And then in 2022 and 2023, the Albanese government has also contributed to the very significant increase in international student numbers by clearing the backlog of student visa applications and by giving many international students an additional 2 years in Australia after they graduated. Now we find ourselves in a housing crisis with 1.1% rental vacancies in Australia and a shortfall in purpose-built student accommodation. This crisis has been decades in the making, and it's directly attributable to the policy failures of successive Liberal and Labor governments to build enough housing in this country. Cue the Albanese government's U-turn on education. It first responded by abruptly decreasing student visa approvals in late 2023. 40% are now being refused. That is unprecedented. The government has twice raised the savings needed by international students to gain visas, and it raised the bar on language requirements. It then increased the non-refundable fees for international student visas from $710 to $1,600, by far the highest in the world. It has halted temporary graduate visas to international students aged over 35, and it has reversed its earlier 2-year extension of their visas. What's happened? Well, in response, we've already seen a 34% drop in visa applications in the last 12 months in the vet sector, to the lowest level since 2005, and a return to the massive visa backlogs of the last government. And consistent with that race to the bottom, the opposition leader proposes cuts to migration which would see new student enrolments fall to 10,000 to 15,000 a year. This would do untold damage to our education sector. The evidence levels set up for universities and the unpredictability around processing of visas and of visa approvals have already disadvantaged the smaller institutions. Rural and regional universities are now limiting or refusing applications from students from those countries which are deemed at high risk of visa refusal. It's important to remember that capping metropolitan places will not encourage those international students to go to the regions. They have cultural, social and labour market reasons to stay in the cities. Currently, fewer than 10% of international students opt for regional institutions, despite their lower course costs and migration incentives. Those who do go regional are often attracted by the lower course costs, but that cohort's going to be the cohort that is the hardest hit by the recent increase in visa application fees. We've already seen with the Morrison government's extraordinary job-ready graduates program that heavy-handed incentives or punishments have very little impact on student choices. International students are not going to choose to go to the regions. They're simply going to choose to study in a different country. The same principle applies to caps on metropolitan universities in favour of regional institutions. Deputy Speaker, the relationship between the housing crisis and international students is weak. International students account for only 4% of our rental market. They make up less than 1% of the housed population in most local government areas in Australia. Only 3% of international students live in detached houses, 74% live in purpose-built student accommodation. Many live in shared accommodation in the unregulated rental sector. Many live far from the institutions at which they study. International students often struggle to find housing because they lack a rental history. They have little protection in homestays and in shared accommodation, and they're vulnerable to exploitation. They remain an important workforce in key sectors such as the aged care and disability support sectors in Australia. There's a real risk that placement caps will cause labour shortages for local businesses and the care sector. It makes no sense to propose to limit course numbers based on domestic labour market demands. 84% of overseas students who come to this country return home after their studies. Only 16% decide to stay in Australia. So why limit students' course selection to the skill sets that we require here? We would, in fact, be better off reserving positions in courses with domestic skill set shortages for Australians, not for international students, particularly for those courses in which there is a constraint on prac placements. The Minister shouldn't need to micromanage institutions. Any cap should be set at a provider, not a course level, and it should be set at least 18 months in advance of the year in which the students are applying. We have to remember that students are not migrants. The two should not be conflated, and any government with effective immigration policy can winnow out those graduates who want to stay and who actually do have qualifications which are consistent with our skills deficits. We should remember that international graduates account for 1/3 of our permanent skilled migrant intake, and that those migrants produce a massive economic dividend over their working lifetimes. Australian universities have experienced a long-term decline in government investment, particularly in infrastructure and in research and development. They rely on tuition fees from full-fee paying international students to deliver their core function of research, which is the basis of their international ranking and, in turn, the basis on which they attract quality overseas students. It's true that in these universities this has fueled a culture of revenue, profit and competition, and what well might in fact be viewed as an unstable business model. This government says it wants to make things in Australia, but it has provided no additional funding for research in its recent budget. Government grants through the ARC, the NHMRC and the MRFF typically support less than half of the economic costs of supporting funded research. Commonwealth support payments for medicine and veterinary science students leave a shortfall of as much as $10,000 per student. If this government really does want to expand tertiary education and research while reducing our reliance on international students, it is going to have to fund universities better. Deputy Speaker, Swinburne University in my electorate of Kooyong has already been impacted by the recent changes in the process of visas. In May and June of 2024, the drop in percentage of student visas granted compared to 2023 was as follows. India, a decrease in visas granted of 88%. Sri Lanka, a reduction of 93%. Vietnam, a reduction of 78%. Pakistani students, a reduction in visas granted of 86%. This is egregious. It's an egregious insult to a venerable institution. Some of Swinburne's courses are going to become non-viable if international student numbers remain impacted in this way. And that loss of revenue is directly going to impact research capability and capacity. We're going to see the same pattern repeated at every major institution in this country. The institution's reputations are already being harmed by this government in its delays in visa assessments. Students are already threatening to move to universities in other countries, and that's already beginning to have an impact on local businesses in the surrounding suburb, who are being impacted already by the reduced numbers of students on campus. Deputy Speaker, the first goal of our universities should be to educate Australians, not to generate revenue as global businesses. It does make sense for the government to review their business models, But the review should be based on objective data and modelling, and it should be taken in concert with, not in opposition to, our educational institutions. It makes sense to defer these changes, and for any such radical policy change to be undertaken not by a single minister, but by the proposed Australian Tertiary Education Commission as part of each institution's mission-based compact process. And so I will be moving an amendment to this legislation, mandating an independent review of the impact of enrolment limits on providers, on net overseas migration, and on the quality of education offered to our local and international students. Rather than a knee-jerk contraction of an important industry in response to a temporary overshoot on immigration, which is of successive governments' making, this country needs mature and nuanced policy making on housing, on immigration and on education. The Albanese government should not overcompensate as a knee-jerk reaction to the populist small-mindedness of the opposition. For the good of all Australians, it needs to have the courage to stay the course on the education sector. If it does not, and if it continues to fail research adequately, we will see institutions fail. We will see skills and labour shortages worsen. We will see our universities' international rankings tumble. We will see our academic reputation tank, and our economy will suffer. I cannot commend this piece of legislation to the House.
Order. It being 7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the honourable member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This evening I'd like to take the opportunity to pay tribute to Steele Hall, who sadly passed away 2 months ago, a former member of this chamber, a former senator as well, and indeed a former member of the House of Assembly in South Australia and Premier of South Australia. A man who was an absolute titan of South Australian politics. He had across his career something that many of us would be proud if we'd done but one of the many significant things that Steele Hall did in his career in politics. As Premier, elected first to the Parliament, I might say, at the age of 30, and became Premier in 1968 before he turned 40. He had served as a minister in the Playford government, and the Playford government was defeated in 1965, and Steele Hall led the Liberal Party back into government in 1968, defeating Don Dunstan at his first time as Premier in South Australia. And as Premier, Steele Hall did two remarkable things on top of the many significant achievements of his premiership. One is better known than the other. The first was that he reformed the electoral system in South Australia to put in place the proper and appropriate principles of one vote, one value, and indeed for a long, long time there was disproportionate representation in South Australia, and that, beyond question, led to the people not getting the result that they had voted for. This, of course, was a dramatic jeopardising of Steele Hall's own longevity in the role of Premier, but nonetheless his principles and morals led him through his time as Premier, through that government, to institute those reforms that would be a part of losing the subsequent 1970 election. But the other very significant thing that he did was stood up for the important principle of building a major dam for the security of South Australia's water supply, not in South Australia, which was extremely parochially popular, but instead way up in the Snowy Mountains, where all the engineering and expert hydrological advice of the time said it should be built. Now, that meant that his government, which was supported by an independent Speaker who had the balance of power in the Parliament, fell because that independent Speaker represented the electorate where the proposal for a dam in South Australia at Chowla in the Riverland would have been built, and that independent member did not support confidence in the Hall government because of their insistence on instead pursuing what became the Dartmouth Dam construction, subsequently the Dartmouth-Hume water retention in the upper Snowy that has been so vital to securing the water supply for South Australia ever since. And the Dunstan government, who said they'd build the Chowla Dam, subsequently, of course, came to the realisation of the wisdom of Steele Hall's view on that and never proceeded to construct the Chowler Dam. So as Premier, in his 2 years as Premier, he left a very significant legacy. He was equally then elected to the Senate and served in the very infamous Senate that, of course, deferred the budget bills that led to the dismissal of the Whitlam government, and of course he served in this chamber from 1981 until 1996 as the member for Boothby, and his time as the member for Boothby was very significant and substantial as well. Indeed, the modern electorate of Sturt has a number of suburbs that were in the then seat of Boothby, so I'm very honoured to represent parts of the city of Adelaide that Steele Hall represented for a long, long time. And indeed, he was a constituent of mine for the entirety of my time serving in this Parliament. My thoughts, of course, are with his family, particularly his wife, Joan, who herself served in the South Australian Parliament, and the rest of his family. It is a devastating loss to lose such a giant, such a titan of South Australian politics. He made an enormous contribution to his state and to his nation. I take the opportunity to pay tribute to him, to remember him, and to thank him for his service in both parliaments and for the legacy that he leaves behind. Vale Steele Hall.
Well done, mate. The question is the House to now adjourn, and to give the call to the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I had great pleasure on the weekend on Sunday hosting the Prime Minister in my electorate. He was there to announce the final stage of a long-awaited north-south corridor infrastructure project. The final stage of this long-awaited seamless north-south corridor has reached a major milestone, and the Prime Minister was there yesterday with the Premier to announce it in my electorate. Now, the milestone is that there's a preferred alliance partner being selected for the nation-shaping project. The project will be completed by deadline, but it's likely South Australians will be able to enjoy the full benefits of the Torrens to Darlington project even sooner than expected, with 3 tunnel boring machines to be operated at the same time instead of the expected 2, which will bring forward the work. Once finished, the Torrens to Darling project will allow motorists to avoid 21 exiting sets of traffic lights between the River Torrens and Darlington, and will complete the non-stop 78-kilometre north-south corridor between Gawler and Old Noarlunga. Now, the middle part, which is in my electorate, and parts of Boothby, will be where the tunnels will be going. And I'm very pleased about this announcement because following the exhaustive procurement processes, which commenced back in January, the consortium comprising John Holland Construction, Arcadis Australia, Jacobs and Ventia have been selected as the preferred alliance partner to deliver SA's biggest ever infrastructure project. The successful consortium has confirmed it can deliver the Torrens to Darlington project on budget, delivering significant travel, economic and community benefits for South Australia. Now, Deputy Speaker, I've been campaigning on this project since 2013, and I recall clearly the now Prime Minister, who was then the Infrastructure Minister, coming out to my electorate and turning the first sod in this project, and it was great pleasure to have him there yesterday to announce the last bit of this project that was being completed. The project also was part of ensuring that we protected some of the and secure some of the heritage-listed buildings along that strip in my electorate. Without the tunnels, they would have had to knock down the Thebby Theatre, an iconic heritage-listed building that has had every rock band and Australian musician go through it, including Midnight Oil and many, many others, and also the Queen of Angels Catholic Church. Both these buildings were built at the turn of the century and are magnificent buildings, and it's great that they will be saved, and many other buildings in the area that have some significance and are old, and some heritage, some not. So that's why I was delighted yesterday to join the Prime Minister, Premier Malinauskas, Premier Malinauskas, South Australian Minister for Infrastructure and Transport, Tom Koutsantonis, my colleagues, the member for Boothby, Nadia Clancy, MP State Member for Elder, and Ms Jane Stinson, MP State Member for Badco. Deputy Speaker, credit must also be given to Minister King, who has worked tirelessly. Minister King, our infrastructure minister, works tirelessly on infrastructure and many projects around the country. But I've got to say that the many calls that I've made to her office to get information on behalf of constituents, they were always there with the information, and I know that she's worked tirelessly and puts effort into improving our nation's infrastructure, transport and regional development. Deputy Speaker, the project will not only revolutionise the way locals move around our region, but it will unlock new transport opportunities for tourism, for the airport, people who visit the area as well, and will take approximately 40 minutes of travel time off commuters, which is a big difference if you add that up. If you're doing it every day, there's a few hours in that gives you time at home with your family. So, Deputy Speaker, the project will provide also approximately 5,500 jobs to South Australia during the main construction, and 90% of labour hours to be undertaken by South Australians. I'm incredibly proud to have been part of this transformational project that will help South Australians get home quicker and safer, and it was great to have the Prime Minister in the electorate yesterday and the Premier to deliver for South Australians once again, working in partnership. This project will be a 50-50 partnership, $15.7 million approximately, billion dollars. Thank you.
The question is the House do now adjourn. I give the call to the member for Durack.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Despite the significant distance from communities in my large electorate, no matter where I go, I am reminded of the plight of regional WA under this Labor government. Labor's homegrown inflation is keeping interest rates higher for longer. As the Reserve Bank has told the Cost of Living Select Committee, they are waiting for softer growth in government spending before they cut interest rates. I'm afraid we could be waiting some time. The cost of living pain that constituents in my electorate are feeling just makes the constant attacks on regional Western Australia even more shameful. As we know, Labor has now legislated to end WA's live sheep trade. Those opposite showed absolutely no regard for the wishes of my regional communities and the thousands of good hard-working men and women who rely upon this important West Australian trade. Just as this was a political calculation to appease inner city voters, so was the decision to abolish the cashless debit card in vulnerable communities, including the East Kimberley. The University of Adelaide recently released their report detailing that domestic violence, public drinking, intoxication and gambling have all increased since this decision was taken. Statistics released by WA Police have confirmed that in 2023-24 was the worst year on record for crime in regional WA, and that assaults on police officers in the Kimberley were 9 times above the national average. 9 times above the national average. Labor at a state and federal level need to do more to combat this crime epidemic. Now, speaking of the East Kimberley, I was happy to hear the Shire of Wyndham East Kimberley's application for funding for the Kununurra Airport runway extension through the Growing Regions program was successful. Hooray, we said. This project has the potential to deliver cheaper flights and direct East Coast connections to the region. Yet, even good news turned sour because of this government's incompetence. According to Labor's own guidelines, successful applicants must have started construction by May 2024. Comically, the recipients were announced on the 16th of May 2024. 3 months later, and the Shire still haven't received their funding application. The government's delay means upgrades to the airport won't commence until next year, as of course work cannot begin now due to the upcoming wet season. The Shire is now predicting a 10 to 15% increase in costs. Labor had almost 2 years to get this program right after scrapping our successful Building Better Regions program, yet they couldn't deliver it on time. They rejected hundreds of projects while underspending the project's budget by 31%, and now they can't even confirm when recipients can expect to receive funding and get their projects underway. Mr Speaker, such incompetence and lack of care demonstrates that the Albanese Labor government has abandoned regional WA. Durac's borders are also under threat, and I call on the new minister to act immediately to reverse Labor's actions with respect to border protection. Under Labor, aerial surveillance hours have fallen by 20% and maritime patrol days have decreased by 12%. Earlier this year, I outlined the necessity of increasing maritime surveillance following the 4th illegal boat arrival along the WA coast in just 6 months. It seems that that message fell on deaf ears, with the Border Force confirming 4 illegal fishing vessels were found by a local fisherman in the mangroves just last week near Broome. Boats reaching our shores present significant threats to Northern Australia. Just think of the biosecurity disaster that could occur if disease reaches the mainland, just because our borders aren't sufficiently protected. However, there may be a bigger threat to industry in the form of Labor's so-called nature positive plan. The duplication of environmental approvals will blow out approval times, and the prospects of a climate trigger will kill off billions of dollars of investment in our mining and resources sector, along with thousands of jobs. According to the IPA's analysis, Western Australia would be the state most affected, that's regional WA, potentially losing $111 billion of investment. So, once again, regional Australia being the backbone of the Australian economy, especially in regional WA, we're getting the raw end of the stick.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Speaker. My community in Chisholm, just like me, really values education. And I'm so delighted to be part of a government that is delivering a 15% pay rise for educators, for early childhood educators. This is not just going to help relieve the cost of living pressures for those workers, but through not increasing fees, we're helping families right across the community, as well as being able to assist in delivering productivity gains through more workforce participation. Now, the reason I know people in my electorate are so passionate about education, and specifically here early childhood education, is because I've been speaking to them about this for a long time now. I've run a survey across my electorate to hear from educators, parents and families that access early childhood education and care in our community to see what they think the most pressing needs are. And based on the results of that survey, I made a submission to the Productivity Commission's Early Childhood Education and Care Inquiry. And of course, the findings from this inquiry are really informing our government's approach to a universal early childhood education and care system. Now, it was really clear from this survey that the number one issue in the community was to take action to deliver a pay increase for educators. And I'm so pleased that is exactly what our government has done. What I'd like to do, Speaker, is to read some of the comments from my community here in the House today, because I want to acknowledge and recognise the work that educators do in our community every day, but also to acknowledge their advocacy and the voices that they brought to this conversation, their expert voices, in order to assist our government make a decision to bring forward this pay rise. One early educator said, "The wages we are paid do not reflect our training and the importance of our role in a child's education." An educator in Glen Waverley said, "I am a teacher qualified with over 30 years' experience in the sector. I am burnt out, unsupported, undervalued and disheartened. I do not earn enough to save. There are no regular increases in wages. This year, my focus will be looking for a position in a new sector where I'm valued as a professional and paid accordingly. It's time to leave." And that's a particularly heartbreaking comment, Speaker. Parents were very supportive of a wage increase, with a mum in Blackburn South saying, "We need to value those who work in this industry and pay them properly. Early education sets kids up for life. A good experience brings numerous benefits for families." And a dad in Burwood East said, "We struggle with affordability of childcare and know the sector is not paid fairly. The amount of responsibility educators have mean they should be paid at higher rates." So this was the feedback from my community. And I've got some more feedback, which is the reception that we've had to our announcement delivering a 15% pay increase. Educators are saying that instead of searching, and I'm quoting again here, for a second job, this pay increase will help me now pay rent and put food on my table. This isn't just a huge win for educators like me, this is a huge win for our community and for our families that we have here in the centre. Another educator has said, this is a monumental history-making moment. This means I can stay in the job I love, and I know that it is going to change a lot of lives, not just my own. So our government has done the work of listening to our communities about what needs to happen in our early education and care system. And we're making some pretty serious commitments here to workers by delivering a 15% pay increase, to families by ensuring that their fees do not increase, and to children, of course, who are getting the best quality education they can possibly get in those very early years of life. And we know that those first 5 years are crucial for setting someone up for a successful life journey. So I'm very proud to be part of a government who listens, who takes action, and who's doing what we can do to ensure that we take pressure off households, off workers at this time where people are feeling the pinch with cost of living. Thank you so much, Speaker.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the Chief Opposition Whip.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. And I want to use this time tonight to reflect on the wonderful contributions that two terrific people have made to the community of Ford, both through the Beenleigh region and also on the northern Gold Coast. Both Doris Gibbs and Jim Ellison sadly passed away in recent weeks, and each has left an indomitable mark on their communities. Doris Ethel Rosemary Gibbs was the dear mother to Chris, Paul, Andrew, Megan and Matthew. She was also an adored grandmother of 9 and a great-grandmother to 7. Doris was also the dearly loved wife of Ivan Gibbs MP, who himself passed back in 2011, one day short of their 61st wedding anniversary. Mr Gibbs served on Albert Shire Council for several years as Deputy Mayor and also moved into state politics, being a Cabinet Minister under the Sir Joby Jockey-Peterson government. But long before politics became part of the world, Doris and Ivan moved from Whittlesea in Victoria to Queensland in 1956, and the Gibbs family started the South Coast Wrecking Company, originally on the old Sundale site in Southport, for those who know the Gold Coast, now called Gibbs Truck Parts. The couple were devoted members of the Anglican Church, helping to found the Coomera Anglican College on the Gold Coast, my electorate of Ford, and Doris was a force in the Coomera and northern Gold Coast communities. She gave up her time supporting the Girl Guides, Holyrood Anglican Church and Probus, and was a fundraising extraordinaire. Doris and Ivan built kindergartens, and she was also a Girl Guides leader, Sunday school teacher, president and chair of the Women's Guilds and welfare committees. She helped raise hundreds of thousands of dollars for new churches and family centres. Not only was she chair of her National Party Electorate Council, she was the first woman to ever hold such a position. She was also a Melbourne Fellow and a Paul Harris Fellow Award winner and was an Order of Australia recipient. Her daughter Megan said she always went out of her way to make sure everybody made sure nobody ever felt alone, and I can attest to that, Mr Speaker. Whenever you met Doris, you met with a great big smile, a hug, and a story or two, and she always was interested in what you were doing, how you were going, asked about your family. She was a wonderful, wonderful person, and she loved life dearly. I'd also like to pay tribute to Jim Ellison. Jim was a man committed to his region, which was around Beenleigh and Yatala and the surrounding area, and he too served on the Albert Shire Council as the Division 1 councillor for a number of years. He was always known as somebody who would stand up for the little guy and would never just walk past an injustice. Starting his working career as an electrician, Jim soon started a successful import-export business trading with China in the late 1970s, and he moved into local government before sidestepping and making a name for himself in real estate. He was a trusted name in Logan City real estate for 3 decades, and if I may share a little anecdote, I was out door knocking in the 2010 campaign and had the truck parked on the side of the street, and I got back to the truck and here was Jim's card under the windscreen wiper with a note, "Please come up to my place and have a chat." And I'd actually forgotten that he worked with my father, who was a ceramic tiler in the 70s, and we had a great time reminiscing and catching up. He was one of those who came from nothing but built himself up through hard work, and it was a characteristic he no doubt picked up from his mother Jean. His mother worked tirelessly as a welder to ensure the two survived in an era where there was little support for single parents. On the football field, he gained the nickname Angry Ant, but it was in competitive boxing where he made his name for himself and held various state titles. He met and later married Jill in 1963, with the couple having 3 children, and even after their split, Jim always admired Jill's efforts and work as a mum. He would later remarry Ruth, who would become a big part of Jim's life, but not just for Jim, but also for his 3 children. He was a popular identity at the Beenleigh Bulls Rugby League Club as well as the Beenleigh Apex Club, and his Apex involvement was such that he eventually ascended to the President of Zone and National President. My condolences to both families, and I want to thank both for their wonderful commitment to our communities over many decades.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I've been visiting our local schools in Macarthur for over 40 years in my role as a paediatrician, often for case conferences about my particular patients, often with complex neurological and medical needs. I've always been impressed by the dedication, ability and passion for education of our local teachers to make sure that our students got the best education possible. Last week I met with 4 local public school teachers from the Macarthur area, Teresa Calder, Tom Goff, Sarah Priestley and David Atkins. They'd come to me to discuss what I already knew from my school visits and am still seeing. That is, that our local public schools are very run down compared to many of the private schools scattered around Sydney. Some of these private schools have unbelievable infrastructure, indoor Olympic pools, indoor tennis courts, multifunction drama centres, outdoor education centres, equestrian centres even. Unbelievable infrastructure. The inequity is completely gobsmacking. It is unfair, it is not right, and our government is addressing it. Jason Clare, Education Minister, in May 2023 at the New South Wales Teachers Federation Annual Principals Conference, made a commitment, co-signed with Deputy Premier Carr, to work with the New South Wales Government to ensure that every New South Wales public school is on a path to reach 100% of the school resource funding standard. To deliver this commitment, the Commonwealth funding to public schools would mean an extra $4.1 billion to New South Wales public schools alone. I'm proud to be part of a government that understands the importance of education, from early childhood education, where we've just delivered a significant 15% pay rise to early childhood education teachers, to primary school and high school. The Productivity Commission recently found that the equity gap in schools widened under the Coalition Schools Agreement signed by the then member for Cook markedly. Students from disadvantaged backgrounds were found to be 3 times more likely to fall behind. 86,000 students didn't meet either the basic literacy or numeracy standard. It's clear that students, especially from disadvantaged backgrounds, are being left behind under the previous government's schools agreement. We live in a world where every single new job that's created will require students to finish school and go to TAFE or university. That's why the Albanese Labor government is determined to help students from all backgrounds to catch up, keep up and stay in school. This requires significant infrastructure improvements as well as improvements in teachers' pay and conditions. The Albanese government is working with the states and territories to get every school to the 100% of its fair funding level under the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement. These negotiations are ongoing. A couple of weeks ago, Minister Clare released the Better and Fairer Schools Heads of Agreement. It sets out reforms that will help to close the education gap, including a Year 1 phonics check and early years of schooling numeracy check to identify students who need help. It includes evidence-based teaching and targeted and intensive supports, such as small group or catch-up tutoring to help students who fall behind. It also includes greater wellbeing support for learning and engagement throughout our public school system, including thorough full-service schools, counsellors, wellbeing coordinators and mental health workers. It's very important that our schools upgrade fund continues on. The Albanese government is committed to this, investing $275 million through the schools upgrade fund to improve school facilities and to help keep students and school staff safe and get kids' education back on track after 10 years of opposition neglect. Over 1,500 schools are benefiting from the targeted and first open round of the schools upgrade fund. All this is being done to make sure our public schools can keep up with the private schools around all our major cities. It is very important that this inequity is changed and that equitable school funding agreements are reached. We have to work with the states and territories to make sure this happens. We cannot see the continuing inequity in school resourcing and in school infrastructure that has been allowed to develop over the last 20 years. I thank the House.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.